So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's typically based on high quality peer-to-peer learning. With KEPRO we see the first producer responsibility in Kenya, which is quite unique, also the first in Africa. And the long-term impact we're talking about is, one, to deal with waste in a sustainable fashion in Kenya, to put a value on waste so it also becomes a new industry for all stakeholders. KEPRO really is spearheading this process in East Africa, so that KEPRO also becomes a lighthouse of knowledge for similar initiatives for PROs in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, etc. For us, it's crucial when we talk waste management that we also start where the problem is and where it can also lead to growth. Because when we put a value on waste, it becomes a commodity for the local community, where they can engage with this economy, they can collect the waste, they can get properly paid by an aggregator or a collection center. With that, we can also lift up local communities and formalize workers in waste management. With the introduction of the Sustainable Waste Management Bill and this becoming law, it means there's no other way around it. It means that producers, manufacturers have to comply with it. And our advice to them would simply be to say, don't see it as a burden that's coming from up top. See it as an opportunity to also change your brand, engage with your consumers. It could be as simple thing as putting on the label what has been the journey of this product, who produced it, what was the community, and what is the benefit of recycling or upcycling the product after its first life cycle with the consumer.
My name is Ayub Macharia. I work at NEMA, the National Environment Management Authority, as a director in charge of environmental enforcement. The main challenges we faced were like the issue of dump sites. There was a lot of open dumping. And so even when the government could propose that they want a proper waste management facility anywhere in Kenya, the public would refuse. The other challenge, of course, is infrastructure. Like when we talk of landfills, I think currently we only have two landfills, one in Murang'a and another one in Thika. Material recovery facilities, we also don't have them. That's also another major challenge. The same with the collection points. The third challenge is public awareness. We need more public awareness for the people on how to manage waste. We have put it as an obligation to the producers so that they create awareness about how their waste should be managed. We thank KEPRO because they started operating even when the law was not there. We are supporting them through enforcement to make sure that all producers join at least a producer responsibility organization such as KEPRO. KEPRO was part of us when we were developing the laws on extended producer responsibility. Through their experience when the law was not there, we tapped into it when we were making the law, and it was very useful to us because they could tell us, don't propose this law like this, do it like this, because of the experience they had before. As an incentive, we have made sure that a producer who is a member of a producer responsibility organization has very few areas to report on because the bulk of the responses will be given by the producer responsibility organization. The producers need to take advantage of this space and make sure that they only trade with the products that are safe, that can easily be recycled, that can easily be reused, products that are not harmful to the environment.
My name is Veronica Karambo, a teacher at Kyoto School. I teach geography and global perspective. The Mazingira Club, or the environmental club students, they have taken a lot of initiatives so far in terms of waste management. The first step we made them understand is about what is waste management, and they were able to understand it's all about collecting the waste first, then sorting the waste, and they're able to dispose it in an appropriate way. to avoid a lot of harm to the environment. The Mazingira Club also came up with the aspect of the bins around the school. That's where we got from KEPRO. They brought in 20 bins. They're all labeled according to the waste that they're supposed to deposit there. Most kids also, they have gone another extra mile within where they'll stay. They usually share with us stories that they have sensitized to the communities, their families, on how to keep the waste that can't be deposited in the environment directly. They're able to put them in a bin, then they bring them to school. The KEPRO community, the organization, when they came in, they helped us, they helped the Mazingira students understand the key importance of managing the resources or waste management strategies, and also they helped us understand how to conserve the environment. Also, with the help of the KEPRO, they were able to understand a few ways of recycling the local resource that we have around. The CBC has really helped in terms of how to integrate all these hands-on activities, and also about conservation, especially with the aspect of the climate change that we have so far. We have a very big responsibility as teachers to help the young children to understand what the future they would wish to have on this planet.
My name is Maurice Onzere. I work for Danish Refugee Council as the project manager for Fair Recycling Project. Danish Refugee Council, in short DRC, is an international NGO that works to assist refugees and host communities to develop self-reliance and expand their opportunities. Kenya Extended Producer Responsibility Organization, KEPRO, has the role to sensitize, create awareness on how best to practice sustainable waste management within the country, and of course taking a leading role to enforce or help enforce the EPR guidelines. Sustainable waste management and collaboration is not only important for just protecting the environment, but it's also important for health, it's important for food security, and it's important for social justice. So working together really corrects these injustices. Working together really bridges this gap. Working together really ensures that we have a peaceful coexistence among stakeholders in our society. I would call upon the various actors and stakeholders seeking to really work within the sustainable management, waste management space, to engage in building strong alliances, working together, each and everyone defining and playing their role will give a coherent, a cohesive message out there, and therefore the advocacy efforts will bear positive change and positive fruits for mutual benefit within the sustainable management space.
My name is Josephine Wawira. I'm the communications lead at the Kenya Plastics Pact, which is an initiative that brings together all the value chain players in the plastic. A lot of our economies today are still operating in what we call the linear economy. That is, we take resources, we extract resources, we manufacture products from them, we use, but then we dispose them off. Sustainable waste management is not a one-man job. You cannot do it alone, I cannot do it alone, but we all have a responsibility to play. So from the moment you purchase the product that you purchase, it is important that you make a conscious decision. With the waste collectors on the ground, let's reach to the people on the ground. Let's sensitize them on what is right and what is wrong. Let's sensitize them on the pickup points that have been put by the different producers, the collection points, and where they can take them to earn incentives and earn a decent living. But also when it comes to the upstream, we're also telling the producers, like in today's workshop, we are saying that let's change how we are designing our products so that even the recycler at the downstream is able to increase their rates. And so we continue to collaborate with KEPRO among other stakeholders to make sure that this vision is actually achieved. Let us all do our part. We cannot let it be the other person. You cannot wake up and just throw away trash and expect that someone else is going to collect it. The most important thing that we need to know is that there is no away. When you throw away, it ends up somewhere. It ends up in the environment, it ends up in the landfill, it will end up in the ocean. So it has to go somewhere. So carry your trash if you have to, but make sure that you dispose it responsibly. So sustainable waste management is the role of each one of us, from consumers to the producers. Even as the government is implementing these policies, we cannot always wait to be whipped. It has to be a personal initiative.
Hi, my name is Akshay Shah. I am currently the Group Executive Director of Seal Africa, a plastics packaging company that's been around for about 60 years, operating in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, and Mozambique. And I'm also the chair of the board of KEPRO, a producer responsibility organization. The Sustainable Waste Management Act, which was passed last year, is entirely about taking responsibility for the waste, right from the waste generator, the waste producer, to segregate their waste at source. And this basically means separating the dry waste from the wet and organic waste. Anybody who is introducing a material into the environment needs to take responsibility for this. And that's what the EPR acronym stands for, Extended Producer Responsibility. And the legislation states that either you must take individual responsibility by making sure that your company is registered throughout all the counties, is ensuring that waste is collected, it is sorted, and it is recycled. Alternatively, you may join a PRO who takes on that responsibility on your behalf and then coordinates with all the counties and the waste collectors, the sorters, or the MRFs and the recyclers, so that your particular waste as a user of that material being introduced into the environment is not spoiling our environment. The role of KEPRO is essentially to take that legal responsibility of the packaging user. KEPRO's focus is on non-hazardous packaging materials. We partner with recyclers across the country. KEPRO already has over 11 recyclers across Kenya. We then contract these recyclers to work with the waste collectors and the MRFs to make sure that that material comes to them. They provide an economic value for that. We also collect EPR fees from the packaging users, and then we channel those fees back to the recyclers. It could also go to the material recovery facilities, and it may also go to the waste collectors. It may also go all the way to the waste pickers. KEPRO's vision for sustainable waste management is embedded in its true north, which is a win for the environment and a win for the economy. Everything that we do at KEPRO is essentially a stepping stone towards making Kenya truly a circular economy.
My name is Henry Ochieng. I'm the CEO at KARA, that's the Kenya Alliance of Resident Association. The biggest challenge over the years has always been how we manage our waste. And the attitude and the culture that we all practice right now is not looking at waste as a resource, but rather look at waste as something that we want to throw away carelessly everywhere. Through KEPRO, we are going to have a very strategic and intensive awareness creation program where we educate the people on what EPR means in the first place, what the law provides for, and the role they have to play to make sure that this actually is taken up at different levels. The current requirement of shifting to circular economy approach to waste management provides a chain of different activities with different players doing their bit, from the generators to the collectors to the recyclers and everybody else. The future I'm seeing is that we are going to have less and less waste going to the landfills because everybody will try to make sure that they get most value from waste, and we are going to see more and more people trying to look at how can they make even a living from waste, and how can they be able to make sure that whatever waste that is being generated is actually benefiting them in one way or the other. Proper waste management is an individual responsibility. It must start with an individual. You must start from your house, from your kitchen, by separation of waste and understanding how you can then be able to take it to the next level. And then you go to your neighbor, your estate, then your neighborhood, and the entire community, so that we are all pulling together in the same direction in terms of waste management.
My name is Diana Ormoy, Deputy Head Teacher, Dr. Likimani Primary School. Dr. Likimani is situated in Kajiado County, Isenya Sub-County. Through the partnership with KEPRO, a lot has improved in our school and in our environment. The learners have known how to improvise, how to make dustbins, how to make skipping ropes, and through that, they have been able to inform or let their parents know that recycling is possible. Instead of throwing garbage outside, they can actually use it to make something. The learners have really improved on their behaviors because they've been involved in making things and they can actually see what they're doing. They have planted trees, they have made seed beds, they have had a garden of sukuma wiki. I would urge other schools to partner with KEPRO so that they can actually make the learners know the importance of recycling their waste and make items, and also how the environment can improve, because once we improve the environment, we are also going to improve our own health.
I'm Alvin Ochieng, the chairman and the founder of Lakisama Environmental and Waste Management Organization. LEMO is a consortium of several groups undertaking solid waste management at household level in Lakisama Ward, Babadogo location, Ruaraka Sub-County, Nairobi County. Kwa kina KEPRO imekuwa ni ya maana sana juu tumeweza kukua pia na uwezo wa kujua mingi kuhusu takataka na kujua umuhimu ya pia kujisajili kama wachukuzi wa takataka. Tumeweza kupata wafadhili wengi kuja on board na kuweza kutusupporti shughuli yetu yenye tunafanya. First and foremost, real education have kutoka kwa KEPRO ya segregation where waste inafaa ikuwe inatoka mara mbili, ya dry na wet waste. Tumeweza kuona umuhimu wake kwa sababu at least hii imepunguza uzito wa ile takataka, na pia tumeona takataka mingi ile inatupwa ni takataka inakuwa pesa badala ya kutupwa. Na pia katika hiyo harakati watu kwa zile manyumba tukiongelesha pia wameweza kuona umuhimu ya kutofautisha hizi takataka na kuziweka pamoja. Before ile members of community to accept, ilituchukua time sana juu ilikuwa kidogo vita, mnasumbuana hapa na wanakijiji, mara nyingi waizi kushikwa ovyo ovyo. Our future plan as an organization is to instrument integrated solid waste management at the source. And we are also looking forward to establish a buyback center whereby this waste, after being separated at the source, it can be now taken to the buyback center where youths can now turn the waste into cash. So I would advise the members of the community to take the issue of waste as a personal issue, and each and everyone should make sure that is ensuring his waste is properly managed.
My name is Claus Lane Christensen, and I'm the East Africa Manager for the Confederation of Danish Industry. The impact we are creating together with KEPRO is to a large degree due to the expert knowledge we bring in from Denmark and the journey we've been through with circular economy for the past 20 years. So we have the luxury of inviting experts, for example, from the Danish Plastics Federation down to come and share what they've been going through and how they've created a PRO in Denmark. So it's typically based on high quality peer-to-peer learning. With KEPRO, we see the first producer responsibility in Kenya, which is quite unique, also the first in Africa. And the long-term impact we're talking about is, one, to deal with waste in a sustainable fashion in Kenya, to put a value on waste so it also becomes a new industry for all stakeholders. KEPRO really is spearheading this process in East Africa, so that KEPRO also becomes a lighthouse of knowledge for similar initiatives for PROs in Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, etc. For us, it's crucial when we talk waste management that we also start where the problem is and where it can also lead to growth. Because when we put a value on waste, it becomes a commodity for the local community where they can engage with this economy, they can collect the waste, they can get properly paid by an aggregator or a collection center. With that, we can also lift up local communities and formalize workers in waste management. With the introduction of the Sustainable Waste Management Bill and this becoming law, it means there's no other way around it. It means that producers, manufacturers have to comply with it. And our advice to them would simply be to say, don't see it as a burden that's coming from up top. See it as an opportunity to also change your brand, engage with your consumers. It could be as simple thing as putting on the label what has been the journey of this product, who produced it, what was the community, and what is the benefit of recycling or upcycling the product after its first life cycle with the consumer.
Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste ama mahali organic ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya ambapo kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming na pia inaharibu the value of the waste which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
But amidst these challenges, KEPRO is working hand in hand with local communities to find solutions, turning waste into opportunity.
We came in and the idea was to try and support businesses to undertake product stewardship programs and other policy approaches as far as environmental stewardship is concerned. We are primarily an organization that seeks to try and find a balance between profit and planet, where we are ensuring that producers and manufacturers are taking care of the environmental consequences of their products.
Through our collaboration with grassroots organizations, we are addressing the challenge of waste in various counties by implementing local, community-driven strategies. During our sensitization forums, we've provided personal protective equipment and introduced participants to KEPRO's Waste Collectors Toolkit, an essential resource for managing waste efficiently.
Kwa KEPRO ikamthuru, KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moba tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection. Sisi tulikuwa tunachukua tu tako. Waste collection toolkit imetusaidia, tukipitia ndani unapata unakuwa a little bit educated kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu walikuwa wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidia. Ukipitia unajua ni nini unaenda. Hata ukienda pale unafundisha mtu unajua unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
What we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. That's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, a worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living.
KEPRO has successfully implemented initiatives in diverse counties, including the coastal region and Kisumu, ensuring that these communities across Kenya benefit from its comprehensive approaches.
We believe that our technology is a solution that advances circular economy, both from the component of connecting people, but also from the component of the data. The data once analyzed, we are looking at it as a way to revolutionize the recycling space, attract more investment, and build better the businesses and enterprises already in recycling. Since beginning, we've educated over 6,000 members of the community. We've trained over 300 waste workers who are agents, and we intend to just build their capacity so the community can understand that there is a lot of value in waste. As a resource, they have options of better managing their waste. They're able to segregate their waste at source, so that then it's really a clean resource for the waste workers who look at this as a source of income.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organizations like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Pepsi kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
While our efforts in the counties focus on immediate waste solutions, KEPRO is also investing in the future, starting with our schools.
So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated.
We are working to raise a generation that understands their role in safeguarding the environment. Through dynamic programs, we teach students the value of recycling, reducing waste, and taking charge of their environmental impact.
KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste.
KEPRO fosters a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility. These initiatives bring together various stakeholders to address waste management challenges effectively. Participants learn best practices and gain valuable insights into sustainable waste management strategies.
Recognizing that even as we talk about product stewardship, the ultimate determinant of how successful a product stewardship program would be successful is the aspect of design. So we saw it needful to be able to bring in a few of our members, equip them with the knowledge around what are the fundamental principles around design for recyclability, what is the business case for you to be able to transition, or rather the convincing reason from a circular business model point of view. I mean, what is the business case? Because the reality is businesses exist for profit, and that transition towards the circular economy must also be incentivized in this regard.
Our approach mainly targets behavior change, and the core of it has been educating the community members and building the capacity to understand that waste is a resource, it's a valuable resource, and also just capacitating waste workers involved in the recycling value chain to be able to benefit better from these resources.
One of the highlighting sessions, I think, of the lessons is where we had these cards that we could actually plan around and map out our business model. We were able to adjust around it and actually come up with a solution on where we offer composting as a service for B2B fresh produce organizations and upper class homesteads.
We are able to evaluate our model, opportunities in the market. We also been able to look at our wastage, especially now that we are using plastic as a means of packaging. We've been able to understand what KEPRO does, and we have been able to collaborate with them to manage our waste.
KEPRO is driving meaningful change by equipping communities with knowledge, tools, and resources. We are building a cleaner future where everyone plays their part in protecting the environment.
KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization in Kenya, and it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members, This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon that will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management.
To date, we've been able to convert around 20,000 metric tons, that is in terms of collection and conversion. And up to September 2024, we are currently managing compliance solutions for around 850 companies. Here you're talking about the manufacturers, packaging users, brand owners, as well as some of the largest retailers in the country.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema.
Saa hii vile mtuletea hii container imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hao wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu Initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambo. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart juu ya KEPRO.
Bottle Logistics is a glass waste management company that recovers glass waste for both recycling and reuse. Bottle Logistics was founded in the year 2019 and has been in operation for the last 5 years. Currently, we have employed 150 people, of which 67% are women and 76% are youth. We've partnered with community-based organizations as well as collection agents who are based in various parts of the countries, such as Machakos, Nairobi, Kitui, Mombasa, as well as Meru. We crush the glass waste into highly refined glass cullet, a raw material that is used by the glass manufacturing companies in the manufacture of new glass bottles and glass jars. Currently, we recover up to 600 tons of glass waste in a month for both recycling and reuse. However, our recycling capacity is approximately 900 tons a month. We therefore have a gap of 300 tons a month. In order to increase our collection of glass waste, we plan to recover this glass waste close to source, such as from bars, restaurants, hotels, as well as residential homes. Recycling of glass waste has positive environmental and social impacts. We divert glass waste from the environment, ensuring clean and sustainable cities. It also leads to reduced mining of virgin materials, reduced CO2 emissions, as well as creating green jobs. Currently, Bottle Logistics is only recycling hollow glass from the food and beverage glass bottles and glass jars.
We have two business units. We have a stock control team, and their role is to receive the bottles and also ensuring the quality of bottles that we are receiving is up to par. After that, it will be received into the storage yard and stored by respective brands. Once the bottles are received in the store, we'll issue them to the washing staff, who will do an overnight soaking. After the overnight soaking, they'll start the washing process. After that, they'll take it through the two-stage rinsing, ensuring the bottle is properly cleaned up. After the rinsing, they'll turn the bottles upside down and dry them in crates, leaving them overnight to allow air drying. The following day, we have the quality control personnel who will come in and now check each and every bottle. They usually check for bottle conformity in terms of if the bottle is cracked, if there's any defects on the bottle. Once the conformed bottles have been confirmed by the quality control personnel, It will then be transferred to the packaging area. In the packaging area, we have palletizing staff who are now responsible to transfer the bottles into the trays, which is our final packaging for bottles to our respective manufacturers. At Bottle Logistics, we recycle glass waste into high-end recyclable products and reusable products, ensuring that we divert all the glass waste that is going to the landfills, and also cutting off counterfeiters who have used the bottles for other activities. And finally, we support circular economy and also sustainable glass packaging.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees. KEPRO can further support us by ensuring proper segregation and recovery of glass waste at source, such as in the bars, in the restaurants, in the households, as well as creating awareness around glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. We'd also like to partner to identify new technologies that can enable us increase our production capacity as well as reduce contamination in our production process.
Shughuli zetu ni shughuli ya waste management. Tunaweza kuitolea kwa shule, tunafundisha watu wetu kuhusu waste management, tunapelekea mabini. Alafu na tunafanya garbage collection kwa mtaa yetu. So tunaangalia vile mtaa yetu tunaweza kuwa safi. Kuna holding space yetu ingine ndogo pale. Sasa tunakujanga tunaziweka hapo, tunaziseparate hapo, tunazipeleka kwa store yetu. Tukishazisegregate kama hizo milk sachet, hauwezi peleka tu zikiwa chafu hivyo. Unaona, kwa sababu bado unaweza zipeleka tena wapunguze lazima tuzioshe. Sasa hapo inakuwa wera, ni kazi ngumu, kwa sababu hiyo lazima kuwe na watu wengi. Zikiwa mingi, sasa hapo ndio tunakujaga tunatafuta zile kampuni tunawaka nazo. So kuna zile kampuni zinakujanga zinatuchukulia na tunaangalia ngeli iko na price iko juu.
As a youth-led initiative, we came together to create changing the society through empowerment and also through environmental conservation. We started creating awareness and promoting circular economy in schools and institutions. Waste collection from the institution starts from educating the young students and also the people who go to the church on how to effectively segregate their waste. In partnership with KEPRO, we are able to support other schools and institutions and also the churches like the Babadogo Sacred Heart School with bins and also we set up a collection cage for them.
Effective waste collection creates job opportunity to the youth, because the process of taking it from the collection point to the holding point, there is an effort that is needed. So it acts as an employment opportunity, because after selling the waste, there are some, let me call it wages for the work we've done. Biggest challenge starts from the picking point. Find that at the picking point, there are few who still don't know how to do. They still mix the wet and the dry waste, so it gives us hard time.
And also issues of transportation, because we really need to impact a huge population, but transportation is an issue because we'll not be able to move from different space to another.
Kutoka KEPRO ikamthuru, KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moba tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection. Sisi tulikuwa tunachukua tu tako. Waste collection toolkit imetusaidia, tukipitia ndani unapata unakuwa a little bit educated, kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu wako wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidi, ukipitia unajua ni nini unaenda hata ukienda pale unafundisha mtu unajua unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
Okay, what inspired our school first was when we teach these children during our science lessons, we tried telling them on waste management and how to segregate it. So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated. You know, these kids are the society. When we impart waste management skills in them when they are young, they will never depart from them. They will be always practicing these skills even when they grow old. To KEPRO, what I can say, we are very grateful as a school for giving us the bins, together with what we had, are really assisting us, and the big one outside the school, where we put the recyclable.
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambo. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart juu ya KEPRO.
The biggest challenge we face as waste managers in terms of sorting and recycling is the mixture of waste. You find at household level, waste is mixed. Food waste, plastic waste, cardboard, they're all mixed in one dustbin.
Most of these community members hawajaelewa the benefits haswa ya kusegregate. Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste, ama mahali organic, ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya. Ambapo kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming, na pia inaharibu the value of the waste which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
Another problem is the type of material. You'll find some types of plastics are really hard to recycle, and it's hard to even find a recycler who offtakes it for recycling. We are left stuck with some of these types of plastic, and this is the problem we face.
So the idea of Rafiki Pepsi ikaanza hapo. So we went further, coaching, mentorship, na master classes, tukaregister as a company Rafiki Pepsi ambao we mainly focus with waste segregation at source.
We go to the client,
We equip them with tools such as bin liners and sacks, gunias, simple tools to help them segregate. We also train them regularly, door to door, about how to segregate their waste, that is, plastic waste, recyclables, non-recyclables, and food waste, which is also organic waste. We then pick their waste and channel this waste to recyclers. The organic waste goes to a recycler, and the recyclables are stored right here in our yard before the recycler takes it. Only the non-recyclable waste is what ends up in the dump site.
We also hold them in schools. We educate kids on waste management and waste segregation and plastic pollution, not only through Rafiki PEPs, but in partnership with other organizations like KEPRO and Kenya Girl Guides Association. We have educational materials that we give our customers now and then to continue reminding them on the importance of waste segregation and the benefit it brings to our environment.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organization like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki PEPs kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
We started managing the waste through Health Club. Then later on, through Girl Guides, started collecting bottles. Thereafter is when this organization of yours came in, and it's not only the plastics, but the entire waste is being collected in one particular area, but there is sorting now. So I can say, since you came in, the school is clean, the waste is disposed at the right place, and it is put into use through your advice.
So as we were going to schools to educate, Maweni was one of the beneficiaries, and the girls were taught on how to dispose waste and also the
room. Please make your way inside in the next 5 minutes. You can finish up your breakfast, and we want to get the event started because we are running a bit late, but we'll make sure we catch up on time. So please make your way inside in the next 5 minutes. Grab something from the breakfast quickly. If you haven't done so already, get your caffeine, get your tea, and finish it up and move in quickly.
It's not only the plastics, but the entire waste is being collected in one particular area, but there is sorting now. So I can say, since you came in, the school is clean, the waste is disposed at the right place, and it is put into use through your advice.
So as we were going to schools to educate, Maweni was one of the beneficiaries, and the girls were taught on how to dispose waste and also the effects of plastic in the environment. And Rafiki PEPs with the KEPRO managed to bring a cage where girls could be disposing plastic and cardboards in the school. So that's where the inspiration began.
In fact, imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi. Hapa machupa ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela, makaratasi ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela, lakini saa hii vile mtuletea hii container, tumeweza kuwaonyesha wanafunzi wetu kwamba machupa inatakana iwekwe upande huu, makaratasi mengine inatakana iwekwe upande huu. So kuanzia wakati huo mtuletee hii imetufaa sana, na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hawa wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
I want to thank KEPRO for the opportunity they've given unto us, particularly to participate and work together with them during the coastal sensitization drives, the continuous training that they continue to give us as waste managers, and the PPEs they provided for us that are very essential in our waste collection processes, ensuring our safety and the safety of our employees also, and also the community.
They have really assisted us. Before the KEPRO came in, we had a problem of dumping sites. So at present, the waste is put in a particular area and the compound can remain clean.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema. Thank you very much, the KEPRO and Rafiki Peps. May you please keep it up.
You're also welcome to come in with your coffee and snacks, as long as you know how to balance everything, okay? And then just keep it under your chair so that other people don't step on your breakfast.
My name is Bilha, the patron of Environmental Club in Kianda School. I'm very passionate about the environment and matters to do with climate change and climate action. The Environmental Club started in 2022, towards the end. We thought about it and asked ourselves, how can we bring change to the environment? What can we do differently? And we decided to start with what was within our means and what we could do very well, and that was waste segregation. So we started addressing the issue, and in the process, KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste.
People who come in later.
Okay, we do this on assembly most of the time, and we do share photos and or images of how poor waste management is affecting the society. Then we task the students to take it upon them to be the agents of this message and to empower other students. We also demonstrate how to segregate waste, because again, when we just say recyclable and unrecyclable, not everyone is able to really tell what can be recycled and what cannot be recycled. Someone might look at a certain type of waste and consider it trash, but in real sense, it can actually be reused. In terms of systems and innovations, it is still work in progress. We can't really say that we have really transformed our systems, but there is a policy that we use in the school where we encourage students and staff to carry their own water bottle, so that we reduce on the amount of plastic water bottles that go into the bin. We've participated in 2 recycling challenges so far. So one was organized by KEPRO, where they gather waste in school, at home, or wherever they are, and then they recycle the waste as much as possible. They make some artifacts from it, and then just for decoration. So we use that as a platform to sensitize them. So before they throw away the waste, they think, but I can use this waste.
Put up our screen with the social media hashtags. And just let me know, people who are joining online, are they online? Are they able to see the screen and hear us? People online, if you can just give an online thumbs up. Momo, can you tell me if the online people are there? Great, fantastic. All right, good morning, good morning, good morning. Fantastic. We need a bit of high energy to wake you up, because the caffeine is sometimes not enough. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our 2nd annual Circular Packaging Conference. My name is Akshay Shah, I'm the past KEPRO board chair and your MC for today. I'll tell you a little bit more about myself later, but before we dive into today's agenda, we just want to take a moment to rise as we listen to the Kenya national anthem, followed by the East African Community anthem. So please be upstanding as the anthems begin.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
All right, thank you. So as we go into this, I want to make sure that all the people who are both in the room as well as those who are joining online are aware of the social media hashtags for today's event. If you can put them up so everyone can remember this. Why don't you all take a photo of this or take a screenshot of this, depending on whether you're in the room or outside. Because I'm going to ask you to keep posting stuff online. And whether you use LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever is your favorite channel, just make sure that your message follows with hashtag KEPRO Annual Conference 2024, or if you prefer a shorter version, it's hashtag KACPC 2024. Okay? And this is very important because it's all about creating a ripple effect. And we'll actually experience a ripple effect right here in the room as we move in to the agenda. So we do have a little bit of, let's call it something we have to juggle when it comes to the agenda, because our chief guest and keynote speaker have not yet arrived. But we'll keep moving along with our agenda. And if we have to get into the first panel, we will do that as well. And hopefully, by the time they come, then we will circle back to the beginning part and then skip what we've already covered. Are we all okay with that? Yeah? Because I think we all want to at least end on time if we haven't started on time. Great. So, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to all our distinguished guests, including our chief guest, Dr. Engineer Festus Ngeno, our board chair, Mr. Stephen Muli, who is the Area Sustainability Manager at Sub-Saharan Africa at BAT, as well as the KEPRO board chair, our keynote speaker, Dr. Juma Mukwana, who is also the Principal Secretary for the State Department of Industry, Ministry of Trade and Industry Kenya. Our sponsors, Danish Industries. Klaus, thank you very much. As you represent Danish Industries, ALN. Anybody here from ALN? No? Okay, we're going to see them later in the evening during the award ceremony. And Africa Rise from the EU. Anybody here from that organization? Thank you very much. Yeah, I can see 2 people here. Thank you for your sponsorship. And all our moderators, whoever is a moderator or a panelist in the room, can you just put your hand up? Yeah? Wow, okay, great. So at least we've got the moderators and panelists in the room. And then everyone else, all of you amazing people, amazing attendees, whether you are here with us or tuning in online, we thank you for attending our second annual Circular Packaging Conference. Now, circular packaging, I think you might have heard me saying this before, you might have heard it from other people. Circular packaging is a team sport, right? No individual company or person can make circular packaging or the circular economy become a reality by themselves. We all have to bounce off each other's efforts and energy and thought leadership. So let's see if we can create a ripple effect that spreads throughout Kenya and the world. And I want us to experience what a ripple effect actually feels like. So this is where, if you've got something that is occupying your hands, then free up your hands, because I'm going to ask you to clap. But you're going to clap in a very synchronized way. Right? So we'll start with the first row. Everybody sitting in the first row will clap. And the second row after that, like our environmental ombudsman is here. So your row, all of you guys, including you from Africa Rise, you have to wait for at least a second, and then you start clapping. And then the third row, you wait a second, and then you start. So every successive row starts clapping. The first row continues to clap, right? Because that way we start seeing the ripple effect getting louder and louder. Do we all understand? Yeah? Is it clear as mud? Okay, great. So, and also for the people who are online, while the clapping is going on in the room, you can also contribute to this ripple effect by telling the world that you are here today. All right, so go on to your social media channels and just say, I'm here at the Circular Packaging Conference. You can add anything else you want, like maybe you believe in the circular economy, and remember to use the social media handles that we had already shared earlier before. So let's start with the first row. The first row can start clapping and continue clapping. Second row joins. Third row joins. Third row joins. Fourth row joins. Fifth row. Fifth row joins. Sixth row. 7, 8, 9. Everybody clapping as hard as you can. All right. So think of this as a ripple effect, right? The people in the first row started to make some action. That inspired the people behind you to join the action. That inspired even more people to join the action. This is how a circular economy in Kenya can actually happen. Today, all of you who are sitting in the room and joining online are those initial ripples that need to reverberate throughout the entire economy. Great. So, we have some questions to jog your mind before we get started. And whoever's handling the AV, you can make sure the speaker and me are not competing. I can hear some static. So, Mentimeter questions. Momo? Right, I'm waiting for the Mentimeter questions. Again, this is the time for you to pull out your phones. And you can either, I think there would be a QR code on the screen. You can scan the QR code to join the Mentimeter thing. I think all of you might have used Mentimeter before, so you already know how it works. And if you are not able to scan the QR code, then just go to menti.com and then type in 41546986. I also realize I can't be too close to the speaker, so. All right, are we all, is anybody not yet on Mentimeter? All right, we'll give you a moment. You need what? All right. right, okay, thank you. Thank you for doing, alerting us. There are people waiting online who need to be allowed in. And Priyan, what were you saying? Oh yeah, okay, all right. So people also need to know the Wi-Fi password. Sorry?
Passion 2024, the Passion Show. So Passion, capital P, 2024.
What is the network called? Shamba Events is the name of the network. And the password is Passion with a capital P 2024. All right. Is anybody not yet on the Mentimeter? Is anybody not yet on the Mentimeter? All right, I don't see any hands going up. That means you're all on the Mentimeter. Let's get it started. So, what is the first question? You should see this popping up on your screen. And we want you to answer the first question. What is circular packaging? Please type in your answer in your phone. And also those who are online can also join us. We want to make sure that we hear you. We feel your presence. So tell us what you think is circular packaging. I can already see a few things here. Packaging that is recyclable, green recycling, waste equals resource. The snake that eats its tail. Love that one. The snake that eats its tail. Closed loop packaging model, recycling, reuse, redesign. Packaging that is eco-friendly. Packaging that can be reused multiple times. Ideally, no packaging. Wow. That is quite an ambitious definition of circular packaging. Whoever did that, you're really quite a creative person. All right. So I hope this is very good though. 27 responses, a lot of engagement. Love that. We're going to be asking the same question at the end of today's conference, and then we'll see if the responses have changed. Right, but already this looks pretty good. All right, let's go to the next question on Mentimeter. What are your key expectations from this conference? So you're here for, by the way, how many of you were here at last year's annual Circular Packaging Conference? I can see 3, 4, 5, 6 hands. Wow, okay. 7 hands, okay. Good. So the rest of you, I'm sure there's a lot of good things in store for you. Okay. So what are your key expectations? Networking. Get an introduction to the circular landscape, starting your business in Kenya, recycling. Learn, network, and eat. Yes, eating definitely is on the agenda. And there are some toilets here on the facility. I believe they're over here, gents and ladies. That's where the circular economy of eating happens. How to move to circularity in packaging. Yes, that's definitely one of the main reasons of the conference today. Share knowledge and better understand how my organization can support. Brilliant. Okay, so we aim to meet all of these expectations today. Momo, do we have any other questions before we get into the event? I think that was it, right? I think that was it. No. Yeah, I think that was it. Momo, can you confirm? Just let me see what is the next question so that I know whether we get that answered or we keep it for later. I believe it would be a question for the panelists. So, all right. Let's not worry about it. If it is there, then we'll come back to that in a second. So you've already heard me talking a bit but I haven't introduced myself. So my name is Akshay Shah. I'm the immediate past board chair of KEPRO, and really happy that Steve Mooley has taken over from my job as the board chair, and also quite happy that we've got a very, very strong board succession in place. There's a lot of new people on the board of anywhere in the circular packaging value chain, and you feel like you want to be part of this, this board, either as a board member or as a committee member of the board, just reach out to, let me see, I think Steve, if you can stand up, and James, if you can stand up. So reach out to either of these two gentlemen if you're interested to play a role on the KEPRO board. All right, thank you. So, I'm also the group executive director of Sil Africa. Sil Africa has been in the plastics packaging business for over 60 years. And I have grown up in that industry, going to the factory after primary and high school with my father. And the deal I had with him is, if I finish my homework on time, he lets me go into the factory and play. So I became very good at finishing my homework on time. And that my afternoons were basically spent walking around the factory, creating things in the carpenter's workshop, getting the welders to do some art for me. But it was really from there that my passion and my love and my understanding for the plastics packaging industry and the technology and the business had started. Later, I went to university, and then after that, I joined my dad in the family business, which was about 30 years ago. So I've been in this business of managing a plastics packaging business with factories in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Mozambique, in the past also in Nigeria, Uganda, and the UAE. So I can say that I have a lot of this plastics packaging DNA in me from the time that I was born. Besides KEPRO, I also sit on the steering committee of the Kenya Plastics Pact, the CAM Environment and Sustainability Committee. I'm the immediate past chair of the Global YPO Plastics Network, which is about 900 CEOs from all over the world who are in the plastics business. I've also been actively involved in the Kenya Plastics Action Plan, along with the chair of that initiative, Mushai Kunia, and Priyan Tanna, who is right here. Priyan, please stand up. So Priyan and Mushai were actually the people who led the team, the Kenya Plastics Action Plan, which was really, I would say, the first stone that was thrown into the lake that created the first ripple effect. Because from that report, the government actually said, we're going to stop the direction of banning the material, and we're going to start the journey of managing the material through a circular economy model, through introducing PROs and EPRs and mandating that in a legislative way. So standing here today as the conference MC, it is really an honor and privilege for me to represent this community and to be the MC for all the events today. So to kick off this exciting day, I'd like to, well, our chief guests are not here yet. So what I'd like to do is have the first panel get started. So James, we're going to start off with you. So the first panel is on accelerating circularity, green financing opportunities in Kenya. The moderator of this session is James Odongo. James, please take that chair over there. And then I'm going to call up the panelists who are going to join. And Fauzan Chaudhry, Head of Manufacturing and Real Estate at NCBA Group. Can we all give them a big round of applause? Over to you, James. Okay, no problem. Are we sharing mics?
Okay, thank you, Akshay. Maybe the people in the room would also want to applaud the MC. I think he's doing a good job so far. So now, good morning once again. I think for purposes of us progressing, this would be essentially the most interesting session. So this is a challenge to the panelists. Let us ensure that the people who are going to be coming in late miss out a lot, and they'll regret the next time they're coming in late. Is that okay? Is that okay? Yes. Okay, okay. So as Akshay has put it, our conversation is going to be focusing on the opportunities around green financing in Kenya. And I think we'd want to potentially put the lady of the panelists, or rather of the session on the limelight. Lois, you are the managing director for Protos Capital. Maybe you can first tell us what Protos Capital is doing, and then just give us a very high level of definition of what green financing is, and trying to differentiate it from what we know as other climate financing tools are. So over to you.
Thank you, James, and a very good morning to all of us here. My name again is Lois Wangoi. At Protos Capital, we are a sustainability consulting firm here in Kenya. We have worked with businesses here and across Africa, particularly from the policy element, but also from the implementation of integration and reporting. We are also an ESG impact firm, where we actually measure and collect data around impact and tell those stories to stakeholders in line with international best practices. So that's basically what we do. When we come to green finance, this is an area of interest, particularly for us at Protos Capital, because we know that indeed I would say it's rather impossible to be sustainable without money. So ideally, when we say you're doing good for the planet and doing good for the society, you need some funding to actually be able to do that. And especially when we are speaking circularity and the ability to change into renewable packaging or packaging that is eco-friendly or that has minimal harm to the environment, then the element of money is critical. So green finance is actually finance that is geared towards enabling environmentally positive outcomes. So any funding that is either targeted to eco-friendly packaging in this case, or any environmental positive outcome can take the form of a bond, can take the form of equity, can take the form of mezzanine capital, whatever it is, but that is what green finance, ideally, in simple terms, should be.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe just sort of building on what you've said, I'd want to invite Fauzan from NCBA Group. From what Lois has said, the idea is that we are trying to leverage financing to try and shift businesses towards more circular or sustainable business models. We are in a relatively very competitive financial landscape. How is NCBA Group positioning your green financing products to, of course, not only support businesses, but also try and guide them towards more circular business models? Karibu.
Okay, yeah, thanks very much, James, and thanks, Lois, for the introduction. For NCBA, it's a significant pillar for us as a bank, and 2 years ago we launched our Change the Story campaign, which is pegged on sustainability. Our key aspect of that story is that change begins with the number one. As an individual, the change that we make is significant. When you aggregate it, it becomes monumental. That's where our story started from. We know that there's a lot of challenges in terms of the circular economy, how to get into it. It's rapidly evolving. banks are generally intrinsically wired to see risk first. But what we've done is we've looked at it differently. What we've said to ourselves is that the risk is in the future, but we need to tackle it now. We've looked at various ways that we can do that. Most of it has come through partnerships. For us, it's quite critical because we see a wide chain of customers across our network. So to create those linkages. The other thing is that we've gone in to have partnerships with respect to we signed a $50 million deal with Propaco. That was predominantly all the cash is going to go towards green financing, towards women in finance, and SMEs. That's quite critical for us. Also to bring down the cost of finance in terms of the way that it impacts corporates and SMEs. Because what we need to do is we've got to make it attractive at the moment because there's a lot of red tape, there's a lot of governance that needs to be done, but it's because it's new. So for us, it's very, very critical to bring down that cost. And also what we are trying to do as a bank is engage with policyholders and also the government in terms of how do we make it more affordable and very, very critical to our environment. I think what the MC Akshay said, through our Change the Story, it's our ripple effect moment.
Okay, thank you very much, Fauzan. And sort of just to challenge you, are there any success stories with respect to your experiences where we are seeing businesses shifting towards more sustainable business models to try and take advantage of their product offerings from NCBA?
Yeah, so I mean, there's two I can think of. There's one particular conservation trust. What they did was, in terms of they put an economic value to carbon and trees. And what they did was they then went and educated and created capacity within the environment and the region that they were in. Basically, what they went to teach people was that when you look at a tree, you can chop that tree and you can have the firewood today. Or you can let that tree grow, it'll create carbon credits for you, you can trade those carbon credits, and then you can go and buy a bioavailable fuel or a more eco-friendly fuel. The other aspect, what that does, it has a multitude of effects. It reduces the amount of pollution that goes into the air. It keeps the trees on the ground. It educates the community around. So when we talk about ripple effect, the ripple effect is significant. They've then now managed to bring in electric vehicles because they've got game reserves and conservation trusts, which is now changing the narrative in terms of how our game reserves and tourism is going to work moving forward, taking out the noise pollution, taking out all of that. The other thing that happened was that predominantly in that area, there's a lot of Maasai and Kambas. When the Maasai's cows were getting attacked, their normal defense mechanism is to go and kill the lions. What this institution has done is, by creating an economic value, is saying that if you're in a worst case scenario and your cow gets eaten, we will compensate you with cash. So what they've done is they've started creating value. They've taken conservation to the next level. They've taken an economic value of a tree and delayed gratitude and delayed gratification. Don't chop the tree now. Don't use the firewood. Reduce the pollution. As a bank, we value that, and we've come in and provided them with financing and leasing solutions.
Okay. Thank you very much, Fauzan. I see the MCs giving me Yes. Thank you. So I'll ask to request that you keep it as brief as possible. I now want to invite Dr. Jackson. And of course, this is not the first time we are talking about issues on green financing, where while Fauzan would want to for good reasons, paint the picture that maybe unlocking green financing is as easy as ABC. You, as a representative of the private sector from a KEPSA point of view, what are some of the challenges SMEs are going through when trying to unlock these opportunities as far as green financing is concerned?
Thank you so much for that question, and thank you for bringing this panel, which has actually is a representation of what green financing and sustainable finance is all about, because you have the banking sector here, we have the private sector where we are, we have also the experts who are basically within the ESG, and all this is very important. Also, we have witnesses who have benefited from the green financing, like Ascon Holdings, who are here. So maybe to begin off on the same, my name is Dr. Jackson Koimbori. I represent KEPSA. KEPSA is the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we represent a lot of SMEs, micro SMEs, parastatals, within a portfolio of over 2 million across, and over 45 million businesses through the International Chamber of Commerce. The reason being that with this magnitude of members and many BMOs, KEPRO being one of them, CAM being the other one, the reason is that we have a high demand for people calling for financing. And why green financing? And maybe before you go into that, people have been talking about sustainable financing and green financing. Sustainable financing is the mother of all, and then green financing is a subset of sustainable financing. So when you talk about sustainable financing, the difference between sustainable financing and green financing is just about the scope and the main focus. Sustainable financing has an aspect of ESG, environmental, social, and governance. But green financing focuses on projects that are meant to benefit the environment and cut, obviously, issues to do with climate change and carbon emissions. So when it comes to the private sector, is that we have been facing challenges, especially the SMEs. When you talk about the banking sector, who are key in giving these finances, most of the green projects, because they fall within the green financing model, banking sector usually look into so many avenues. One, they look into the risks that are within this scope. Before they give you any loan or any financial help, they must evaluate the risk. And for them to evaluate the risk, they need data. And what is lacking at the market right now is people, most of the members that we have within the private sector, they don't have that MRV, that data that will help the banking sector to do due diligence and evaluate what are the financial risks of us actually going into this business. Because even when you are going to take a loan from them, they must ascertain you are creditworthy, you're able to repay this money, and for how long will you come and repay it? In fact, they ask for a bank statement. So when it comes to these green projects, just to be true on what we have been facing from financial institutions is that, one, when it comes to green projects, they are long-term. The benefit is gained after a long term. It's like carbon markets. You don't start earning from carbon markets or a green project within 1 month. It takes a while. It can even take 10 years, 15 years, and the rest. The banking sector, they rely on projects mostly which are short-term and mid-term. They want a return 1 year, 5 years to come. Sure. So what you are calling for them is to reevaluate their plans moving forward, and help the SMEs in terms of investing in projects which are more short-term and mid-term that can give them a return. And secondly, we are calling for the ESG reporting, so that we are calling for SMEs, that's what the private sector is doing, by educating our members on ESG reporting, because with the ESG reports, then the banking sector can use that report to evaluate their risks and actually give out the money. But I'll go into the issues later on, but due to time, let me just mention that for now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jackson. And the challenges notwithstanding, we've seen local entities also leveraging the opportunities presented within the green financing sector. And we have with us in the room head of ESG at Econ Holdings. We've seen you being able to unlock a bit of the green financing opportunities to be able to power your project. While yours is a bit of a unique case in the context of packaging, you're from the built environment sector, but how are you seeing this model that you've been able to leverage being applied in other sectors to try and accelerate the adoption of circular practices? So of course, both within your industry and within the packaging sector.
Thank you, James, for the question. Once again, my name's John Kabuya, head of ESG and Egon Holdings Limited. So just a little about Egon Holdings Limited, because it can also be able to shed more light on exactly what kind of a green finance that we normally look at and what other sectors can also be able to look at. So Egon Holdings is a vertically integrated organization which develops, operates, and also does asset management for purpose-built student accommodation. At the moment, we are currently having 8,500 beds in operation and as much as 12,500 beds in development, which will lead to a total of about 20-something beds. And all these beds and all these developments are financed using what you might call green finance. And this green finance, basically, it's a blend of both debt and equity. So part of it is debt, and there's also part of it which is equity. But also we do asset management, so which means we also crowd in other forms of capital, but all this has to be green financed. And the reason for that was because as an organization, there was a purpose that all the developments that we will build have to be green. And by that, we came up with a sustainable business strategy. So that informed and was also able to help us to sort of like target institutions and communicate to them that we are only going to build green certified properties. And by that, we were able to raise both debt and also raise capital. So when you look at Econ's structure, basically you develop, operate, and asset manage. But then to be able to access finance or green finance, you have to look at your business model, for instance, and see whom exactly are you trying to target. For example, let's say you are in the packaging industry, and probably what you're trying to claim is that my business can be able to reduce this much materials or get these tons of materials into a circular loop. So when you do so, there's basically an impact that you are able to communicate. And so the next thing is to try and identify which kind of finance is actually looking for that particular impact. So once you get to understand that finance, you now try to demonstrate how you can be able to show that you are able to scale. You show, of course, that you have the right structures in place, environmental, social, and of course, and most importantly, governance, because basically governance at times can help to lead environmental and social issues. So that way you are able to attract financing. For instance, you can go to a DFI, and maybe the DFI, their interest is reducing emissions. You can go to another DFI, or you can also go to another debt allocator, and maybe the debt allocator as a company, they have plans maybe to divert as much tons of waste from the landfill. So if you are able to demonstrate that you can be able to contribute to that impact, I think that opens up the doors for you. And now the next key thing will be the pricing of that particular finance. So if the pricing is right for your business, then that will make sense because you will be able to go for that capital. For instance, it might not make sense for you, for instance, if you go for green finance maybe at 15% and maybe your profits are, say, 20%. So you just are left with 5%. And maybe when you look at other operating expenses and everything else that you need to be able to run your business, you find that it becomes a bit steep for you to do so. And I think that's what most businesses need to do. You need to look at that. And the green finance that you attract will depend also with the business that you are having. And of course, that also pushes back to the capital providers or debt providers, and to see whether their pricing is actually able to sort of like move the needle in terms of allowing those who want to get into this space and get hold of that capital to be able to get it into their business. So any finance that, at least if I were to summarize, that's able to steer and drive environmental positivity, I think that is finance that can be green, can be called green or sustainable, because it's green or sustainable is actually very elastic. It can mean so many things, and that's where even circularity falls. So if you fall into that particular bracket, and of course it's incentivized or concessional capital, that I think can be able to be called green finance, because you get impact, but at the same time you also get other benefits. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. Lois, John has mentioned something very critical, is that for businesses, one of the primary focus is on profitability. But then with your focus on carbon footprint reduction, how do you see innovation coming in to support businesses to, of course, be environmentally conscious while still remaining profitable? Do you see an opportunity for innovation, being that it is one of our key thematic areas of discussion today?
Thank you, James. Profitability. Our slogan at Protos Capital is that we should profit responsibly. Again, saying that we need money, we need profit in order to drive sustainability. So indeed, I believe and I always advocate that a move towards sustainable practices is not at the exclusion of profitability. As a matter of fact, it is a complement to actually being more sustainable for longer. Therefore, they should not be deemed as mutually exclusive. That said, it means that we must innovate, especially at a time like this when the limelight is on sustainable practices. Because continuing with business as usual and doing nothing will actually erode the value of the businesses we operate, large or small. Meaning that we must be able to preserve value, but also create value through innovation going forward. So the two are not separate. They are actually intricately connected, and one is not at the exclusion of the other. We must profit responsibly.
Okay, and of course your company has regional experience in this regard. Would you in any way have top of your mind some of success stories that you would be willing to share?
Of course, and a lot actually fall in the SME sector. Particularly, we have worked with, I think now over 25 community-based organizations as well as SMEs who have been able to unlock financing. We did that project through TUI Fund and the US Africa Initiative, as well as the Invest in Africa project, where we have worked with those groups, particularly in manufacturing sector, who have embraced circularity in the form of either recycling and reuse of either the products they are using. So yes, there are success stories, but it's a journey. And it's a journey because of the informality of the SMEs vis-a-vis the formality of the financiers. Remember, we are at a point where most SMEs have no bookkeeping, for example. They are struggling even with telling their story, like Dr. is talking about here. There is no documentation of data of the kind of impact they have created. So a lot of technical assistance has been required to actually put that together. Once that is put together, we created pitch decks for them, where actually now it was like a connection between the financier through Invest in Africa and through TUI Fund and the US and the Africa Initiative to actually connect whoever is willing to fund. The other challenge we faced is the small ticket size of the finance most SMEs need. Well, you find the financier is willing to give this much, but the SME can only take this little. And so the divergence there comes in, and what we did under Invest in Africa was basically to aggregate the SMEs' needs together, their financial needs together. So when the money came in through Invest in Africa, then it was allocated pro rata to these SMEs. So really, they are success stories. It is a journey, especially readying the SMEs to attract the green finance.
Okay, thank you. Maybe back to you, Fauzan, even as we try and keep it brief. From the panelists, you can hear that one of the main challenges is that acquisition of green financing usually involves quite almost tedious processes of verification, monitoring, for you or for a business to be considered for green financing. So maybe what is NCBA doing to try and address these challenges, which ordinarily would dissuade businesses, whether it's in the SME or the large businesses categories, to try and unlock the green financing opportunities?
Okay, yeah, that's a good question. And I think there's a lot of good things that have come out in terms from the other panelists. The key things for the bank is obviously data. Data is quite critical. Governance is extremely important for institutions, even from an individual level all the way going up to SMEs and corporates. Those are some of the things that we look at. For us, fundamentally, we have quite strong ESG policies in place as well when we review facilities. We also have a duty of care to ensure that anyone that we are lending to will be able to repay us and continue sustainably in terms of their business practices. So we have quite robust ways that we try to assist. And I completely appreciate the frustrations when it comes to SMEs and smaller stakeholders that don't necessarily have the capacity and the capability to provide the banks with financing. With the information and data. But what we try to do is, from a relationship perspective, we try to handhold a lot of institutions that are at that infancy stage. We've also created partnerships, with respect to CAM. We also work closely with NEMA. We also work with a lot of institutions to try to come up with certain frameworks and platforms to help these SMEs with. What we also did, we recently also took a couple of our SMEs to China, and before that we took them to Turkey. The reason for that was for them to look at best practices and what's happening overseas, so that they can bring some of that technology back. We also know that we need to innovate as banks, because innovation is key to bring down the cost of financing. What we've rolled out as a bank is leasing. What we found is that there's a challenge in terms of adoption of leasing because people don't necessarily understand it. But leasing is also a very critical tool in terms of sustainability and longevity of assets. So there's a lot of things that we are doing as banks, but we also strongly believe that there needs to be a big drive and push in terms of policy and also government assistance in terms of looking at clear legislation, looking at tax incentives and various other initiatives that they can do in order to help that green economy and that circular economy, which is quite fundamental for longevity.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, maybe back to you, Dr. Jackson, even as we move towards wrapping up, is that we've been doing a bit of studies and trying to assess some of the opportunities that we can try and scale up as far as unlocking green financing in Kenya is concerned. Of course, KEPRO does a lot as far as private sector initiatives are concerned, but one key tool that we see is PPP models. So really, what is KEPRO doing to try and leverage the PPP's opportunities that are presented in Kenya to unlock investments in sustainable packaging solutions?
Thank you so much for that. And as I delve into that, I'll look into some of few examples as I delve into the PPP and what examples we have in real time. Before I do that, I would like everybody to read a few reports. The first one is the Kenya Green Growth Index. Kenya Green Growth Index 2023 report. It was released in 2024, but it is the most recent. Kenya Green Growth Index 2023 report, produced by GGI, you'll find it there, and also KEPRO was part of that development. Also, another one is Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy 2024. Kenya Green Finance Taxonomy 2024, produced by CBK, and also private sector, KEPRO was part of that. And then last but not least, look into the Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework 2023. Green Fiscal Incentives Policy Framework 2023. When you look into those three documents, the reason I'll say that is, one, you'll be able to understand what is this green financing. And when you look at green financing, as I said, from the banking sector represents the traditional financial system. We are trying to look at the green finance instrument, and I say the mismatch that was there between green financing mechanisms and the traditional financial systems is the maturity mismatch in terms of the green projects are long-term. Traditional financial sectors, they're looking into short-term, mid-term, small and mid-term. When you look into these ones, also people should consider avenues such as insurance funds, and insurance funds are usually long-term. So these ones can be an avenue for financing green projects because their return is usually looked at long-term. From the private sector, in terms of what we have been doing from the PPP perspective, we have seen it working. And some of the companies that we have within the portfolio have benefited from this. A few examples that fall within the sustainable financing. I usually like to use the two because I've said green financing is a subset, is a baby of the sustainable financing. In sustainable financing, we have a few that the private sector has benefited from, that is sustainable linked loans, social impact bonds, environmental social governments investing loans. The first one I want to speak about is sustainability linked loans. East African Breweries, EABL, which is part of the private sector, they benefited from sustainability linked loans, which was as a result of them recycling their water. When they recycled their water to use in making the beverage, the alcohol, and others, and cleaning their bottle, they earned from that. There is no water wastage. The other one, an example of green financing, is green bonds. So in green bonds, a good example, as I said earlier, is KenGen and also Ascon Holdings, who are also our members. They earned from green bonds. And that is also an avenue for green financing. The other one also is climate. Somebody talked about carbon credits. We have two private sector members who, that is in terms of ban manufacturing and cocoa. Ban manufacturing have been able to earn from carbon credits, and these carbon credits have been used to make those products more substandard for the consumer at the end. And last but not least, we have impact loans, which is an example of sustainable financing. In impact loans, we have an example of M-Copper. M-Copper is a lighting company that provides light for people who are not connected to the grid, and they were able to earn these loans because their products were impactful to the society. So just to wrap up in 10 seconds is, PPP has been working, and those are examples I've been able to give you, in that public-private partnership. And nowadays we put another P of people, public-private partnership. Yes. And you have seen it working. And that's one way of what we call, symbiosis, kind of financial symbiosis, where we inject money from the private sector, and this is something that has been working. So in that regard, what I can say is that, I just want to mention that term clearly, in terms of that financing scope. I can't get the name, but it has worked well for us in terms of ensuring that our members are able to gain from the private sector, because we have realized that there's a lot of money, untapped money in the private sector, as opposed to other financial institutions and even the Green Climate Fund. What SMEs are looking for is money that has a low interest rate, and that is part of the incentives. And maybe in terms of policies, we are calling even on the government, I hope they are here, and I know they are listening, is that let them incentivize this sector. Let them make these loans less, the repayment period lower, so that the banking system can provide those loans to us at a lower interest rate. But if they provide to them, CBK provides to them at a rate equal to the regular loans, then it makes the SMEs to share away. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Now, even as we wind up, briefly, maximum of 30 seconds for each of our panelists. To you, Fauzan, your last thoughts, even as you answer the question around, how do you envision banks playing a role as far as large-scale adoption of circular business models are concerned, as you give us your final thoughts?
Yeah, look, to answer the question immediately, I mean, the banks are generally the oil within the economy and what keeps everything flowing. So banks, ideally, also we need to innovate. I believe we need to set aside a certain amount of funds specifically geared towards sustainable practices and sustainable companies. I think we need to help SMEs quite significantly, because SMEs are the heart and blood of most economies. I just had some statistics over here in terms of some countries that have done really well in terms of the circular economy. You know, like the Chinese economy has done fairly well. the Japanese economy as well, and certain European institutions also, or economies have done really well. There was a statistic somewhere that said that the circular economy can help various economies increase their GDP growth by 7%, which is quite significant when you look at the less packaging, recycling, reducing the packaging, reusing, and then recycling. I think it's quite critical. I think the important thing is that we move from the linear economy to the circular economy. There's a lot of value to be gained from that. There's also something that David Attenborough said, that right now there's 8 million tons of plastic that's ending up in the ocean every year. The actions of any just one of us may seem trivial and to have no effect, but the knowledge that thousands and hundreds of thousands of people are doing the same thing really does have impact. As NCBA, we said, our key motto from 2022 has been change the story. We're extremely critical and fundamentally passionate about that change the story narrative.
Okay.
That's what we want to do, and we want to start with SMEs because fundamentally I know that's where the change will start from, and as our MC said, the ripple effect begins from there.
Okay, thank you. So I hope, Farzan, you have the application forms for the financing. You'll be sharing with our members after this session. Thank you.
We have application forms, we are online.
Okay.
We are everywhere.
Thank you very much. John, in under 30 seconds, what are the 2 lessons you would want to share with our members and participants from the experiences of Econ Holdings, even as you share your final remarks?
Okay, let me flip this narrative slightly on its head, and I would like to say that the best money comes from the money that you make yourself.
Yes.
And I've seen that firsthand, especially for some of our suppliers, the supply chain. I'll give a specific example. The company that handles the waste from all our properties. This is a company that actually diverts as much as 78% of all the waste, which is about 438 tons a year. But this particular company right now owns 2 trucks. But to be able to own those 2 trucks, the first thing that we did was to support them through technical assistance. We as Econ, as an organization, they came in, they were extremely disorganized, so we organized them. After we organized them, we gave them business, and they were able to deliver. But being able to deliver, they were able to demonstrate that there is a business model in this, and through that business model, they were able to now attract funding. So basically, I think one of the best things that we can be able to do are 2 things. To provide that technical assistance. So if you know that you are able to provide these businesses technical assistance, please do so. And then secondly, and the most important, and that's where I said it's good to make your own money, is that let's have sustainable procurement policies. At least every company have a sustainable procurement company by volume or by amount of money, because once you do so, you will be creating a market for these materials that are made from these, for example, recyclable material or recyclable packaging.
Okay.
And by doing so, you are creating that ripple in terms of effect. The building industry, for example, where I sit, we are one of the biggest consumers of materials. So if we just say that we will be consuming maybe say 50% of all our materials from recycled content, you'll see that we will be supporting a lot of our businesses come up, and they will also be very attractive to the banks, and the banks can also see that the risk is slightly lower, and they can also be able to risk adjust their interest accordingly. So that's my take from here.
Okay, thank you very much. Lois, in under 10 seconds, speak to scalability in green financing and your final thoughts.
Thank you. I was quickly looking through where is the money going, this green finance, which sectors are they going to? And you can see they're all going either to renewable energy, so solar, things to do with manufacturer. I think money will still go to those.
As one way of solving this challenge is creation of awareness, and through this annual conference on circular packaging, you're actually creating awareness on green financing. Maybe one thing I would like to raise on this aspect of green financing is that what we need to do is to have more blended financing. We need to have an aspect whereby the private sector and even the public sector can work together and seamlessly have all this money flowing to each other. when it comes to circular packaging, yes, you can earn carbon credits from it, because people now have been thinking carbon credits is only for trees and other things. Circular economy can earn carbon credits from it, because once you put a packaging material that remains in the loop for a long time, you end up creating an aspect of avoidance, whereby industries are no longer using more energy, because it requires more energy to work on a virgin product. I mean, working on a raw material to produce a package. But if that package is recycled, then you have saved energy that obviously leads to carbon emissions and the rest that could have been used again. So circular packaging actually leads to energy consumption. Energy, obviously, you're able to save more energy, which obviously has a ripple effect to carbon emissions. So last but not least, the final statement is, what we need to bring out from this statement is one man's trash is another man's treasure. So what we are doing here is look at it at a bigger picture. Let's not think about the multi-corporationals and the SMEs up there. Let's look across the value chain and also how it affects the waste pickers or the waste managers who actually depend on these packaging, and how will it also impact them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists. I think we now want to wrap up. We will not be taking Q&A for now because we are trying to catch up with time. Thank you very much to our panelists. Asante.
All right, thank you. I didn't see any questions on the Mentimeter, which is fine because we are also we need to speed things up. So for this panel, we're going to ask Priyan Tanna, the first chair of the board of KEPRO, to come up and present the gifts. The gifts are for the panelists are somewhere. Jackie, here. All right. So Jackie, if you can please go up to the stage with Priyan, and then the photographer. We'll do one at a time. So Priyan, maybe you can start on this side, up on the stage.
Okay.
And
actually,
please.
I don't know whether we take one question.
All right, we'll do that, but we'll do that in a second, right?
Okay.
Let's get this part done.
Okay, thank you.
So Priyan, you'll be handling this part, one gift at a time, photographs, and then take a whole group photograph at the same time. So while all of that is going on, let me share some of the key takeaways that I got. And also remember the hashtags on social media, hashtag KEPRO Annual Conference 2024, hashtag KACPC 2024. So I really liked this idea of profit responsibly. It's the first time I've heard of those two words being put together, and it's a really good way of thinking about the economy side of profit and making it responsible. Something else that I heard was that if the fund does not close the loop by investing in all the various companies in the value chain, then the material loop may not close. And lastly, the need to shift financial capital from the linear economy to the circular economy. So those were some good takeaways. Do we have a question? Yes, there was a question from the audience here. Who had a question from the audience? Yes, please. I'll just give you a mic. I'll give you a mic from here. And can somebody from the KEPRO team help me? Because, yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Okay, so thank you very much to all the panelists. So I have a question. So I've heard a lot about funds being available, so green funds or sustainable funds or different financial instruments. But in order for MSMEs and even large companies, I work with multinationals before joining Africa Rise, they have to tell the story. So the bank wouldn't kind of give them funds or being able to access instruments, these financial instruments, unless they tell the story. In order to tell the story, what I've heard from the panelists and everyone kind of knows is not just the business case, it's also the environmental case and the social case. So I want to know how well the applicants which kind of try to get this kind of fundings or access financial instruments are doing in this respect, and if there are any services available for these businesses which would like to apply for these funds to tell the story. Thank you.
Yes, let me add on that as my colleagues come in. We have a story to tell, and KEPSA is part of a platform known as P4G, Partnership for Green Growth. And within that portfolio, we have been able to catalyze a few SMEs through green financing or green modeling kind of financing, where they were able to be given some upstart. But what we do is we call it like a catalytic fund. So we work with SMEs who are actually in service, not those who are near, who are actually coming in, those who have been in existence for 2 to 5 years. And a good example is EB mobility or EB bikes. Through the P4G platform, they were given money to upscale that model. But the key issue we are facing as a challenge one, as I hand over, is in Kenya specifically, is the policies, some of the policies, we find that sometimes the government starts with the regulations as opposed to the procedure, because we need a policy, a bill, an act, and then a regulation to follow. So all these instruments, some of them, they are there, some of them they are missing. Secondly is the infrastructure. Like those guys in EB, they were complaining the infrastructure is not there. So the cost for servicing this transport sector is so high because the roads are not conducive. We don't have non-motorized pathways to cater for this kind of. So what we're saying is that the infrastructure needs to be there, but the SMEs in Kenya and in Africa, they are ready for this kind of financing model because it's a low-hanging fruit. Thank you.
Let me quickly add to that, and because telling the story is part of the work we do, and we work with MSMEs and big corporate to help them package their story. Telling your story is one thing. At the end of the day, it's a culmination of work you have already done. Otherwise, you'll be accused of a malpractice of greenwashing. So really, telling the story is the last work we do with MSMEs or big corporates after we have seen evidence of the work they have done. Telling this story does not have to be, complex. It can be as simple, especially for SMEs, the report can be as simple as the purpose for which we exist. These are the kind of impacts we have on society. If you think circularity, this is the kind of packaging we have used as a result. This is our carbon footprint reduction as a result of that. Together with companies and platforms like Peer Carbon, for example, it's a platform that actually helps with the loan structuring all the way to actually accelerating access to loan, and that can include patient capital. The storytelling part is critical because the financier is interested not only on your fundamentals, which include your financial statements, but what is the impact to the E and the S, like you rightly put. Thank you.
I think for me, to tell the story properly, I'll say that technical assistance is very necessary. And I can speak from experience because of our very own organization, ACON. Initially, we had to go for a technical assistance in order to put our story right and together because there was a lot of information, there was a lot of data, but how do we collect all that information? And when we are telling the story, we have to tell that story in a way that relates to the audience who are listening to that. And what does the audience look at? The audience has specific indicators and metrics. And so for you to be able to pick those indicators and matrices and present them properly, you really need a lot of our technical support. Some of this technical support, of course, the professional ability is not within these, for example, your small scale manufacturer. They are expert in innovating and coming up with good products, but then they're not experts in telling that story. But then there is a professional out there somewhere else who is actually good at doing that. So if there is that facility that can be able to pull these professionals somewhere, bring them closer to this person who's actually doing something, and together they tell that story, I think that looks like the more practical way to go, because moving forward from that, I think even the recipient of, or the storyteller can now be able to get that knowledge to be able now to tell that story for themselves. They'll also be able to get that expertise, and they can be able to move on from that. And that also becomes the impact of that technical assistance in the first place. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think the comment that you make about the storytelling is very, very critical. I think our pillar Change the Story fundamentally looked at that and addressed that. Previously, what we used to do, we used to have awards for asset finance, because previously we were known as the home of asset finance, so we'd get a group of people and we'd give them awards. We are currently working on celebrating and recognizing specific MSMEs and SMEs who are making an impact and who are making, and in some cases we are also helping them tell the story. Sometimes what you'll find is that these guys are so passionate about what they do, but they're not very good at kind of talking themselves up or speaking themselves up. So what we try to do is also connect them, because sometimes those intimate relationships are what are a good start, and then they catalyze into bigger things. So for us, under our Change the Story narrative, those are some of the things that we're really pushing. Some of the other things that we did, for example, our recent trip to China was really to help them as well. See what's happening overseas, what's happening in other markets, because sometimes you become so insular in seeing this is the way to do things that you forget that there's a whole bigger world and different ways and better ways of doing things out there. So yeah, so our narrative really is to change the story, and that's what we are doing by providing capital, by providing assistance, and capacity and capability building.
Okay, we good, James? Yeah, great. All right, so a round of applause for the panel. If there are additional questions, we will handle it during the course of the day. So I'm sorry to cut you off. That is not my it's not my intention. But I, as the MC, I have to make sure that we at least try to end on time or near to end of time. So apologies for that. As the panel is stepping off the stage. And James, don't forget your gift back there. Oh, take a group photo as well. Yeah, please take a group photo. I thought that had already been done earlier. So while they're finishing off on the photos, let's try to make the Q&A part a little bit more efficient. So what I've done is asked the comfort timer to be reduced so that we create more room for questions. And the Mentimeter will start after the moderator begins the session. So go to the Mentimeter and post your questions on the Mentimeter so that your questions are not missed out. And then for those people who had some questions, I believe this gentleman here and our environmental ombudsman had a couple of questions. We will try to capture your questions during the course of the day, all right? And if you want, you can also put it onto the Mentimeter. And then if there is time, then we'll bring whoever you want back with a mic to answer your question. So we'll make sure we try to cover it. So the next panel, may I invite Richard Kainika, the Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. Richard is also one of the founding board members of KEPRO. Please give Richard a big hand. And to join Richard on the stage are the panelists, Dr. Jackson. Sorry, no, that was the previous one. Our panelists to join Richard here are Adri Spangenberg. Did I pronounce that okay? No? no, it's not you, okay, is Adri Spangenberg, Key Account Manager at EPR Waste Association of South Africa. I believe she was joining online, right? Okay, so I'm sure our AV team has figured that out. Then we have Peter Ernest Nyanda, UNDP Tanzania. We have Albert Nyagechi from KEBS. And we have Dennis Kiplagat, the Senior Project Officer at Sustainable Inclusive Business and the Kenya Plastics Pact. So let's welcome them as they come up to the stage. Big round of applause, please. So this time, the mics, we're going to share the mics between two panelists. And then you will share a mic, the moderator, with one of your panelists. And Richard, just watch out for my timer warnings. And the timer here can start now. Remember, the Mentimeter is going to be online. So you can pose your questions directly on the Mentimeter. All right, Richard, over to you.
Thank you very much. Our chairman at KEPRO, former chairman, Mr. Akshisha. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to moderate this panel. I think I'll begin with a round of introduction, maybe starting from Mr. Dennis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. My name is Dennis Kiplagat. I work for the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. I think my colleague was here before, so he talked so much about what we do. But I'm also under the Sustainable Inclusive Business, which are focused on thematic areas of environment, climate change, and circular economy, and also people power. Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Nyagechi Albert from Kenya Bureau of Standards, more specifically working in the Standards Development Directorate and heading the Chemical and Environment Division. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Peter Nyanda, and I work with UNDP based in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. I work in the innovation department. We have an innovation program called Accelerator Labs, which is a global innovation program in UNDP. But I'm also representing a program called WasteX Lab, which is based in Unguja, Zanzibar, and it's a circular economy innovation hub that we are supporting the State University of Zanzibar in Unguja. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter. I would also want to invite Madam Adri Spangenberg to introduce herself if she's online at this moment. Is Adri online? Okay.
Okay, I don't think we can hear Adri. Adri, we'll have to figure out the AV and then circle back to you later. Richard, if you can continue, and then I'll figure out how we can sort out the audio for Adri.
That's okay. Very well. Then without much ado, my name is Richard Kainika, and I'm the Secretary General of the Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers. I've also been at the board of Kenya Producer Responsibility Organization, so I'm very much at home, and it's a privilege to be in this panel, and I welcome my colleagues so that as we engage, we also enlighten our audience in matters to do with our experiences and our expertise. I think I'll begin with Mr. Nyanda, sitting on my right side. Kindly tell us what you see as the key role of institutional capacity building in supporting circular packaging innovations, particularly in the African context.
Thank you very much. I think institutional capacity building is very important, and I think also you can look at it from different levels of governance, given in the African context. And I'm talking about governments, in local governments, but also all the actors that are involved, especially if speaking circularity in the circularity ecosystem. I'm talking about the private sector, the businesses, the non-profit organizations. It's quite key because then it can help us with adoption and scaling of some of these circular economy technologies. And as you're aware, in the African context, scaling of some of these technology innovations is quite a big challenge. And I think that if we build capacities that in different levels, it will definitely help in as far as circular packaging, for example, circular technology is concerned. But most importantly, I would say, if you look at the area of government, for example, one is that if capacities are built with government, for example, there are things like policy development or aspects related to the legal framework. We talked in the first panel spoke also about extended producer responsibility policies, for example. We are seeing that capacity is very important. In our case, in Zanzibar, we are involved in a discussion around building or drafting extended producer responsibility policy in Zanzibar, and you can see that it's very important that we indulge in capacity building. But also, it's also important because we talked about financing. I mean, the previous panel spoke about financing. If capacities are not built, for example, on the sides of the startups or SMEs, it's very difficult to access financing. And we are seeing a lot of gaps as far as investor readiness is concerned. Just to give you an example, in Zanzibar, we ran an innovation challenge and we were able to solicit a lot of businesses, but you could tell very few businesses that were qualifying to access financing from financial institutions. The only, as you can see, the trend currently in Africa, as far as financial instruments are concerned, you are seeing a lot of equity financing in startups. But less is happening in circularity businesses. And I think one of the reasons is because most of these businesses are not, at least in the context that I've worked, are not investor ready yet to qualify for example, for equity as a financial instrument, but also to qualify for loans, for example. The banks are not very much attracted to invest in circular businesses. So if we are to promote circular packaging, circular solutions, definitely this is an area we need to look at. So I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And talking of packaging, I want to go back to the side of correction, back to Mr. Dennis. And I want to ask, based on the recently adopted priority by Kenya Plastic Pact, priority is to support the corrective plan to support elimination of unnecessary and problematic plastic items by 2030. What are the targets? And also kindly tell us a bit about the priority list.
Thank you very much, Mr. Richard. So probably just to put it into context first, we have the Kenya Plastics Pact, which is actually part of a collaborative, it's actually a collaborative and also platform to bring together stakeholders to tackle different plastic waste issues in the country. It's part of the Global Plastics Pact. It's actually the second in Africa from the South Africa. And we are working to achieve 4 targets. And one of them is actually to eliminate problematic and unnecessary plastic items. And one of, we actually work in working groups. So we have businesses, the private sector, people who deal with manufacturing, the brands, and we also incorporate stakeholders such as the government and also NGOs, and also the informal waste sector. So one of the things that we are doing is to try to ensure that we eliminate problematic and unnecessary plastics. And another target is actually to ensure that we achieve 100% of plastic items is actually recyclable or reusable. And then the other one is to ensure that we achieve 40% of recycling rates in Kenya. Because currently data, which sometimes is actually people doubt it, but that's what we have at the moment, is that actually at 9%, to mean that we have almost 90% of the plastics that goes to the landfills and also the our oceans, and we also just have it just within our environment. And also the other one is to ensure that we have 15% of the recycled content in plastics. So going back to the list of elimination, we are looking at the different plastics that we actually do not need. So we use some criteria to come up with that list. And one of the criteria was to ensure that which plastic items actually have more bad impact in the environment. Looking at probably the PVC. PVC, we know that probably when it's burnt in Kenya or maybe in open air, it produces dioxins and also other harmful products. And also again in terms of is it recyclable at scale? So looking at different items which are not recyclable at scale, probably also like PVC materials and also the PS, because currently in Kenya we don't have probably a recycling facility to recycle the PS and also the PVC. And also we are looking at what plastics can be, they have alternatives. We can do without them. I know most of you, when you go to your local food joint, you'll carry a takeaway, and then you'll get the plastic packaging, and then it will be wrapped with a cling film, right? So we are looking at that cling film. Is it really necessary? We can do away with it. So we are looking at now how can we bring together people and also the private sector to ensure that we do away with such kind of plastic packaging items like plastic films. And we are also looking at now coming together, setting up those targets. So it's actually a membership organization. So I encourage also most of you to be able to come together and also join us to ensure that you're able to achieve this. Because looking at also previously we have the single-use plastic ban, but it was actually covering protected areas. But then looking at the success of it, or maybe not success of it, it actually shows that these are some things that we can do away with, like probably plastic stirrers. We are looking at straws. I can see people taking water with glasses, but I'm not seeing them using straws. But sometimes you just have to use plastic straws. So it actually shows that that is something that you can do away with. So not only at protected areas, not only at hotels, but also at even at a household level, and also just as at community levels, because plastic has actually become a very big challenge to us. If we currently have that 90% of these plastics going out in the landfills, how can we be able to not only recycle them, but also reduce the usage of these plastic items? So that's why we are pushing for elimination of these unnecessary and problematic plastics. Like I can give an example again, probably just this could be the last point. I know most of you, or some of you, take Tusker. How many of you take Tusker? Don't raise your hand. So when you go to buy a Tusker, probably you'll want to get the 6-pack. It's wrapped in a plastic, right? But you see, that is actually very unnecessary. You can just already just get the 6 without getting the 6-pack that is actually wrapped with that plastics. And the ripple effect is that we'll reduce the amount of plastics that goes into the environment, but just by just using that simple action. So those are the kind of things that we are pushing for, looking at what is unnecessary, what is problematic, how can we do away with it, as we look at other solutions beyond the usage of those unnecessary and also problematic plastics. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Also, the list, we have the list published online. So if you go to the website, or if you can just Google Kenya Plastic KPP list of elimination list of problematic and unnecessary plastic items, it will give you that list with a lot of information in terms of why we arrived at those items and also the rationale for that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I see Adri Spangenberg is online. Kindly introduce yourself and welcome on board.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Oh dear. You can't hear me.
We can hear you. We can hear you.
We can hear you. Go on.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you very much. I'm really, really sorry that I cannot be there with you today, and congratulations on an awesome event. My name is Audrey Spangenberg. I am a key account manager at IWASA. We are the EPR, Waste Association of South Africa, and I specialize in the recycling and initiatives specifically in materials that are challenging or more difficult to recycle, because we often get to a point in the recycling where we've adopted recycling initiatives for the PET bottle, for example, or LD and HD, but then there's always that big part of plastics that, well, sometimes plastics, sometimes laminate materials that are essentials to be used, but what do we do with them? And this is where I have been specializing in since, a few years. I won't give my age away.
Thank you very much.
Then I do have a presentation that I've asked James if I will be able to share. So you would tell me, Mr. Moderator, when it would be appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you, Adri. Sorry?
I think she was supposed to show a presentation. She can go ahead and do it now.
Okay, go ahead, Adri, and do the presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see it.
I'm just putting it in presentation mode. There you go. It's just a very few slides. And the one example that I do want to mention today, although there are others, I'm quickly touching on polystyrene. So IWASA, the EPR Waste Association, is registered. We have 5 EPR schemes in South Africa. For those of you who did not know, it is electronics and electronic waste, and there's quite a bit of plastics in that sector, paper and packaging, lighting, portable batteries, lubricants and oils, and IWASA is registered for all of those. So when we look at EPR, what are the key deliverables? And this is really, really important for us to keep in mind in any activity, and I'm really am encouraged to see what KEPRO has done, amazing work. So as far as EPR is concerned, circularity of the material is very important. End market development, so I touched on that. What do we do in the end market development of a product? What infrastructure do we need to put in place to ensure that that material is recycled effectively and sustainably? How do we support our small businesses in South Africa, or then across the world for that matter? How many jobs have we created? How do we upskill our workforce? How do we integrate waste pickers? Do we reach our recycling and collection goals? And very importantly, I also saw you do a lot of work on education and awareness. So a huge success stories, and that's why I'm touching on it today, is through the work that EPR and IWASA has done we started in 2021. By 2023, we reached a 31% recycling rate for polystyrene in South Africa. How did we do this? And what we did is we really focused on why do we need polystyrene in some cases? Where is it fit for purpose? Where can it not be replaced, or if it is replaced, it will be replaced by a material that has unintended consequences. And therefore we ran a full life cycle assessment on the product, and I'll with pleasure give it to you. And we've run case studies around the world where this material is crucial from a protective construction industry. In construction industry, they use recycled content enormously, also in the medical industry and in the agricultural industry. So just briefly, what we did in 2008, we started investing funding into making sure that we do have end markets. And through end market development, the two biggest ones I'm going to quickly show you today is an end market in the construction industry. This product is actually used widely worldwide, especially in Europe, where the polystyrene is really granulated up and these machines are easily attainable. And you can see on the left, we bale the material across the country. These bales are about 300 kilograms a bale. It's transported to a company. We have 6 across South Africa who make lightweight cement bricks with this material. We then have insulation in your house, etc. I've built my own house with this brick, and it is approved by the SABS, South African standards, the building standards. And this is a very good way of finding an end market for a product that was previously not recycled or not recycled at scale. The next end market we developed is we have about 30 machines now in South Africa, and this is a typical little machine that a SMME would run across the country. It reduces the polystyrene, as you can see on the right-hand side. It is then transported to this company that makes wall paneling, picture frames, cornices. We also have 4 companies in South Africa who extrude material. This is made from 100% recycled polystyrene. And what did we achieve by doing this? We achieved a product where there's a value. Now there's a value to the material because it's in demand. And this is one example of one of our waste pickers in Limpopo, but they are obviously across the country, where we pay the waste picker per bag. We do not pay them for the weight because it is a lightweight product, but we pay them per bag. So the EPR subsidizes the recycling of some of these more difficult or more challenging materials. And this has been really successful in our rollout with our waste pickers. We've also done a lot of education and awareness, branding, cages across the country so that people can collect or drop off their polystyrene, also collect from material recycling facilities. And I try to keep it really short and sweet, and I hope there'll be some questions, so I will stop sharing now. Thank you.
Let's clap for Andre. Thank you very much. Awesome. That's a very, very informative presentation. Actually, I should say that EPS for us is still problematic, and this is serious insight for some of us who are dealing with this kind of material. So this is something that we want to keep coming to us, and we want to appreciate KEPRO, Mr. James, and your team for bringing us this kind of information. Andre, if you are still there, maybe you'll allow me to ask you a question. I'll ask you a question so that we have Mr. Albert coming in later. Kindly let us know what role the waste management and recycling play in informing design of circular packaging and how this collaboration can be strengthened.
We do a lot of work in working with our retailers and brand owners to ensure that they do choose materials or packaging materials that are recycled in South Africa. And this is kind of a key decision or key discussion that must be had, because many times people say, oh, this product cannot be recycled in an area, and it's often just because they don't know there's a recycler. So we have a huge responsibility to make sure that the brand owners and retailers, and therefore EPR is so important, because the designers who design the packaging or put the packaging on market must know that it can be recycled in our country. And this is why we've done so much work for even multi-layer plastics. We've got an amazing project that I can share with you on another day, or for paper cups, for example, because we have to create a demand for the material in our country. We do not want to export it all the time. It is not, the life cycle is not good. So therefore, we need to educate our local industry as to what is recycled in our own country. If it's not, is it viable to export it If not, what investment can take place in our country to ensure that that material is kept in our country, creates jobs, and creates in the market. And that is really key, you know, for me and in the designing phase.
Thank you very much. What an insight. I'll come back to that later, but now I want to shift our focus on Mr. Nyageshi Albert from KEBS. Considering the role that KEBS is playing in the country, which is setting product standards across industries, could you briefly explain KEBS' approach to setting standards that promote recyclability in packaging materials?
All right. Thank you very much, Richard and KEPRO for having me here today. So like you've been told, I'm from Kenya Bureau of Standards, and Kenya Bureau of Standards is essentially a semi-autonomous agency of government, which is established under Cap 496 of the laws of Kenya, and it was established way back in 1974. Now, part of the mandate given to us by that particular act is to establish national standards, or basically provide solutions that are standard based. Now, when looking at these aspects of recyclability and recycling, we would want to look at it from a very broad approach. Rather than look at it from design or having standards for design for recyclability, we want to look at it from a sustainability angle. And there is a lot that goes into that. But first we have to understand, when we say a standard, what is it? And how does it come into being? Basically, a standard is a document that is established by consensus. And consensus here is through the stakeholders coming together, reaching consensus. And consensus, basically, we say, is the absence of any sustained opposition to a certain requirement. So we get a document which is agreed upon by these stakeholders, and then this document has to be approved by a recognized authority. And in this case, Kenya Bureau of Standards is the recognized authority through the powers conferred to it through the Act. And once the stakeholders have agreed on this, the standard is gazetted and becomes a national standard. So ideally, throughout all the sectors we have, this is what happens over the 300 or so sectors in which we standardize. That is the process, consensus and stakeholders, then gazettement of this particular document as a national standard. But looking at packaging per se, what we would look at and what right now drives us is to look at what are the sustainable development goals that we consider as important in this particular sector. And through those sustainable development goals, we will develop or come up with standards that will address issues in those particular sustainable development goals. We know there are 17, but in this particular sector of packaging, and probably more so in plastics, we look at SDG 3, 8, SDG 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13. So we primarily focus on those particular SDGs and look at how standards can support achievement of those sustainable development goals. And I'm sure we will look them up and see what each and every one of them says. But when we look at you know, the aspect of recyclability, it is a subset of the whole sustainable or the issue of circularity. And when we are developing this particular standard, now we will look at having standards from the feedstock, design of feedstock, to cleanup and everything else in between. And here, if we can look at it maybe in a chronological order, we have standards which will address aspects of feedstock. The feedstock is important because then it will ensure or it will guarantee whether that product will be eventually recyclable or not. So the design of the feedstock. Then from there, we look at the design of the product or design of the packaging, materials, and so on. We will have standards taking care of that. The third aspect, very quickly, is manufacture and transport. How do we manufacture? What are the processes of manufacturing? Are there standards that we can have that will support these manufacturing processes? When we look at transport, why would you want to have a recyclable plastic material, but when you transport it, you're polluting 2 times? So when we look at transport, we're also looking at sustainable transport. In aviation now, in this country, we are looking at sustainable aviation fuels. In marine sector, we are looking at standards to support decarbonization of the marine subsector. After manufacturing is the issue of labeling and marking and transparency. How do we label these products? How do we mark these products to ensure that whoever will be collecting them, whoever will be sorting them up, is doing the right thing? So are there standards to capture or cover those areas of labeling and transparency? Then there is the aspect of sales. Are there standards? Earlier on, in the earlier panel discussion, someone did mention the aspect of sustainable procurement. And indeed, the government is moving towards that very soon. So what kind of standards do we have to support sustainable procurement? After that is the issue of use and reuse. How do these standards then support the aspect of reuse and reuse? Then there is the aspect of repair and refurbishment. Again, we need standards at that level. Then after that, after you repair and refurbish, this product cannot go on and on and on. You have to discard it, probably. Waste management. At that level, again, we look at what kind of standards can we have to support the aspects of waste management. Ninth there is disposal. So waste management is slightly different from disposal. Now, when you decide to dispose, how do you dispose these materials? Again, we have certain standards to address those aspects. And number 10 is where recycling and composting comes in. Now, how do we recycle? What do we need to recycle? What do we need to compost? And so on. Again, at that level, we will have standards to address that. The other aspect is end of life. You can recycle and continue recycling and so on, but at certain point, these products or these things come. So there's the aspect of end of life assessment. Certain products, you decide to, for example, does this product end up having microplastics at the end of life and so on. So again, we will have standards which will address the aspects of end of life assessment. And lastly is the issue of cleanup. In case of leakage of these material into the environment, what standards can we put in place to ensure where cleanup is to be done, this is done in an organized manner. So clearly you can see that for us, design for recyclability is just a subset of the entire circularity ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Wow, very deep and very engaging. Quite a huge coverage of quite a number of variations and considerations. I think we'll want to know perhaps which are the 3 main ones that we need to consider. But for now, I want to move to Mr. Niada once again. Kindly let us know what policy interventions or business strategies would you recommend to accelerate packaging, circular packaging, and how can this collaboration be, to accelerate the adoption of circular packaging and waste management solutions across Africa? What policy interventions or business strategies would you recommend?
Yeah, I Thank you very much. I think we can see that in the last few years, most of some of these actions are already happening. So, for example, the ban on single-use plastic. We know that Kenya, Tanzania, Rwanda, they've already done that, and that is really made a huge difference as far as the environmental impact is concerned. But also, we are also seeing a growing innovation hubs ecosystem. We are seeing a lot of these hubs, for example, in the East African context. I think we need to promote and support because in hubs, that's where you can promote peer learning, but also experimentation in circular solutions. We are recently doing that in Zanzibar. Like I said, we have supported the State University of Zanzibar to establish an innovation hub, and there's already experimentation happening. And I think, of course, the question is, how do we commercialize these solutions and take them to the market? But also, I think the discussion around EPR needs to go on. There's already a good discussion, I know, in Kenya on extended producer responsibility policy and laws, and I think in Tanzania as well, and other countries. I think we need to keep that discussion because that will help as far as ensuring that producers are accountable to the products that are going to the market. And then lastly, the issue of tax incentives is also very important on circular products because that will allow scaling of these products into the market. Yeah, so those will be my quick recommendations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter, for that very clear-read explanation. I want to take the next question to Adri Spangenberg. I hope she is there. Madam Andri, what are the most promising innovations you have seen in packaging design that can be scaled across industries in Africa? Did you
can you hear me?
Sorry, did you get my question?
I did, thank you. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead.
Okay, wonderful, thank you. I did. There are many, but there are more ones that are creating problems than not. I'm going to be honest with you. It is at the point where as I said earlier, where the designers or the packaging schools training these designers do not always know what the realities are on the ground. So I see a disconnect. There's definitely a disconnect between what are we designing in maybe even other countries, bringing it into our countries, specifically South Africa, or then to yourselves, to Kenya, where nothing can be done with that product. And that is more where my concern is that we need to do a lot more work with the designers of packaging to see what is recycled in our own countries. We see many materials coming out with good intentions, but it is really greenwashing, because what is the full life cycle assessment and the full life cycle social impact of changes in packaging? So I'm not saying we mustn't change. Yes, we need to change, but we need to do.
I reflect on the
and we must do it properly. So I would rather say that there's nothing like specific. What I would caution against is biodegradable products, which has really caused a big issue, especially if your country has got a good recycling of certain plastics going, or even paper for that matter, and you put biodegradables in, you're going to compromise your already existing industry. So I would rather want to, focus on some caution and saying, let's look at what mind what the full life cycle assessment is, what is fit for purpose, what are the unintended consequences of any changes, and can it be recycled in your country? And I believe this is what KEPRO has been doing, but there is no silver bullet. I wish there was.
Definitely, quite agreeable. Thank you very much. Because time is running out, I'll go back to Mr. Dennis. Maybe as you respond to this, also kindly wind up with a closing remark. My question is, you have been working with different actors, including blood donors, PLOs, and other actors within the waste value chain to inform design for recyclability. Is Kenya witnessing a change in this regard? What challenges, lessons have been cited for the slow adoption of DFR, or design for recyclability, in Kenya? Very briefly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Looking at design is actually a very important aspect and also a critical factor to ensure that we sustainably manage plastics. Because when you look at in the environment, most of the plastic items that you'll find in the environment is actually those ones that cannot be recycled, maybe, and also in terms of their value. Because if you talk to a waste transporter or maybe a waste collector, there are some waste that they'll find in the environment, but they'll not be able to collect. But why don't they collect it? Because when they take it to the recycler, they'll find it very hard to recycle it. So we are looking at now how can we be able to ensure that these businesses can be able to design their packaging to become more recyclable. And that will actually help us to move from the 9% recycling rate to maybe even 100 or something close to that. But I think because of time, just looking at the different challenges in terms of moving to designs that are actually more recyclable, mostly is in terms of even the capacity. Internally, because businesses are only looking at profitability, and most of them will not want to invest more in terms of, or maybe they don't even know which are some of these designs that are actually more recycled. And also in terms of financing, it's actually very expensive for these businesses to move towards this more recycled design. So design is actually very critical, and for us, we are actually voluntary, but we'll also want to seek help in terms of the government support through different agencies to ensure that we actually having these design guidelines to become enforceable, or maybe in a policy document to ensure more adoption and also ensure that we are increasing our recycling rates at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis. Quite clear and elaborate. I'll come very briefly to Mr. Albert. I'll be compressing 3 questions together because these questions are very, very important. I know we don't have time, but I think I just want to put the questions across, and then maybe you can see how to very, very briefly address them. One of them is whether we have guidelines, standards guidelines in Kenya in regards to packaging design for recyclability at the moment. The other one is that recently we had some concerns being raised on the role of KEPS with respect to standards for particularly the biodegradable bin liners. And then lastly is how does KEBS collaborate with private sector players such as packaging manufacturers as well as waste management organizations to develop, refine policies that promote recyclable product design? Very, very briefly, Mr. Albert.
Quite a handful. Yes, what I can say is yes, we do have standards that would support our guidelines, to provide guidelines for design, for recyclability. But the main challenge is, like you've said, the establishment of relevant regulatory regulations to do this. As you are aware that some of the standards that we do develop are not necessarily enforceable by us. They only become enforceable or mandatory once they've been referenced in a regulation. Now, but be that as it may, I can say we do have standards. However, these standards, I can consider them as international standards because majority of them are, ISO standards. However, we are active participants of these committees at ISO, and we do take part in the development of those standards, which we've then adopted. But I think the right thing to do and to ensure that there is uptake and utilization of these standards, rather than adopt them, we need to adapt them to our unique circumstances. Despite the fact that we are still playing in a global field, but we need to adapt them to our unique circumstances. So indeed, yes, we do have standards on that. On the issue of biodegradable plastics, now this is a fairly new concept, if I might call it, currently in our country. And to our knowledge, it's causing a lot of confusion to people. People would not understand what's the difference between a compostable material, a biodegradable material, a bio-based material, and so on. So there needs to be proper clarity on what all these aspects mean. Now, in Kenya, for example, we do have standards for compostable plastics. However, these materials have to be composted in an industrial compost. Maybe, is there anyone from an industrial composting facility here, maybe by show of hands? Anybody from an industrial compostable facility in Kenya? Yep. Your guess is as good as mine. There isn't. So whereas we have standards for these products, and we have these products in the market, what happens is that these products still end up in the landfills. And once a compostable material, which is supposed to be industrially composted at temperatures of about 60 degrees Celsius, maintained at that level, proper aeration, proper humidity, for it to biodegrade into CO2, water, and humus, if you like, we do not have those facilities. So we have guys who are paying a premium to use compostable material that still ends up in the landfills. So do we have the right infrastructure in place? We do not necessarily have the right infrastructure currently for us to be able to sustain that kind of aspect. So we have standards for industrially compostable plastics, and for your information, even we have standards for industrially compostable drinking straws. But they are there in the market, but they still end up in the landfill, so they are of no value. And once some of these plastics end up there, they behave like conventional plastics, and they'll be there for quite a bit of time. We have standards for home compostable plastic materials. But how many people know how to design and run and do a proper home compost? And again, how do we know a product is home compostable or industrial compostable, and so on? So those are the kind of things. And then when we talk about biodegradable only happens under controlled conditions in the lab. We know in nature, there are no controlled conditions. So obviously, even if you have a product which you are calling biodegradable plastic, just like that, and you litter it into the environment, it will not biodegrade because there are no controlled conditions and so on. So it is an area where we need to work collaboratively between and among all the government agencies responsible for enforcing whatever mandates they've been given by their relevant laws. And lastly, how do we collaborate? And I think by virtue of me being here today, this is one of the ways in which we collaborate with industry. We are in several working groups and task forces established by government. But at the end of the day, we develop these standards through what we call technical committees. And these technical committees are open to anybody within the country who feels that they have the knowledge and capacity to share the knowledge to develop a standard, which I said is a document developed through consensus for common and repeated use and approved by an authority. They are free to join any of our technical committee. I see one of our chairman, Mr. Nyongesa, is chair of the technical committee on plastics and also the technical committee on packaging. So through those committees, which are free for anybody to join, you can join and we work together to see what kind of standards can we develop. And like I said, there are various types of standards we can develop. We can either have product specifications, which will touch on the actual products. We can have codes of practice, which basically gives guidelines on how to do things. We can have, test methods, determination of certain things, and so on. So those are the ways in which we collaborate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Albert. I think our time is gone. I don't know whether we'll get a chance to get questions from
there is time for Q&A. So thank you very much to the panel. We've got quite a few questions on the Mentimeter. So I'm going to, again, in the interest of time, maybe look at, you can see the questions from there as well. So Richard, why don't you pick a couple of questions that you feel you would like to bring to the attention of the audience? So I'll give you time. You don't have to do it immediately. I'll give you time to think about which questions you want to bring to the audience's attention. So again, a little bit of multitasking. So while Richard is thinking about the questions, I'd like to invite the Vice Chair of KEPRO, Mumbi Kiga. Where is Mumbi? Mumbi is in the house. There she is. Mumbi is also, besides being the Vice Chair of KEPRO, she's also the Managing Director for Eastern Africa and Public Affairs Leader for Africa with Dow Chemicals. And Mumbi, if you can please do the honors. The photographer will guide you, and you can go there along with the gifts. So Mumbi doesn't have to walk too much. Mumbi, start on the left with Dennis. So while the gifts and the photos and all of that is happening, what are some of the key takeaways from this panel? One is clearly it's about design for circularity, so thinking out of the box. I'll give you an example of that. Imagine a pasta, right, like a spaghetti or a penne rigatoni type of pasta, becoming the drinking straw of the future, right? We don't have to necessarily go with steel straws and all of that. It could be a pasta straw. Another thing that also came to mind is I think the holy grail of circular packaging is actually based on a law that was created about 3,800 years ago. If anybody has heard of Hammurabi's law, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Today, we need to repurpose that law for circular packaging. And we need to think about a bottle for a bottle, a bag for a bag, a box for a box, a cup for a cup, and so on. Another interesting thought about when it comes to designing for circularity is that we need to move beyond the 3 R's. I think everybody knows the 3 R's in the room, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle. But we need to move beyond the 3 R's to the 5 R's. The 5 R's are about refuse. So start with refuse. If it is problematic, like a plastic drinking straw, then move to a pasta straw, right? Refuse that. And then you can reduce and reuse. But after you reduce and reuse, try to think about repurpose. So I'll give you another interesting example. There's an American craft brewing company. If anybody knows me, they know that I like my craft beer. And I also know how to brew it. But there's an American brewing company who decided to make the glass beer bottles in the shape of a brick. Now imagine what that does when it comes to the idea of repurpose. After you're done drinking your beer, you can now give this as a glass brick to people who are building whatever they're building with glass bricks. And so think about repurpose, and then the final stage is recycle. Why am I saying it's the final stage? Because recycle also consumes resources. It also consumes energy, water, and so on, and itself can release greenhouse gases. So innovation, I think, was another theme from the panel. And I just wanted to highlight that Danish Industries, along with KEPRO, is actually supporting a circular packaging innovation hub. And if anyone in the audience has got innovative ideas, they want to participate, every year we're going to be running this innovation hub and give you support in terms of business model, design thinking type of training, and then give you a platform to the winners of the competition. It's important to think about innovating for scale. And when thinking about sustainable alternatives, think about the life cycle assessment. I think we heard that from Adri. On biodegradability, it's important to ask, what does it biodegrade into? Like what, if something is biodegradable, great, but does it biodegrade into something that is not good for the environment, right? Like biodegradable plastic bags could biodegrade into microplastic. They may not biodegrade into dirt. And what are the conditions to actually biodegrade? Is it industrial or is it natural? I really want to commend KEBS, Mr. Nyagechi, because we have seen that setting standards at KEBS is really based on science, on facts, and the available technology in Kenya, rather than just going with popular opinion. So these were some key takeaways I got from the panel. And now, Richard, I believe you are ready for taking a couple of questions from the Mentimeter. Over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. If we could have the questions back on the. But there is one question that I got about whether we have achieved 100% circularity, and if it is not, how is that so, and how do you go about it? Right from here, Mr. Peter, what's your thought on the same?
Yeah, I mean, achieving 100% circularity, in my opinion, is quite an ambitious goal. But I think we need to work towards attaining like a fully fledged circular system. And in that case, our actions should be driven towards circularity, in the sense that we need to have, design our products in a way that they, first of all, they are recyclable, but at the same time, products that have a longer shelf life and that do not distract the environment. I know there are countries that have gone up to 75% circular in the world, mostly advanced countries. But I think in Africa, if you think of something like recycling, for example, we are less than 10% at the moment. So it's a long journey, but I think we need to start now by designing strategies, policies, laws that can lead us towards having a circular economy in most of our ecosystem. I'll pass this to my colleagues.
Okay, so achieving 100% circularity. If you are born probably in the 1930s like me, you'll actually realize back at home, you'll not find waste around us, right? And we were not burning waste. Everything could actually go back to the system. If it is food, you just you just make the food that is actually only enough for the family, and probably you'll not need to throw it. You'll keep it maybe until the next day, or maybe you'll just put it back to maybe give it to the cows and all that. So the concept, it's looking at now how life has changed. In terms of solutions, one of the things that I always advocate for is behavior change, because it is when we realize that it's my responsibility to be able to ensure that the environment is clean for us. I remember sometimes we were in a certain training with some of my colleagues here, like James. And one of the professors, I asked we were in a recycling center in Denmark, and I was wondering why are people taking back their waste? Someone drives maybe like even 20 kilometers just to take the waste that they have from their houses to a recycling center, which is actually very unheard of in Kenya. And I was asking, why do they do this? And I was told it makes them feel good. Does it make you feel good to take care of the environment? Think about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Albert.
Like he has said, we've not really achieved much, I would say. We've barely scratched the surface. And there's a lot more that we need to do. And it appears the more we do, the more we are asked to do again. And we are seeing now the call is towards net zero by 2050. So again, even as we are trying to achieve certain things by 2030, there are other new areas which are coming up. And for me, I say for us to achieve that circularity, we have to look at the intricate network and the intricate ecosystem of all these things that are involved. And for me, from a standards perspective, which standard solutions can we be able to provide at all those particular levels to reach our common objective? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was our last question, unless maybe there is a burning question.
There is one more from the previous panel, which is for Jackson. Jackson? Where is Jackson? Jackson is outside. Okay, I see he's running in. Can we just have the Mentimeter? Yeah, Mentimeter is there. Jackson, I'm going to give you the mic. So the question is to you. Mitigation to various finance risk is data provision being ESG reporting. How are you able to avoid greenwashing? Through data, through ESG reporting?
Yes, thank you so much to the person who provided the question. So the issue that we are trying to bring out on this, there is a lady who had asked a question on how do we share our stories? And I think the answer she was looking out for, maybe I've thought about it, is the stories are usually better portrayed using MRV. Because if you don't tell your story, somebody will tell your story in the wrong way. So I think what the answer we're looking for is MRV as a way of sharing the stories. And in that respect, ESG reporting is one avenue of MRV data provision. Because when you look at some of the documents that are needed for you to get green financing, one, they need you to be ISO certified, that is 14,040, something around that. There is one for ESG reporting, and there is also others which are part of the document or instrumental documents they look out for you to get this financing. So ESG reporting is one avenue, and that is what we have been calling for, sensitization and people to jump on board to do ESG reporting. Remember, with the CBAM, one of the regulations from EU, it will make our products from Africa very uncompetitive if we don't do ESG reporting and other kinds of reporting schemes, which are ways of making sure that our products are eco-certified. So yes, MRV is one way of mitigation, and I think the other question was around that, but I think I've answered it. That ESG reporting is one way of MRV reporting and data acquisition, which is very key moving forward in this aspect of green financing. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Big round for the panel. And the panel may take your seats. Thank you very much again for sharing your knowledge, your experience. So it's time for a very, very, very hard-earned tea break. You've all been sitting here for a long time. And there is something that I came across many, many years ago. It's called the numb bum theory. Numb bum, bum as in you know the part. If your bum is sitting on one place for more than 90 minutes, your brain becomes numb. Okay? We've had you sitting here for much longer than 90 minutes. Time to get up, and you have 20 minutes. So we're making it a bit shorter to go out, use the washrooms, get some tea. We have a partner who is a member of KEPRO, who is, I believe, somewhere outside on the left. They make some really nice coffees. You're welcome to go there and buy some coffee from them. This is also an opportunity to connect. And there are two ways I'd like you to think about connecting. So one is, it's an opportunity to connect with government representatives, right? The lawmakers in the room. So who are the lawmakers in the room? May you please stand up. If you work for the government, whether it is the government of Kenya or any other country, if you work for the government, please stand up and be recognized. There you go. All right. So these are the people. Please give them a round of applause. Yeah. I think the Kenyan government is doing an amazing job at really leading around circularity and sustainability in the whole of the continent. So thank you so much for everything that you do. But wait. You may continue to stand, because I want people to know who you are. Because during the tea break, go to some of these people who are working for the government, who are helping to set the right legislative landscape for the private sector to be able to really move towards circularity. Because without them, we really can't do much, right? So please connect with them, share a coffee or a tea with them, say thank you to them, share your ideas with them. So that's one, job number one during the tea break. Job number two is, if you are not lucky enough to catch one of these beautiful people from the government, then find somebody else that you don't know and share with them an example of circular packaging that you might have seen, and discuss which of the 5 R's does it impact, right? Which of the 5 R's does it impact? So there you go. It's 11:50. Please come back into the room at 12:10. Thank you very much. For those of you who are online, you can also share either in the chat or, yeah, I think it would be in the chat. What are some of the examples of circular packaging that you have seen, and which of the 5 R's does it impact? So please engage online as well, and share some of these ideas on social media as well with our hashtags.
A bit of behavior change, I could say that. And we are really hoping that once this message gets to in terms of waste disposal, the very first step is to do education or awareness creation to the students and the staff. And you realize that students, the young people are actually very good at relaying the message and driving change. So for the schools that are willing to be part of this and to start waste management program, they should start immediately. It is actually long overdue, because waste is a big problem, especially in urban centers like Nairobi. I would like to thank KEPRO very much for walking the journey with us. They've actually helped us to bring the desired change. And we are really hoping that in the coming days we'll partner with KEPRO in many other projects so that we drive the sustainability agenda together.
We've been on board from the get-go, transferring knowledge, capacity, leadership into the organization. So for us, this is 4 years of partnership, basically, with KEPRO and DI. And every year we keep innovating. So something I'm particularly proud of this year is the Innovation Hub. So we agreed that to grow sustainable recycling, we need to think about innovation and design. There are so many great SMEs in Kenya that can contribute in this field. So for this year, we did an innovation hub. We invited in for a cohort now of, I believe we have 11 companies, and we train them in design thinking, investor readiness, and business modeling, so that they actually become competitive and can survive on the real market. The other part is about the job creation angle, because we keep saying that what we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. In the absence of EPR guidelines and more formal structures, there are so many SMEs dealing in this space with recycling, upcycling, collection, creating jobs. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. So that's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, a worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living. In 2 weeks, we have the annual packaging conference for KEPRO. What's new this year is maybe the focus on two things: financing and also technology. Technology will play a huge factor in developing this industry we call sustainable waste management or packaging, because by embedding technology, we can then weigh recycled materials. We can make sure that collectors get paid if we collaborate with M-Pesa mechanisms, for example. We can work with design, 3D printing, etc. And on financing, I'm also excited we have the topic this year, because this is an industry that's bankable. We've proven there's a business model in waste management, and that's why a lot of investors are now getting attracted to this field. And that will again contribute to creating jobs in Kenya. KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization in Kenya, and it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members. This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon. That will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management. To the waste collectors, again, this is a job creation opportunity. Waste collection has been stigmatized earlier as a dirty job. We're changing that narrative by also creating these formal jobs. Instead of people walking around Dandora, we want to get them into proper factories working with recycling, where they work 40 hours a week as per the labor code, and they get proper treatment, proper wages. We think it's possible. We've already proven it. We see some of the KEPRO members, just as Mr. Green. Africa, good example, creating massive jobs where people have just the same working conditions as people working in other industries.
The challenge of waste management is ever present. Streets overflow with waste, a reflection of the growing environmental strain.
The biggest challenge we face as waste managers in terms of sorting and recycling is the mixture of waste. You find at household level, waste is mixed. Food waste, plastic waste, cardboard, they're all mixed in one dustbin.
Most of these community members hawajaelewa the benefits haswa ya kusegregate. Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste, ama mahali organic ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya hapo, kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming, na pia inaharibu the value of the waste, which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
But amidst these challenges, KEPRO is working hand in hand with local communities to find solutions, turning waste into opportunity.
We came in and the idea was to try and support businesses to undertake product stewardship programs and other policy approaches as far as environmental stewardship is concerned. We are primarily an organization that seeks to try and find a balance between profit and planet. So we are ensuring that producers and manufacturers are taking care of the environmental consequences of their products.
Through our collaboration with grassroots organizations, we are addressing the challenge of waste in various counties by implementing local, community-driven strategies. During our sensitization forums, we've provided personal protective equipment and introduced participants to KEPRO's Waste Collectors Toolkit, an essential resource for managing waste efficiently.
Kutoka KEPRO ikamsuru, KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moja tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection. Sisi tulikuwa tunachukua tu chako. Waste collection toolkit imetusaidia, tukipitia ndani unapata unakuwa a little bit educated kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu walikuwa wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidi, ukipitia unajua ni nini unaenda. Hata ukienda pale unafundisha mtu unajua unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
What we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. That's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, a worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living.
KEPRO has successfully implemented initiatives in diverse counties, including the coastal region and Kisumu, ensuring that these communities across Kenya benefit from its comprehensive approaches.
We believe that our technology is a solution that advances circular economy, both from the component of connecting people, but also from the component of the data. The data once analyzed, we are looking at it as a way to revolutionize the recycling space, attract more investment, and build better the businesses and enterprises already in recycling. Since beginning, we've educated over 6,000 members of the community. We've trained over 300 waste workers who are agents, and we intend to just build their capacity so the community can understand that there is a lot of value in waste. As a resource, they have options of better managing their waste. They are able to segregate their waste at source, that then it's really a clean resource for the waste workers who look at this as a source of income.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organizations like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba zisilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Pepsi, kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
While our efforts in the counties focus on immediate waste solutions, KEPRO is also investing in the future, starting with our schools.
So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated.
We are working to raise a generation that understands their role in safeguarding the environment. Through dynamic programs, we teach students the value of recycling, reducing waste, and taking charge of their environmental impact.
KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste.
KEPRO fosters a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility. These initiatives bring together various stakeholders to address waste management challenges effectively. Participants learn best practices and gain valuable insights into sustainable waste management strategies.
Recognizing that even as we talk about product stewardship, the ultimate a determinant of how successful a product stewardship program would be successful is the aspect of design. So we saw it needful to be able to bring in a few of our members, equip them with the knowledge around what are the fundamental principles around design for recyclability, what is the business case for you to be able to transition, or rather the convincing reason from a circular business model point of view. I mean, what is the business case? Because the reality is businesses exist for profit, and that transition towards the circular economy must also be incentivized in this regard.
Our approach mainly targets behavior change, and the core of it has been educating the community members and building the capacity to understand that waste is a resource, it's a valuable resource, and also just capacitating waste workers involved in the recycling value chain to be able to benefit better from these resources.
One of the highlighting sessions, I think, of the lessons is where we had these cards that we could actually plan around and map out our business model. We were able to adjust around it and actually come up with a solution on where we offer composting as a service for B2B fresh produce organizations and upper class homesteads. We are able to evaluate our model, opportunities in the market. We also been able to look at our wastage, especially now that we are using plastic as a means of packaging. We've been able to understand what KEPRO does, and we have been able to collaborate with them to manage our waste.
KEPRO is driving meaningful change by equipping communities with knowledge, tools, and resources. We are building a cleaner future where everyone plays their part in protecting the environment.
KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization in Kenya, and it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members. This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon that will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management.
To date, we've been able to convert around 20,000 metric tons, that is in terms of collection and conversion. And up to September 2024, we are currently managing compliance solutions for around 850 companies. Here you're talking about the manufacturers, packaging users, brand owners, as well as some of the largest retailers in the country.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema.
Saa hii vile mtuletea hii container imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hao wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
Sisi kama Mto Wangu Initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambo. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart dia KEPRO.
Bottle Logistics is a glass waste management company that recovers glass waste for both recycling and reuse. Bottle Logistics was founded in the year 2019 and has been in operation for the last 5 years. Currently, we have employed 150 people, of which 67% are women and 76% are youth. We've partnered with community-based organizations as well as collection agents who are based in various parts of the countries, such as Machakos, Nairobi, Kitui, Mombasa, as well as Meru. We crush the glass waste into highly refined glass cullet, a raw material that is used by the glass manufacturing companies in the manufacture of new glass bottles and glass jars. Currently, we recover up to for both recycling and reuse. However, our recycling capacity is approximately 900 tons a month. We therefore have a gap of 300 tons a month. In order to increase our collection of glass waste, we plan to recover this glass waste close to source, such as from bars, restaurants, hotels, as well as residential homes. Recycling of glass waste has positive environmental and social impacts. We divert glass waste from the environment, ensuring clean and sustainable cities. It also leads to reduced mining of virgin materials, reduced CO2 emissions, as well as creating green jobs. Currently, Bottle Logistics is only recycling hollow glass from the food and beverage glass bottles and glass jars.
We have 2 business units. We have our stock control team, and their role is to receive the bottles and also ensuring the quality of bottles that we are receiving is up to par. After that, it will be received into the storage yard and stored by respective brands. Once the bottles are received in the store, we'll issue them to the washing staff, who will do an overnight soaking. After the overnight soaking, they'll start the washing process. After that, they'll take it through the 2-stage rinsing, ensuring the bottle is properly cleaned. After the rinsing, they'll turn the bottles upside down and dry them in crates, leaving them overnight to allow air drying. The following day, we have the quality control personnel who will come in and now check each and every bottle. They usually check for bottle conformity in terms of if the bottle is cracked, if there's any defects on the bottle. Once the conformed bottles have been confirmed by the quality control personnel, it will then be transferred to the packaging area. In the packaging area, we have palletizing staff who are now responsible to transfer the bottles into the trays, which is our final packaging for bottles to our respective manufacturers. At Bottle Logistics, we recycle glass waste into high-end recyclable products and reusable products, ensuring that we divert all the glass waste that is going to the landfills and also cutting off counterfeiters who have used the bottles for other activities. And finally, we support circular economy and also sustainable glass packaging.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees. KEPRO can further support us by ensuring proper segregation and recovery of glass waste at source, such as in the bars, in the restaurants, in the households, as well as creating awareness around glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. We'd also like to partner to identify new technologies that can enable us increase our production capacity as well as reduce contamination in our production process.
Shughuli zetu ni shughuli ya waste management. Tunaweza kuitolea kwa shule, tunafundisha watu wetu kuhusu waste management, tunapelekea mabini. Alafu na tunafanya garbage collection kwa mtaa yetu. So tunaangalia vile mtaa yetu tunaweza kuwa safi. Kuna holding space yetu ingine ndogo pale. Sasa tunakujanga tunaziweka hapo, tunaziseparate hapo, tunazipeleka kwa store yetu. Tukishazisegregate kama hizo milk sachet, hauwezi peleka tu zikiwa chafu hivyo. Unaona, kwa sababu bado unaweza zipeleka tena wapunguze lazima tuzioshe. Sasa hapo inakuwa wera, ni kazi ngumu kwa sababu hiyo lazima uwe na watu wengi. Zikiwa mingi, sasa hapo ndio tunakujaga tunatafuta zile kampuni tunawaka nazo. So kuna zile kampuni zinakujanga zinatuchukulia na tunaangalia ile iko na price iko juu.
is a youth-led initiative. We came together to create like changing the society through empowerment and also through environmental conservation. We started like creating awareness and promoting circular economy in schools and institutions. Waste collection from the institutions starts from like educating the young students and also the people who go to the church on how to effectively segregate their waste. In partnership with KEPRO, we are able to support like other schools and institutions and also the churches like the Babadogo Sacred Heart School with bins and also like we set up a collection cage for them.
Effective waste collection creates job opportunity to the youth because
Okay, what inspired our school first was when we teach these children during our science lessons, we try telling them on waste management and how to segregate it. So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated. You know, these kids are the society. When we impart waste management skills in them when they are young, they will never depart from them. They will be always practicing these skills even when they grow old. To KEPRO, what I can say, we are very grateful as a school for giving us the bins together with what we had are really assisting us, and the big one outside the school where we...
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambo. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart juu ya KEPRO.
Another problem is the type of material. You'll find some types of plastics are really hard to recycle, and it's hard to even find a recycler who offtakes it for recycling. We are left stuck with some of these types of plastic, and this is the problem we face.
So the idea of Rafiki Pepsi ikaanza hapo. So we went further, coaching, mentorship, na master classes, tukaregister as a company Rafiki Pepsi ambao we mainly focus with waste segregation at source.
We go to the client, we equip them with tools such as bin liners and sacks, gunias, simple tools to help them segregate. We also train them regularly, door to door, about how to segregate their waste, that is, plastic waste, recyclables, non-recyclables, and food waste, which is also organic waste. We then pick their waste and channel this waste to recyclers. The organic waste goes to a recycler, and the recyclables are stored right here in our yard before the recycler offtakes it. Only the non-recyclable waste is what ends up in the dump site.
We also hold them in schools. We educate kids on waste management and waste segregation and plastic pollution, not only through Rafiki Peps, but in partnership with other organizations like KEPRO and Kenya Girl Guides Association. We have educational materials that we give our customers now and then to continue reminding them on the importance of waste segregation and the benefit it brings to our environment.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change. ambapo tumepartner na organization like KEPRO where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Pepsi kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
We started managing the waste through Health Club. Then later on, through Girl Guide, started collecting bottles. Thereafter is when this organization of yours came in, and it's not only the plastics, but the entire waste is being collected in one particular area, but there is sorting now. So I can say, since you came in, the school is clean, the waste is disposed at the right place, and it is put into use through your advice.
So as we were going to schools to educate, Maweni was one of the beneficiaries, and the girls were taught on how to dispose waste and also the effects of plastic in the environment. And Rafiki Peps with the KEPRO managed to bring a cage where girls could be disposing plastics and cardboards in the school. So that's where the inspiration began.
In fact, imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi. Hapa machupa ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela holela, makaratasi ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela holela, lakini saa hii vile mtuletea hii container, tumeweza kuwaonyesha wanafunzi wetu kwamba machupa inatakana itupwe iwekwe upande huu, makaratasi mengine inatakana iwekwe upande huu. So kuanzia wakati huo mtuletee hii imetufaa sana, na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hao wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
I want to thank KEPRO for the opportunity they've given unto us, particularly to participate and work together with them during the coastal sensitization drives, the continuous training that they continue to give us as waste managers, and the PPEs they provided for us that are very essential in our waste collection processes, ensuring our safety and the safety of our employees also, and also the community.
They have really assisted us. Before the KEPRO came in, we had a problem of dumping site. So at present, the waste in a particular area and the compound can remain clean.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema. Thank you very much, the KEPRO and Rafiki Peps. May you please keep it up.
My name is Bilha, the patron of Environmental Club in Kianda School. I'm very passionate about the environment and matters to do with climate change and climate action. The Environmental Club started in 2022, towards the end. We thought about it and asked ourselves, how can we bring change to the environment? What can we do differently? And we decided to start with what was within our means and what we could do very well, and that was waste segregation. So we started addressing the issue, and in the process, KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste. Okay, we do this on assembly most of the time, and we do share photos and or images of how poor waste management is affecting the society. Then we task the students to take it upon them to be the agents of this message and to empower other students. We also demonstrate how to segregate waste, because again, when we just say recyclable and unrecyclable, not everyone is able to really tell what can be recycled and what cannot be recycled. Someone might look at a certain type of waste and consider it trash, but in real sense, it can actually be reused. In terms of systems and innovations, it is still work in progress.
Is for you to start the ripple and then get others to bounce off that energy. So the front row is 80%, 70% missing. So what we'll do is maybe we'll start with the back row. The back row, I'm sure some of you were not here in the morning because we had kept those seats specially reserved for the people who come a bit late. So here's what we're going to do to bring the energy back into the room. I want the people sitting in the last three rows, you people, all of you know who you are, the last three rows, you're going to start clapping, okay? And then you'll continue to clap. Then the next three rows after the last three, when I say start clapping, then you'll join the clapping. And then the next three, and then the final three. All right, continue to clap. And as we continue, make it louder and louder and louder. And then I'll tell you what's the meaning of that, right? Okay, last three rows, please start clapping. Faster and harder. All right, next three rows, join them. Next three rows, join them, join them, join them, join them, join them. Keep on clapping, keep on clapping, keep on clapping. All right, the next three. Keep joining, keep joining, keep joining. All right, the front row. Let's see if the front row can outdo you. Yes, exactly. Brilliant. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So, that is the ripple effect. The back row started it, and then it suddenly went all the way around like a chain reaction, and that is basically what the circular economy is all about. Today, we are here to start that ripple effect, and then get other people to get excited and energized and educated from what you're doing, what you're thinking, and then get them to join you. And then we might have a Kenya in the near future where everybody knows what is circular economy, what is circular packaging, and then start making those steps towards achieving that holy grail. All right, so as we start getting ready for the next panel, I just wanted to say there's some nice art outside. Some of you might have seen it. This is a concept called waste to art. Some of you might have, we've talked a lot about waste recycling back into packaging. Some people might have come across something called waste to energy. Now we really want to promote waste to art, because art can really inspire and impact people. It's another form of creating that ripple effect. So please, during the lunch break, even later during the evening, think about checking out waste to art. And if the artists are there, share your appreciation, give them some feedback. I don't know if any of that art is for sale, but if it is, and if you are inspired by it, then buy it. In the evening, we're going to have an award ceremony, along with an open bar. So, of course, there's a lot more things happening besides the open bar. But I thought it might be worth saying that it is going to be an open bar. So, I wanted to tell you what the evening awards are all about. So, it's something that we are calling the Spice Awards. All right? Some of you in the room might be old enough to know there was a girl band called the Spice Girls. This is not about that. It's not about your singing ability. All right? But it is about your ability to innovate. So the Spice Award stands for Sustainable Packaging, Innovation, and Circular Economy Awards, SPICE, SPICE Awards. And if you want to know who are the top 5 finalists of the SPICE Awards, then you join us for the evening part of the program and see what some amazing innovators are doing. With that, let's get back to the program. And I'd like to welcome AV, audiovisual team. All right, good. So welcome back. Our next session is about informal reclaimer integration and segregation at source. Without this, we really cannot have a fully functioning circular economy. Moderating this session is Camilla Henningsen, Circular Economy and Environment Counselor at the Royal Danish Embassy in Nairobi. Camilla, please take the stage. And joining her on the stage is Susan Omingo, Chairperson of Pwani Circular Economy Association. Susan, please. You can clap for them as they come up. Remember, the more you clap, the higher the ripple effect. I believe Melanie Sampson is going to be joining us online. She is the Associate Professor of Sociology at the University of Johannesburg. We have Samuel Odamo, Chairperson of the Nairobi Metropolitan Waste Management Network. Where is Samuel? I know we are discriminating between people who are in the room and those who are online, because I didn't hear anyone clap for Melanie. All right, and last but not least, we have Henry Ochieng, CEO of the Kenya Alliance of Residents Association, KARA. Where is Henry? Here we go. Okay, so as they sit down, let's give them a big round of applause, give them some energy, so they can give you some energy back. We should have 2 mics here. Yeah? Okay, all right, that's fine. I mean, we can put another one with the lady here, and the 2 gentlemen can share. And our moderator has her own mic. Okay, Camilla, over to you. The timer may or may not work here, all right? But I will tell you at 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and 2 minutes.
Okay, so welcome everyone. I hope you are refreshed from the tea break. In this panel session, we will explore 2 different, but nevertheless also related concepts of sustainable waste management. So one being the integration of informal waste pickers or reclaimers into the waste management system, and the other one being waste segregation at source. And I'm super excited to have a very resourceful panel here to delve into that. We'll have perspectives from the grassroots level at the Kenyan coast from Susan, and perspectives from the big city Nairobi from Samuel. And Henry will give us the perspectives from how it looks like from the residents' point of view. And then we have a special international guest as well on the panel online, a professor from South Africa, Melanie, who will give us a perspective from the South African experience of implementing EPR. Because they're a few years ahead of Kenya, so it's also interesting to learn what we can take from the South African experience. I'm also very happy to be moderating a panel that's focusing on the integration of informal reclaimers, because it's a chance also to address what I find is a common misconception that a circular transition will automatically lead to a just transition. And that's not the case. There's nothing in the concept of circular economy that means that it by default gives social benefits or leads to job creation, but it's often being sold like that. And I think that's a big problem because it numbs our kind of focus in terms of being very keen on designing our interventions and designing the circular transition in a way where it does actually also deliver those benefits, but they will not come automatically. So I'm very interested to hear what the panelists can share to enrich all of us on that. And I'll start with you, Susan. Your work in the Pwani Circular Economy Association, based on that experience, what challenges do informal reclaimers face in gaining recognition and support, and how can these be addressed through policy or through partnerships or other initiatives? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Camilla. Good afternoon, everyone. It's already noon. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, so as she's already mentioned, my name is Susan Domingo, the chairperson of Pwani Circular Economy Association, an umbrella body of waste actors within the waste value chain in Coast region that works with both formal and informal waste pickers to be able to promote circularity into our waste management practices. So the challenges of the informal reclaimers are so many. But for the interest of time, I think I'll just delve into a few major ones. And the first one I'll start with actually is lack of recognition. Because when you look at what happens within the landscape of waste management, where the informal reclaimers are, you realize that most of them are actually not really recognized. And most of them are actually looked upon as, you know, mere scavengers, instead of focusing on the very critical role that they play as in terms of what they're contributing to sustainable waste management and recycling by virtue of what they do within the waste management space. Another challenge that they have is lack of inclusion, especially in the key decision making and even the policies within the country. You find that policies are made, yes, but they're never involved. Their voices are never heard. Their needs are never addressed within the policies. So you find that policies are made, yes, affecting them both directly and indirectly, but then their voices are not heard within these policies, and their needs are not so much addressed. So the other challenge that these informal reclaimers face actually is also lack of access to markets. Because of their informal nature, they don't have direct access to the recycling supply chain. So you find that most of them actually, yes, they sell their recyclables, but to middlemen or brokers who don't give them value for what they actually sell to them. And they also don't have access to funds or finance that can help them be able to enhance their operations or to have to be able to expand what they do. And finally, another challenge that I'd like to mention is that they also don't have access to networks that can enable them to have capacity building and training and education on how they can best do what they do. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. And Samuel, I don't know if you recognize the challenges that Susan has just been describing. Are they similar to what you see in Nairobi? And as Nairobi is growing ever more as a city, what can be done to include informal reclaimers into the waste management system in Nairobi?
Thank you, Camilla. Nairobi, of course, Nairobi is growing. The year 2000, the population of Nairobi was 2 million. And now we are talking of a population of 5 million, 5.5. And of course, Nairobi is growing. And with that, I can say that with the growing population of Nairobi, there's need for addressing the issue of waste management in this city. And what Susan have said is true. The waste reclaimers, they are passing through a lot of challenges. One, recognition. People didn't recognize them. You see a waste reclaimer on the street, and what will come into your mind is that this is maybe somebody who is has mental problem or something like that, which is not true. And this is business. We are in business, and we are telling people outside there that what we do, we are waste entrepreneur. We are in business of waste, and that can be only addressed when everybody, you know, people are being told about the importance of the role that the important role that we are playing in the society on circular economy, because we are the champion of circular economy. We collect this waste. We started collecting them even before we have the regulation or policy by the government. So before then, the challenges that we are facing was a lot. If you go to Dandora right now, the biggest, the second biggest dump site in Africa, or in East Africa, you will be surprised. And the people who are working there, with the environment that are working there, it's pathetic, So it will be good if the government introduce a policy that address the challenges of waste pickers in this city. So if we don't have the challenges that can explain or address the challenges that waste pickers are facing, then we'll be talking, but nothing is going to happen.
Thank you. Let me just challenge both of you, because you've laid out very clearly the challenges, but maybe not so much what to do about it. So what would be the first step you would take to facilitate the integration of waste pickers into the formal waste management system?
Just come again, please.
An example of something that could be done to include waste pickers into the formal waste management system.
Okay, first of all, there needs to be awareness creation to these informal waste pickers, so that they're able to understand the benefits that they stand to get by being formal and moving from being informal. So once practices in sustainable waste management, and apart from that also, they need to be given access to markets for some of these products that they have, the recyclables that they gain when they do the segregation of the waste that they handle. And also they need also support financially, so that they're able to access even grants or subsidies or those kind of financial incentives that can enable them to be able to do what they do in a better way.
Thank you, Susan. Do you want to add something to that, Samuel?
Yes, of course. Waste picker needs to be supported, both financially and also empowering them through education and financial. Yes.
Thank you. Let's bring in our speaker from South Africa. I don't know if you can put her on the screen so that we can all see her and hopefully also hear her. Melanie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Excellent. Welcome to this panel. We are very pleased to have you. Your research in South Africa has delved deeply into informal waste reclaimers. What strategies have proven most effective in including them within formal waste management systems? And what lessons can Kenya learn from the South African experience?
No, thank you so much, and thanks for inviting me to speak to this really important gathering. So I think that the key thing that we've learned in South Africa is that when people think of waste picker integration, they often assume that this means, people like academics and municipal government officials developing projects that will provide an opportunity to include individual waste pickers. And in South Africa, we realized that that will never be a success. Why? Because in fact, in our economies, in African, Asian, Latin American economies, as the OECD has recognized, waste pickers are usually the only people who know how to effectively remove recyclables from the waste stream. They are the experts, and so they need to be taking a lead in designing the policies. So what we did in South Africa is between 2016 and 2019, I had the privilege to facilitate a multi-stakeholder policy process, a participatory evidence-based policy process, where we brought together representatives from waste picker organizations, industry, municipality, municipalities, a number of national government departments, and we collectively work together to identify how does our recycling system actually work in South Africa, what is reclaimers' role or waste pickers' role, and then we developed what we call a waste picker integration guideline for South Africa that sets out what waste picker integration means and how to achieve it. And the crucial thing is in South Africa, we've defined waste picker integration as the creation of formally planned recycling systems that build on and strengthen the existing system created by waste pickers and that improve their conditions and their incomes and improve recycling rates. We also recognize that waste picker integration must include the political and social integration of waste pickers. So my number one piece of advice for colleagues in Kenya is you need to be developing a similar guideline and through a deeply participatory process. And just the last thing I'll highlight about our guideline in South Africa is that we have 10 key principles that are guiding waste picker integration. A key principle is that waste pickers must be paid for the service they provide. And we also have in the guidelines 7 steps that municipalities and industry can follow to implement participatory processes to guide waste picker integration in their sectors and their municipalities. And on the strength of our guideline, we now have remarkable EPR legislation in South Africa that requires industry to pay reclaimers for the service they provide from their EPR levies.
Thank you, Melanie, for sharing those inspiring examples. I know from the brief conversation we had with you prior to today that although you've done all this good work and preparation, everything is still not working 100% smoothly in South Africa either. And you shared with us that there's an issue about reclaimers getting paid the fees that they're supposed to be receiving from PROs. And also I noted that out of an estimated 90,000 reclaimers in South Africa, only 8,000 are registered. So what are some of the reasons behind this?
Mm-hmm. So no, thank you so much. And that is a key thing to highlight is that it's crucial that we get the right policy and that we develop policy in a participatory way. But one of the downfalls of the South African system is while we had participatory evidence-based policy development, the implementation has been left up to industry. And the PROs do not have co-governance structures. So industry is regulating itself. And thus far, national government has not taken meaningful action to ensure compliance with the legislation. So we're sitting in a situation where all of the PROs in the country are in gross violation of the law, and government has not yet taken action. Industry has simply chosen not to comply with the law. And this is really tragic, particularly because some of the more established PROs, the producer responsibility organizations that had formed voluntarily before EPR was legislated, formed something called the PRO Alliance, and they committed themselves to waste picker integration. And for a period of around 2 years, I was part of a team where we met every single Thursday and then every other Thursday with waste picker representatives and industry and government representatives to look at how can we implement these aspects of the law. And it is absolutely baffling to me that despite this tremendous goodwill and active participation on behalf of the waste picker organizations, industry simply chose not to implement the programs required to be compliant. And so my advice for Kenya is you need to ensure that your EPR regulations or legislation requires co-governance of PROs. We can't lead industry to government on their own, and we need to ensure that there is very strict monitoring and enforcement by government, and that PROs are held legally accountable when they fail to comply with the law. Similarly, our national waste management strategy requires municipalities to implement waste picker integration, and once again, national government has done very little to either support support them to meet that legislative requirement or to hold them accountable for not doing so. But I'll end with a piece of good news, which is that we've been pushing national government for quite some time to re-establish a waste picker integration committee to oversee these aspects of our law, and they have just called a first meeting of that committee. So we will be meeting on November 1st, and I'm hopeful that by bringing all the parties together, government will be able to ensure that our excellent legislation is complied with.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you very much. Now let's move to the other piece of this panel discussion, which is on waste segregation at source. And I want to bring in Henry, because I know that KARA, the Kenya Alliance of Resident Association, has recently concluded a pilot project about waste segregation at source. So Henry, how can residential associations promote better waste segregation practices at the community level?
Thank you so much, Camilla. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, very well. I think like Camilla rightly says that we have just completed a pilot project looking at the waste segregation at source, and especially at the household level. We did this in Nakuru, we did this in Nairobi and Mombasa. And it's good that this discussion is taking place at this time because the lessons are still very fresh in our mind, and what we saw on the ground are still very clear to us. One thing that came out very clearly is that we need to look at very keenly issues of knowledge, attitude, and practices. Because before we started the pilot per se, we did a quick survey across the people that we are targeting, just to understand what exactly they know about waste segregation, what they know about the law, because you have the Sustainable Waste Management Act of 2022, and how they think that waste can be of use to them. And the truth of the matter is that the level of awareness among communities as far as proper waste management is concerned is still very low. And what we found out is that majority of communities, majority of residential areas still treat their waste in a manner that is not valuable to them. You know, the normal way of dumping waste everywhere and putting it together without caring how it can be segregated or it can make use to you. So that level of awareness is still very low, and the attitudes are also still off place because by and large, the attitude towards waste or against waste is that waste is something to be thrown away, and waste is something to be discarded in whichever way. And that's why you find that on our roads, in our estates, in our neighborhood, there's a lot of littering still happening because it is not of value to people as it is, and so it can be thrown anyhow at any place. So the attitudes against waste is still very off, and it doesn't really reflect what we are talking about right now as waste being a resource. And of course, the practices. The practice is still that people dispose waste without caring how they're doing it, and of course, the impact it has on the environment. So much as the law is very heavy on the need for segregation of waste right at the household level, I think the practice is still not there. And that's why through this pilot, one of the things that we came up with is that as we talk about enforcing the law, as we talk about compliance with the law, we must invest heavily in changing behavior and mindset, because that is where it begins. As long as we don't have people's mindset, people's behavior changed as far as waste management is concerned, then it's going to be a struggle even realizing the benefits of this law. So a lot of awareness creation is required, a lot of education is required, and a lot of guidance. One of the things that we sought to achieve through this process was to come up with some simple guidelines on how you can be able to separate waste at source, at the household level. And so these guidelines are basically supposed to give some indication of how to deal with it and what to do when faced with issues of waste management. So of course, there's also the need of supporting the organized community with the relevant infrastructure, providing bins and bin liners so that they can be able to do the separation. One question that kept coming through is that this seems to be having an additional cost implication because now maybe we'll need to buy more bins, we'll need to buy more bin liners, and so how or who is going to absorb that particular cost? I think it's a pertinent question, and we must really be able to have an answer on how to go about this, working with other waste stakeholders, so that it doesn't appear that as we introduce a more sustainable way of managing waste, we are again creating an additional burden in terms of cost to those who are generating the waste. So it's still a discussion out there, and we must be able to really see how best to go about it. So I think there's so much that we came through, there's so much that we learned, but the saving grace is that at least for the pilots where we were, the places where we were, they were able to demonstrate the value of waste, and people were able to appreciate that they can be able to really manage their waste better and create some value out of it or create some wealth out of it. So as we look at how to carry on with the pilot, I think this can be a baseline on how to do it, but then we can still continue brainstorming as stakeholders on how to make sure that we upscale it in a more sustainable way, but also without creating loopholes or bottlenecks that can then make some people not to really appreciate the need to transition to this matter of waste. So those are some of the things that we saw. There is a lot more, but we can always talk more later on. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. And I'm wondering, listening to Henry, if Samuel and Susan, you could maybe share, if we see increased waste segregation at source, at household level, how would that impact your members? How would that affect their work? And while you answer that, maybe Henry can reflect on how residents, what approaches could they adopt to better collaborate with informal reclaimers? Is there a possible partnership there between residents and informal reclaimers? But first, maybe Samuel or Susan. Samuel, do you want to go first this time?
Okay. As people who normally interact daily with the waste, one of the challenges that we are facing is that you segregate. After segregating this waste, where will you take them? There's another challenge, because you'll find that a recycler will take maybe some plastic, but the rest of waste they don't take. So we'll mix them again and dump. So the biggest challenge is having the market of what we segregate from waste. If we don't have market, then we'll still mix them and take them to the dump site. So, because we have realized that every company, they are still in linear economy, where you use product and then you dispose. Same to NEMA, the license that we are getting is for garbage collection, transportation, and disposal. There's no waste management. So if we want to do a proper waste management that will help us also to initiate segregation at household, the first thing we need to do is to have market for this recyclable material that we recover from waste.
Thank you. Susan?
I think to add on to that, what I would say is segregation of waste at source is the backbone of circularity. And I'm glad, and this is actually now a call more even to the informal reclaimers to get formal, because through formality, we are able to engage with entities like KEPRO, and they're able to link us up with the recyclers that do uptake of almost everything. In fact, when you look at the waste, a good number of those items have recyclers that can take them. What remains as residual actually is about 10% or so. However, there's the big component of waste, which is the organic waste. So for this one also, like down at the coast, we're already working out with members to see how we can make use of this organic waste to be able to make BSF, make compost manure. So if you're able to segregate the waste at source, actually the benefit would be much more even to the reclaimers, or rather the waste handlers. Yeah, because they're able to even get, better incomes from the recyclables that they get from this. And with the training and the empowerment that we give them when they get formal, they're able to make good use of virtually, all fractions of waste. Yeah, so the gospel of the day is let's segregate our waste at source.
Thank you, Susan, for that clear message. Henry, I don't know if you have any thoughts on how residents can collaborate with informal reclaimers?
Yeah, certainly there has to be a symbiotic relationship because at the end of the day, if you look at most of these estates where we live, you find that they are surrounded by what I could call informal practitioners, including informal reclaimers, who then they have to engage with and work with towards issues of waste management. So one of the things that we look at, and I know this has happened in certain places, is having some kind of a formal agreement between the resident associations and the informal reclaimers, where they agree on how they're going to work together in managing waste. For instance, if you already have a central collection point where waste is placed by an estate, then there's the leadership of the informal reclaimers who then work with the leadership of the resident association to be able to access those facilities and then identify or collect waste that they think is of use to them, and they can then use that for creating some kind of income. So again, in terms of just making sure that these people are doing the right thing, one of the areas we are looking at in terms of partnership is to run even a joint, what I could call training program, where we have the informal reclaimers taken through some kind of a training program that can enable them to upscale their skills on how to deal with waste. Because the truth is a number of times when they collect the waste, from wherever they're collecting them, they don't know what to do with them, they don't know how to handle them, and a number of times they end up in the wrong places. So a joint training program that involves both the informal reclaimers and the generators within the residential areas will certainly make sure that the relationship is adding value to both parties and everybody is able to play their role as far as waste management is concerned.
Thank you, Henry. Sorry for cutting you short there, but I see our time is running, and you actually created a nice bridge because you more or less answered the last question I have for all of you before we see if we need to try to take a few questions from the audience. You've all spoken about the importance of awareness raising, whether it's at the residential level or amongst waste reclaimers. And we also know that KEPRO has been working on this consumer-led awareness campaign. So I wanted to ask you, in what way can we increase public awareness about segregation of waste at source, and how can informal reclaimers be involved in these efforts?
Maybe to start off, I would say awareness can be created to the members of public through campaigns, through information being put out there, so that they all know the reason as to why they need to do this and the benefits that will come from it. And for the informal reclaimers, how they can be involved in this is they can be trained. They can be trained on how this is supposed to be done and the benefits that come with it. And then within them, they can actually be trained to be TOTs or trainer of trainers. And they in turn now go down to mashinani to be able to train the rest of the informal reclaimers so that the gospel is actually out to all of them.
Thank you. You want to add something, Samuel, or?
Yes, on awareness creation, it's a key to spread the gospel to the resident or the consumers. And this that goes even to the manufacturers. When they are advertising their product, they need also to put some awareness in it so that this awareness spread and people understand the importance of having segregation at the household and the benefit. Yes.
Thank you. So the producers also play a role here. Henry?
Yeah, just two quick ones. Number one, we can't overlook the place of technology in awareness creation. I think there's so much technology engagement going on across the country. So we must be able to leverage on technology to make sure that as many people as possible are getting the information out there. Number two, there's the aspect of incentive and recognition of what people are doing, and also showcasing what others are doing so that people can learn from it. And I'm saying that because as Kara, we have what we call the annual Resident Association Excellence Awards, which is coming up in December 5th this year. And the idea is to be able to recognize the resident associations that are already doing tremendous work within their neighborhood. And as we do that, we're also able to showcase what others are doing and, of course, allow others to learn from that. So just getting to know what people are doing, putting it out there in the open, and let other people also learn so that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If there's somebody who's already doing great work in terms of waste management within their neighborhood, then this becomes part of the Excellence Awards that we are running, and we are able to amplify that through that platform and make people to also really get to understand how they can be done or how it can be done and replicate it in their respective neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. And I see some interesting questions from the audience, and I think we're already starting to create that ripple effect, because some people are asking about where they can get waste segregation guidelines. So it means that they're ready. And I don't know if we have anyone from NEMA here, but I know that NEMA is currently working on this, and they are at the stage of public participation, I think. And otherwise, Cara has made some nice guidelines as well based on the pilot project. So find Henry in a coffee break and then ask him to send you the guidelines. I want to take one of the questions that I think it would also be nice to get input from Melanie on. Although the question is focused on Kenya, let's also get the South African perspective. And it's the question that reads like this. In most countries, waste pickers don't want to be formalized because of tax and other issues. What about Kenya? But maybe let's start with South Africa and hear if the assumption behind this question is correct and how to go about that. Can you hear us, Melanie? I see some sign language at the back of the building that I don't understand. She had to go. Okay. So then we can't hear the South African perspective. So then I don't know if Samuel or Susan, you have input on this. Is there reluctance amongst waste pickers to be formalized?
Yes, there is a reluctance, and we've experienced this, especially when we try to get them to get formalized. And most of the reasons, the reasons that I've mentioned there, yes, are true. They are hesitant to pay the taxes that come in with formality. And also because most of them don't want to lose the status quo, because they feel that how they're operating, they're comfortable with it, and they feel like they're able to maximize from how they're operating. So formalization is like some of them feel they're going to lose their identity, and they want to maintain the status quo. So yes, that reluctance or resistance to that is there on the ground, I can confirm. However, that can be countered by actually doing the awareness and the education to them, because when you compare what they stand to gain vis-a-vis what they stand to lose by formalization, what they stand to gain is much greater.
Okay, that's encouraging to hear. I don't know, I'm looking at the MC and other masters of this conference. If I have 22 seconds left on the clock, so I don't think that's time enough to take another question if we want to respect the time.
What we'll do is let you think about the questions which are on the Mentimeter, something that you've not yet answered, while we are doing the gifts and the photos. And I'm sharing some of the key takeaways, and then we'll come back to you for the final question. Right?
Okay,
so
agreed.
Thank you so much for being a very, very disciplined moderator. Okay, great. So I would like to invite Joseph Nyongesa from the Institute of Packaging Professionals of Kenya to come onto the stage and give the gifts. By now, our photographer knows the routine, what they need to do. I can see he's running in very quickly. Please make sure you don't trip. That camera is very expensive. All right. So some of the takeaways. While they're doing the gifts and photos, I think this question about South Africa being ahead of Kenya made me feel a little bit competitive. And I want to pose this question to everybody here in the room and online. Can Kenya overtake South Africa? At the next annual Circular Packaging Conference, are we able to say that maybe South Africa needs to learn from Kenya? So it's a challenge to all of you. Another thing, the transition to the circular economy must be a just transition. I don't think this can be understated. It is so important because we only have one chance to get this right. The number of jobs and the protection of the environment that this can create is so big. So as we transition, let's make sure we get it right. We formalize and dignify the jobs for circular businesses. There was a lot of talk about dump sites and informal waste pickers. I just wanted to bring up that in 2022, Kenya passed a very, very important act, the Sustainable Waste Management Act. It is yet to be fully enforced because we don't have the MRFs in the country, as many as we need. So the Sustainable Waste Management Act requires that all dry waste must be segregated. The responsibility to collect the dry waste from the waste producers, which is all of us and our businesses, is on the county government. And the county government may only take this waste to material recovery facilities, not to a dump site. So dump sites and landfills, if the Sustainable Waste Management Act is actually to be enforced, would become an obsolete thing, which is amazing because dump sites and landfills is essentially where you get exploitation of a lot of people. So we can actually stop that whole thing from happening. KEPRO is working on a franchise model for MRFs to make sure that they get seed funding, to make sure they are properly governed, and the profit from MRFs can actually create a fund that can seed more MRFs. So it becomes a chain reaction throughout the country. Another important thing that came up was the idea of co-governance for PROs. Yes, PROs should not be probably left by themselves to just simply collect the money and then distribute it. If you've heard me talk about PROs before, I usually refer to it as the Robin Hood for the environment. All right? Robin Hood would take money from the rich and give it to the poor. A PRO takes money from the packaging users and gives it to the waste collectors, sorters, and recyclers. So definitely we need to think about PROs being non-profit, being transparent, should not compete, but at the same time should compete, but at the same time not have high fragmentation. Like 1,000 PROs is not going to solve the problem. We need just enough number of PROs. And the most important is not to compete on EPR fees, because that is a race to the bottom. I really like this idea of spreading the gospel to everyone on circularity. KEPRO did an initiative called the Consumer-Led Transformation. If you're interested to learn more about it, talk to some of the people on the KEPRO team. And if we get enough partnerships and funding, we can actually do a version 2 of the CLT, Consumer-Led Transformation, to keep the ripple effect and the gospel being spread. Finally, I'd like to end with an imagination exercise. All right? So close your eyes. Yeah? Don't worry, nobody's going to take your stuff. Okay? Close your eyes and imagine the shopping economy. All right? The shopping economy is where we all go and do economic, whatever, exchange of value. We go and buy stuff at shopping malls and kiosks and dukas and all of that. Now imagine this whole thing has become a different type of economy. You are no longer going to the shop just to buy. You are also going to the shop to return, to reuse, to repurpose, to repair, and recycle. Now open your eyes. I hope you are imagining what that feels like. Yeah? If you can think of yourself spending time at a shopping mall, why not also spend time at a shopping mall that is integrated with a return mall, a reuse mall, a repurpose mall, a repair mall, and a recycle mall. So that's the kind of economy that we want to see in the future. That will actually spread the gospel, the ripple effect will be so big, nobody can stop it. All right, so I think we are done with our third panel. Please give them a big hand. We have one more panel to go before lunch. Are you able to hold it? Yeah? Can we plow through it? Okay, great. Because even if we break now for lunch, there's no food ready. Okay, so I would like to call our fourth panel on the East Africa Community Harmonization. They will be exploring the question of how can we align our policies and standards across the East African community to better facilitate circularity. Leading this panel as the moderator is Klaus Len Christensen. Klaus, please come up. He's the regional director of the Danish industry in Africa. And Klaus, through the Danish industry, has really played a very important role in KEPRO. So I'm going to take a moment to just recognize that role. We've heard the story of Robin Hood. Have you heard of the story of Jack and the Beanstalk? You know the story? So Danish Industries was part of that story. They gave us the magic seeds. And then when we planted them in Kenya, it became this huge thing that is called KEPRO. So thank you very much, Klaus, for giving us those initial seeds. And thank you to the KEPRO. Yes. That definitely deserved a very big round of applause. Also, thank you to the KEPRO board members who have volunteered their time and the KEPRO secretariat team, because they've taken these seeds, planted them, and really allowed this PRO to grow into what it has become today, and we still have miles to go. Now, the panel that is joining Klaus is Faith Macharia, partner at ALN Kenya. Please clap for Faith as she comes up. Deputy Head of Policy, Research and Advocacy at CAM. I also have a couple of special words to say about Miriam, because she was also one of those people who was there at the very beginning when KEPRO was being formed. KEPRO was incubated inside of CAM, the Kenya Association of Manufacturing. And without Miriam's initial guidance, as we went through the early stages of becoming a non-profit business membership organization, we would have not come as far as we have. So thank you, Miriam, for that. And then finally on the panel, we have Nicholas Jackson Ambwene. I hope I pronounced the last name okay. Yeah? All right, thank you. So Nicholas is the country coordinator at PETPRO Tanzania. And we have somebody online. Frank Daffin.
From EABC. Frank Daffa from EABC.
All right, Frank, welcome online. So, Klaus, are we ready to get going? Over to you.
Thanks, Akshay. We'll try and keep it chop, maybe 30-minute power panel because we are behind schedule. I think this ripple effect is becoming the buzz of the day, thanks to Akshay. And this panel is really about ripple effect, but also this about economies of scale and impact at scale, because we'll be talking about EAC harmonization of producer responsibility legislation and extended producer responsibility legislation. Because that's maybe the missing piece that if we work in silos in all the EAC countries, we're not going to get very far. And we will see what we are currently doing, that we are exporting recycled material out of this region, even though we could perfectly stay here and create great jobs in Kenya and the rest of EAC and contribute to the economy. But that's not what we're doing right now. There's too much good material leaving this region because we don't have strong, robust legislation at EAC level. And I can see Dafa on the screen. I hope you can hear us in Arusha. You're nodding. Is the voice going? It's okay? Great. I have with me a wonderful panel, and I actually like to see that we're also gender balanced part of the day, and it's even better because we have 2 Kenyans and 2 Tanzanians. But I'm going to jump on the Tanzanian first, and I know the Kenyans, they're going to hate it. But Dafa, we're going to try with you if the sound carries all the way from Arusha, because why not start at where the power center is. That's the Secretariat town of East African Community, and that's also why the East African Business Council is based in Arusha. If I can turn to you first, Frank, could you say a bit about how East African Business Council is working around sustainability initiatives? Because the idea of harmonizing EPR is a sustainability initiative we would love to see, but can we maybe point to other initiatives that have been successful at EAC level already when we talk sustainability? Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Klaus, and good afternoon, everyone. So maybe just to jump straight on EABC. Actually, for those who don't know, EABC is the apex private sector organization in East Africa. We represent private sector organizations across the region. And our main mission is actually to ensure we influence policy advocacy to reduce barriers to trade and investment in the region. So as EABC, actually, we have carried a number of initiatives through partners and other collaborating partners in the region. Notably, at the organization itself, we have started what we call the Subcommittee on Climate Change. So this committee actually at the board level aims to provide policy, but also direction on where the organization needs to go in the areas of climate change and other solutions related to sustainable production. But as EABC in 2023, we also participated in the UN Zero Waste Day, where we were able to sensitize some of the stakeholders in Kilimanjaro on the Magnifico of Kilimanjaro. We provided them some cleaning tools, and we also created awareness on having the environment clean. But at EABC, we also participated in the Africa Climate Summit in 2023, which took place in Nairobi. So through this summit, actually, we were part of the co-signers for the 2023 Africa Private Sector Climate Statement, which actually was later on supposed to drive the private sector agenda in COP. But also we have been participating in a number of waste management capacity, but also awareness raising. And among them, we have been participating with the Africa Waste is Wealth Takataka Nimali organization flagship, which we even recently concluded the series in Nairobi. And partly it's also to raise awareness. And one of the key deliverables from our most recent engagement was that we need to develop a plastic consortium in the region. But our last initiative, which we have been doing with KEPRO, we have, through the DI support, we have been doing a number of awareness raising campaigns on extended producer responsibility engagements in the region. The main outcome for this is we aspire to have a common or a harmonized extended producer responsibility framework in EAC. So these are some of the initiatives we have undertaken. And at EAC, we have seen some other players in mostly in energy efficiency who have done interventions, and we believe we can also take a lead from them and implement similar interventions in waste management. Thank you, Klaus.
Thank you very much, Dafa. Miriam, let me jump to you. You are currently the acting head of policy and research at Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and hopefully the permanent position also. We can argue CAM is the strongest business member organization in East Africa. And in many ways, CAM has been the instigator around sustainability initiatives at regional level. And we started the Kenya Action Plan from within CAM with very strong advocacy. Can you say a bit about what you think your role is as a very strong business member organization in this field?
Okay, I think it's working now. I thank you, Klaus, for the question. And of course, I'm quite delighted to be seeing KEPRO here, bringing us to have these conversations. As Akshay is saying, some years ago, we hadn't envisioned this, that we're going to have, producer responsibility organizations bringing us together to reflect on very critical issues that we need to, discuss in terms of environmental sustainability. So thank you so much to KEPRO for continuing to make sure that we are sitting and reflecting on these critical issues. But to Klaus's question around what's the role of associations, manufacturing associations in terms of promoting environmental sustainability. I think for us, one of the critical roles that we played is the adoption of the circular economy here in Kenya. The work that we did as an association, making sure that we had evidence-based research that we did, which culminated into the Kenya Plastics Action Plan, that actually proposed that if Kenya moves or transitions to a circular economy, we are able to take more responsibility as businesses in the country through implementing extended producer responsibility schemes. We also signed a framework of cooperation with the Ministry of Environment here in Kenya, the National Environmental Management Authority, and we were able to now try and implement EPR scheme in Kenya, focusing on PET waste in the country. And through this kind of support and collaboration with the government, with the support of the private sector, whether it was KEPSA, whether it was the different associations in the country, we were able to actually show government that we need to move into a circular economy approach if we are to hold businesses to account. And we must recognize the work that the government of Kenya has done. By 2022, they had actually passed the National Sustainable Waste Management Act in Kenya and a policy in place which now transforms Kenya's approach from the linear economy that we were in to now a circular economy. And through the participation and the expertise that we received from the different businesses, we were able to advise the country on which way to go. Secondly, also the collaborations that we brought into the country, whether it was working with the Confederation of Danish Industry, the business associations in Denmark to come and tell us this is the approach we are taking as part of the EU that Kenya can actually adopt. The second other area that we brought in terms of collaboration was the East African community. we were able to start the conversations with the East African Manufacturers Association back in 2022. We sat down in Kigali, and I remember we got support from the Confederation of Danish Industry, and we all analyzed our policies within the EAC and said, do we have anything in common or any gaps that are there within the EAC to take us to the next level that we want to go through the circular economy? And through that forum, we were able to actually see a lot of the countries within the East African community were actually gearing towards a circular economy and also looking at the EPR. And today we are quite excited because Uganda, Tanzania, Burundi are already starting discussions around how they are going to implement EPR. I know Tanzania has already set up one of their PROs in Tanzania. So one of the key roles that we played, you know, having been an association that was started way back in 1959, we've been able to bring the conversations and make sure that we get the right policies for us to be able to implement what is necessary for businesses to ensure that they meet their environmental sustainability objectives. Yes, so that's it, Klaus. Thank you.
Maybe I'm in trouble now. Better. Yes. Thanks so much for the elaborate answer, Miriam. We'll get back to the meaning of advocacy at EAC level. Let me shift to Dar es Salaam, and you, Nicholas Jackson, you're the country coordinator of PET-PRO, or KEPRO Tanzania. So you're the first producer responsibility organization in Tanzania. From where you sit in Dar es Salaam, what would be the value of harmonizing EPR regulations across East Africa?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, Tanzania is saying hello to you because you're representing here. But I'm also with my colleague, Oliva. She's over there, the country analyst. Maybe she can just say hi. Yes. So,
in the back.
Yeah, basically, from the questions that you ask, I'm very happy now seeing something is going on as a progress. Because I remember last year, on the same chair, I gave a suggestion to have a PRO conference, like how we can collaborate as PROs in East Africa. So being seen, this is one of the progress, and then being in this kind of topic and engagement is something I feel very proud and happy, and I would like to congratulate DI and KEPRO as well. So seeing on the important or the values for the harmonizing or harmonization of EPR. First of all, on the issue of waste management, we see the advantage on that because you can find now we have only 2 years of operation as PRO in Tanzania, but the progress or the movement is not related to what Kenya is doing right now. So you are too much experienced on how to handle waste with the support of NEMA or government in general, and now you have something like guiding you in terms of regulation, but still in Tanzania we don't have regulation yet. So if you ask me about the value, I can say it will help directly to create a good way or a good standardization on waste management generally, but also creating a value for circular economy. Because you can find now back home in Tanzania, people are just catching up slowly to understand about circular economy. So it's like, in the other hand, we're still on linear economy. But in recent, as a KEPRO, as a PET-PRO, we tried our level best to ensure now people start to create a mindset to understand the movement from linear to circular economy. So another value is now we see if this is going to be successful in one way or another, people will be now understanding the context of circular economy, but also be having a general or common understanding about circular economy. But out of that also, we do discuss about circular packaging. So we can achieve design for recycling. And you can find producers are now trying to participate a little bit, as now we're having only 8 members, but we have a lot of producers in Tanzania, and we have a lot of manufacturers as well. But why we only have 8 out of many producers out there is because they just feel not be direct obligated, because we don't have a policy yet or a regulation that's make it mandatory for them to take responsibility. So we operate as voluntary PRO right now. So being a voluntary PRO is one of the challenges, but harmonizing EPR in East Africa region directly support to ensure now everyone is taking responsibility from the producers themselves, consumers themselves, now to understand if as we've heard that my waste is someone else's worth. So everyone will understand now the importance for sorting, will be understanding the importance of them taking care about their waste, but also seeing the value out of it. As we now concentrated much on PET, now back home, people now started to understand the importance of PET. And you can compare as before. So having harmonizing the EPR in East Africa, directly we support producers now to change their mindset, to design the packages that can be easy to be recycled. Because the rate of recycling right now in Tanzania is not that much comparing to how it's supposed to be done. A lot of waste goes to landfill, but still there's a lot of waste that is around there and people are not taking responsibility out of it. So out of that also, we can allow innovation and technology generally, because you can find there's some kind of waste here in Kenya, you have a good technology to convert them. But in Tanzania, we don't have that kind of technology. So harmonizing EPR will allow the room for innovation and creativity, but still advancing to new technology to help reduce waste that goes to landfill. But finally, on issue of policy reform, so now we have EMA as Environment Management Act for 2004. But you can find now we need a lot of reformation. And we can copy, you're seeing the good example of Kenya, and as now you have a Sustainable Waste Management Act, and it makes it be mandatory for producers to participate on EPR implementation or being part of PRO. So back in Tanzania, it will help, or in other East Africa country out of Tanzania, it will help directly people to learn and adapt some of the good policies that can help to transform and change the whole operation and make EPR successful in other countries.
All right, let me stop you for a second, because now we're getting into the nitty-gritty of this conversation. We've got some strong lawyers here on the panel, and both Miriam and Faith are very good lawyers. And Faith, you work for one of the largest law firms, Ellen, in Kenya. And I think many of us, when we were sitting here last year, we were thinking, well, today might be the day when the CS walks in and says, here are the EPR guidelines, friends. Ta-da! That was what we all thought would be happening last year. And here we are 1 year later, it hasn't happened yet. Yes. Nicholas is saying in Tanzania, they're doing the same exercise. They're reviewing their environmental act and maybe not integrating EPR guidelines into it. Now there's a rumor circulating in the room these days that maybe the individual EAC countries are waiting for an EAC law to come in about EPR that would trump local legislation. Faith, any truth in that? And what would be the benefit of having an EAC law around EPR rather than state laws?
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for this opportunity to be part of this panel. So I want to start first by contextualizing the legal framework so that I can come then to your answer to put it into perspective and as a way of good background. Now let's start at the global level. At the global level, we have the Global Plastic Treaty. I know some of us have heard about it. Some of us have had the opportunity to review the various clauses and see how they're affecting. So just to put again in context in Kenya, we know our government, and I really want to applaud the government as well as the government representative representing the government here. They've taken an active role in terms of negotiating. They've been participating in the negotiation led by His Excellency, the President, Dr. William Ruto, on this Global Plastic Treaty. Now, we also know that it is quite in an advanced stage. We're expecting to have the final meeting of the negotiations of the treaty in November this year. That is in South Korea. So perhaps we are looking at a global plastic treaty come 2025 next year. So one of the provisions of this global plastic treaty obviously is targeting the elimination of plastic, of the use of plastics generally, and also it has provisions on extended producer responsibility. So we need to note that at the global level, and as I said, Kenya is part of this treaty, and the president has said they are following it to the end. So we are likely to be signing the treaty, and therefore it will be binding on us as a nation. So I know from Africa as well, we have Rwanda, who's actually participating, and Uganda, and you also have, I know there are some other states in EAC, they've not been actively involved, but they've been airing their views at different levels. Then there also the position that has been taken by the African nations, now speaking widely beyond the EAC, that is at the AFTA level. So the African governments, they're pushing for polluter pays. policy at the global level. So that is actually what is up in the global level. So let's come down a little bit to the regional level and specific at the EAC level. Now, we know the EAC was established, or if you don't know, it's fine. So it was established in 2000, in the year 2000. So you're looking at 24 years later. It was established through the East Africa Community Treaty. Now, one of the obligations under the East Africa Community Treaty, and this is an obligation by all EAC partner states, is to come up with a unified law or policy on protection of the environment and just preventing pollution. It is sad to say that 24 years later, we don't have a unified policy, we don't have a unified legislation at the EAC level, despite very explicit provisions at the East Africa community. But all is not gloom and dull. So we have seen some activities at the East Africa Community Council or Assembly where they have started having this conversation, about it. For example, there are conversations by various government arms, and they're really supporting the proposed East Africa single-use plastic bill that is pioneered by Ellen, that is Anjawala and Kana, my farm, and other, stakeholders. We have Flip-Floppy, we have UCTAD. We've been working very closely with the Ministry of Trade Kenya, the Ministry of Environment, and other stakeholders beyond Kenya. I know Rwanda is also championing it, Uganda, and other countries in the EAC. So we have started seeing some actions at the EAC, and there's hope that soon we'll have one of the policy harmonizing the different, plastic provisions or plastic legislations on the use of plastic at different levels, at different scope at the EAC. Now come to Kenya. So we finished the global, the regional, and then Kenya. Kenya, we have the Solid Management Act. We know we have that has provisions for APR and waste management. And for a long time, we have actually had the Environmental Management Act, but it was important now for us to shift there. So you can actually see the mood, the legislative landscape that we have from the global level, now coming to the regional level, and then at the national level. Of course, at the national level, speaking at the EAC level, different countries have different legislations that have different scope, different enforcement mechanism, and different fines, so to speak, right? And that is actually where the need of harmonization comes in, as my brother from Tanzania spoke. So I see a lot of value in us having, a harmonized legislation in terms of, fighting the preventing pollution, and also on APR responsibility at the regional level. Number one, it's for us to have a harmonized, of course, legislation. Then that will also be able to be very easy for business in terms of compliance. As you're speaking now, there's a lot of complexities in compliance. I know Miriam, if she was to speak for their members, you'll actually realize that when you have the compliance, levels different in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in all these EAC countries, obviously it has its complexities. When you talk about, complexities in compliance, also that goes to business cost. It has an element of business cost, and it's possibly a trade barrier. So that's one of the benefits that I see. But most importantly so, and this is to the government, it's also we are obligated. It's a mandatory requirement under our EAC treaty for us to be looking at unified policies for prevention of pollution to environment, on plastic bags, on sustainable development, on sustainable trade. So that is actually what you're saying. And just to mention this, they have been, most of the EAC residents, they're increasingly becoming aware of the rights and obligations of government states in the EAC. So we have seen some lobby groups coming up, and just even on the background of the proposed East Africa single-use plastic bag, plastic bill that I said it just targets unnecessary single-use plastic. There was a threatened course of action. There was actually a threatened class action at the East African Court of Justice to compel the East African states to come up with the regulations or the harmonized policy at the East African level that look into pollution, look at preservation of environment and sustainable development and trade. So you can see the government is doing its part, but you're also increasingly seeing awareness among the residents of the EAC, which I think it's a good thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Faith. very elaborate and also in a very refined way, you avoided answering the question. If we're really waiting, is the Kenyan government waiting for an EAC solution to come in ahead of them and trump local law? Maybe I'll pass that to Miriam.
Thank you, Klaus, again. Just on your question of whether Kenya is ready for an EAC law, one of the things that we are supporting government to see is the investment climate within the East African community. And this usually requires that we have stability in terms of the policy decisions that we make. And I think Faith has laid the platform in terms of where, globally we are looking at. And there's a plastics treaty that is up at the top there. They're already trying to define a lot of issues. As the private sector, we've been able to put forward our proposals around EPR, including the Kenyan government. And so I think they're open to it, but we want to see what is happening at the global level. And from our experience in Kenya is that we've seen there are too many regulations, there are too many laws that are coming into place, and we are not taking time to sit down and see what is it that we need to put in place ultimately to be able to realize environmental sustainability, the reporting, the capacity support that we need. So I think Kenya is ready. It's just that we need to be focused now to see what is happening at the global level and trickle it down. We are also taking note from the EU, where they are able to give directives, similarly because different countries within the EAC are at different levels. And I think those are some of the things we're exploring and discussing with the government to see how we can go about it. And I don't think anything is lost in terms of not having legislation. In fact, right now, what the private sector, and I think I'll go to my question around what is private sector saying, what are our members saying? They're telling us that they want us to stabilize the regulatory environment if we are to be able to bring more investments within the East African community. The more laws you have, the more regulations you have, you keep on now making businesses change their plans in terms of what needs to happen. For instance, if you want to make sure that this circular economy happens, businesses now have to invest, and I'm sure a number of them have now invested their finances into looking at their product development to make sure that they're able to monitor their life cycle assessment. They are able to put in money to innovate, do some research, partner, and try and see what kind of products they can bring into the environment. But when you continue having different laws being introduced at different levels, whether it's at the national level, the county level, at the EAC level, I assure you businesses retract back their finances and their investments because they are unable to plan. Businesses need predictability in planning, and policy and law must follow that space. And now we keep on advocating to government, could we please have a policy in place? Because if somebody wants to come and invest in Kenya, or the EAC, now that we're in a customs union, the first thing they ask, they come and ask us, what's the policy around environmental sustainability? And once they're able to read that policy, they are able to know what the government is looking at for the next 3 to 5 years. So that's where now what businesses are telling us to advocate on their behalf: predictable regulatory environment for investments in the country. So we are really advocating, even as an association at the EAC level, for harmonization of a lot of these laws and policies that are in place. We are doing quite well with the standards, and I've seen Nyagechi here, where we've been able to standardize a lot of our product labeling, products, packaging, so that we are able to make sure that we are all uniformly doing something. And there's no law in place, that different laws in place. It's just one law that is quite clear about the standards we need to adopt at the EAC level. So we are hoping this kind of stability that we are seeing in standards development moves towards environmental sustainability, moves towards trade and economic issues that we are looking at, so that we create a very conducive, stable policy and regulatory environment for businesses to invest. Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Miriam. You want to come in quickly?
Yeah, I just wanted to add something on that, just to agree with William. with Miriam, that the government of Kenya is ready. And I also think there are other governments in EAC which are also ready. And I'm saying this because the government of Kenya, just to take the example of the proposed East Africa Community single-use, plastic bill, they've been at the forefront of this conversation. I know they've actually been speaking loudly. The voice has been heard at the East African community, as well as the government of Rwanda, the government of South Sudan, the government of Uganda, and we've actually seen the ages of the respective governments taking this up so that we can have a conversation. And the aim, as Miriam has said, is to harmonize the different laws that we have in different countries. We don't have to have a discrepancy. For example, if you have to trade in Uganda, you're in Kenya, you have different, compliance level. And also speaking about pollution, for example, like plastic pollution, we know it is transboundary, right? It's not limited to a certain geographical area. And I think it's from that perspective then that we are seeing the governments, the governments that I mentioned coming up and actively supporting the harmonization and having a regional law. So I know the government is ready for that, based on their actions.
Thank you. So it sounds like we kind of agree that we have to wait out and see if this moonshot global plastic pact will be adopted in November. And I stress moonshot. I think a lot of people doubt that this will happen. But we also run the risk while we wait for these big global legislative pieces to come in that other countries move ahead. And to Akshay's question before, can Kenya move ahead of South Africa? Yes, maybe. But maybe it also takes more risk willingness to go ahead and maybe introduce legislation that's ahead of the curve, ahead of the game. So it's also a waiting game that can be dangerous. And that is what's impacting business and creating uncertainty among manufacturers in East Africa these days. So allow me just to jump back to Dafa in Arusha, and there will be a last question to you before we jump to questions from the audience, so we can get to lunch soon. Dafa, what are you hearing on the ground at EAC Secretariat level? Can you recognize what Faith and Miriam they're saying? If you're still with us.
Sorry, Klaus. Yes, I am. Maybe if you can repeat, I think
Yes, so you're close to the ground at EAC level in Arusha. So we're just wondering if what Faith and Miriam are talking about now, is that also what you're hearing on the ground in Arusha? Is that the EAC sentiment that you're hearing?
Yeah, I think I want to agree with Faith, but also largely with my sister Miriam. And there's a lot of traction on the ground, noting that there is other interventions happening at the global level. So that is something maybe we are expecting will happen in the near future. But on the ground also, there is the single-use going on around at the East Africa Legislative Assembly. So hopefully in the coming few months or early next year, it is something that is going to be on discussion for most of the private sector in the region. But overall, I think what I can agree with is that we need more alignment at the regional level. And I think it's the highest time for us to. That is all I can contribute.
Okay, thanks, Frank. And there's a question from the audience down the lines saying, should we have a regional PRO or local PROs across East Africa?
Yeah, I think I read the question, and I think it speaks to what I just said on my last comment, which is more alignment is what is important. And if we have, which we already have in trade, and we're already having a lot of countries moving ahead of others, depending on their level of development, but also their level of being prospective. So I think what we need is more of a regional policy, which will recognize what each country is doing, at what level each country is progressing, so that we can have a more seamless trade instead of having trade barriers that can result from maybe regulations or maybe measures that can lead to bans or some sort of trade embargoes on some of the products.
Thanks for that. And maybe I see a few similar questions, but maybe one more for you, Nicholas, because you are in the early days of forming PRO in Tanzania. If do you think you will see an adoption of your Environmental Act next year? Or is that also a waiting game, the way you see it from your NEMA?
For Tanzania, we have a long way to go, being honest. And for now, for example, this year, we tried our level best to engage the government. First of all, we came to realize that still even within the government, they don't have a clear vision about EPR, because it's something like, as I can say, KEPRO, we're the ones that brought out about EPR issues. So for these 2 years, we had a big task to ensure government understand the EPR context first, regardless having a very good Environment Act, regardless having a good regulations that we're having. So even this year, we managed to convince the government and review, and we did an amendment for the Solid Waste Management Regulation of 2009. So we do hope, because previous there was no EPR in solid waste management regulation. So now we've managed to support the government, but also to engage the government to ensure they understand the context of EPR, and even including EPR in solid waste management regulation. So coming up to EMA, we have a long way to go. I can say maybe next year we might be having it, but this is the plan we're having this year, next year, to ensure we work very close with the government under NEMA, but also under Vice President's office, to ensure now, because for this year, they recognize us as PRO in Tanzania, and we feel proud of it. Like now, they've started to see the initiative that producers are doing, as we KEPRO on behalf of producers, that they managed to come up with this idea, but still to see how they can support us more to come up with a bigger impact, and even ensuring now in EMA, we have a direct connectivity with EPR, and how even the EMA can recognize waste pickers, because even in these regulations, nothing is recognizing waste pickers as what they've been discussed previously. So we have a bigger task, but also we have a long way to go, but we do believe from the intervention, from the engagement, but also now the government started to invest much on environment perspective, we can have a bigger result, and maybe next year we might be having some reform and amendment in EMA generally. So that's we hope for the future, but still we have a bigger ways to do, but also a bigger initiatives to make sure we create a partnership and engagement, and that's why I can say being part of partnership with KEPRO under DI support, but also CTI back home, it's managed to push KEPRO in the next level, because now the confidence with KEPRO has increased in the next level, but also they start to think outside the box. If Kenyans are doing this, if South Africa are doing this, why Tanzania we're not doing it? So in anyhow, we have to see how we can reform. We have to see on how we can strengthen our regulations, but also our operation, but not only having good regulation, issue of enforcement. Because at the end of the day, if people don't have a common or clear understanding, the enforcement will be difficult and will be a challenge. So that's what we're looking, and also we think within 2 years to come, we might be coming and giving a good story about our progress and movement, especially on our regulation and even our EMA, as one of the questions that you asked about.
Thanks, Nicholas. And I think that also resonates what we heard from South Africa. She really emphasized the need for strong enforcement when you do this. I think we'll try and wrap up now. We not have time to cover all the questions. I'm looking at Akshay, MC, but I think we're in wrap-up mode, and I see some hungry faces. So I just want to thank the panel so much for an interesting discussion, and we will definitely follow up on this intensely in the next couple of months as we go into November and the final negotiations on the Global Plastic Pact, and what the response will be in East Africa. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Final remark. Okay.
Sorry, I'm insisting. I just wanted to make a bit of clarification, because the relationship between the Global Plastic Treaty and the regulations or the laws that you're trying to pass at the EAC level, using the proposed East Africa Single-Use Bill as an example. So the Global Plastic Treaty, it's not all EAC countries that are participating on that. And it's actually be binding upon those countries that are going to sign it. So if it's not signed by everyone in East Africa, you can can see there's a gap already. But just to cover that gap, that's actually where we are saying, we talk about a regional law that takes, into account our unique circumstances. Where are we in terms of development, in terms of scope? Because different nations in East Africa, they're at different levels in terms of compliance, EPR, pollution, etc. So this is just to localize and to have a law that takes care of the needs of the people at the East African community, so that there is no conflict at all with the global treaty. So that is the interplay, and we don't have to wait for the global treaty for us to pass a law at the East Africa Legislative Assembly, binding the East African region. We don't have to. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying. Let's give them a warm hand. Thank you. All right, thank you, Klaus. And again, another well-disciplined moderation. I think that probably means like you still have 2 minutes to go, but I'm happy to take those 2 minutes and help you get all to your meals 2 minutes faster. All right, so by now I think everybody gets the drill. I would like to invite 2 of our most tenured team members in KEPRO, Mumo and Lavenda. Can you please come to the stage? And as they are coming to the stage, I can just tell you a little bit about them. So when we started KEPRO, it was initially just some volunteer board members putting in a lot of their time, but we had nobody from the secretariat to actually do any execution work. Mumo was the first person who joined. I had known Mumo from a while back, an Africa Leadership Accelerator graduate. And then also Mumo did some work at South Africa. He really impressed me with his technology skills. And so KEPRO became the opportunity where he has really excelled. So please give a big hand to Mumo. So Mumo leads operations and technology at KEPRO. And I stress the word technology because the idea for us at KEPRO is to become a tech-enabled PRO. And the reason for this is that it allows us to stay lean, it allows us to stay transparent and auditable, which is very important for a non-profit PRO. Lavenda has joined us as an intern. And her role was initially like a Swiss Army knife doing various things, and eventually landed up on supporting members as they joined KEPRO, helping with the whole membership journey, onboarding, and today she leads membership as a function within KEPRO and supports the membership committee of KEPRO. So another big hand to Lavenda. All right. So since we have 4 people here in person, you can take 1 bag. And Lavenda, maybe you give the gifts to the gentlemen, and Mumo will give the gifts to the ladies, and our photographer will handle all of this while I share some key takeaways. So I don't know if this is an East African proverb or an African proverb, but I'm sure all of you have heard of this before. Together, we go further, right? And the image is usually about those sticks. You can break 1 stick, but if you put many sticks together, you can't break it. So I think that is the message for all of us in East Africa. Together, we can go further. Circular economy, whether it is in Kenya or across the East African region, is going to require teamwork. And that means we need to really synchronize like a good football team. Can you imagine a football team where the players are not synchronized? Do you think they'll be able to score any goals? No way. So what are the goals that we can score as an East African region? We can score the goals of clean environment. We can score the goals of creating more businesses on the return side of the circular economy. We can create more jobs. We can have a better environment that attracts tourism. We can actually do amazing, huge amounts of import substitution because all our waste will become our new raw material.
And that import substitution will actually create more local value addition. Why import raw material from outside our region when we already have it here? And ultimately, that can lead to a stronger currency in each of the individual countries. If we ever get to an East African currency, it'll be a strong currency. So there's a lot of goals at stake, but we must play like a well-oiled machine, like a good football team, and sync together. Two more points. One is, I think all of us in East Africa know the wonder of wildlife. Such a natural wonder, and we are so blessed, I think, that in Nairobi, we can basically drive in maybe half an hour or maybe an hour, and we are surrounded by zebras and elephants and things like that. I never take this for granted because it's just not normal in many other parts of the world. This natural wonder does not recognize borders, right? Do you think a zebra cares when it is crossing the border? No? But also, waste, which is an untapped industrial resource, doesn't recognize borders either, right? So we need to start thinking about waste like the wildlife. Wildlife is a natural wonder. Waste is a natural resource. Well, not a natural resource, an industrial resource. And we need to come together as a regional community so that we can achieve economies of scale. Last point, KEPRO has a few strategic pillars. I'm going to mention two of them because this applies to what the panel was talking about. I think our friend here from Tanzania, Karibu Sana, was talking about learning from KEPRO and taking those lessons to Tanzania. One of KEPRO's strategic pillars is to be the most trusted packaging PRO. How do we achieve that? We achieve it through transparency. We achieve it through documenting our playbook. And then we want to give this playbook to any packaging PRO that wants it so that you can basically not have to reinvent the wheel. And we want to give it to you for free so that we can actually achieve this teamwork that I'm talking about. There's many other strategic pillars that are of importance. I'll just mention one more, because if all of you are not a member of KEPRO, this is the call to action. Become a member of KEPRO, right? It doesn't cost a lot. And why should you become a member of KEPRO? Even if you don't have to comply with EPR regulations, you will still get a lot of value beyond compliance, because that, again, is one of our strategic pillars, to provide membership value beyond compliance. All right, so make sure that you go to the website, kepro.co.ke. There is a link on it to join, and join us. I think you're going to be finding that the ride is going to be amazing. You will be part of the legacy that we will create in the region. As we now break for lunch, thank you, panelists. You can all give them a round of applause as they step off the stage. As we now break for lunch, I want to just ask the online audience, since we are not able to provide you lunch, that you can use that time. We'll have about 1 hour, not about, exactly 55 minutes, to post your selfie on your social media platforms with the KEPRO official hashtags, which is hashtag KEPRO Annual Conference 2024 and hashtag KACPC 2024. If Momo will probably put it on the screen so you can remember it. Now, we do have a gift at the end of the day for the winner who has the most likes, comments, and shares on their social media platforms will receive a gift by the end of the day, right? So I'm sure the Secretariat team, as I told you, KEPRO is a tech-enabled team. They know how to figure out those social media analytics to do this. Momo, can you please put on that video of the circular video? There's a video of the circular video. Momo, Is it coming? So while you go out for lunch, and I suggest you try this before lunch, unless you have a very robust stomach, then you can try it after lunch, is to do what Momo is doing here. There's a place that we have outside where you can stand on a platform and do whatever you want to do on that platform, while a camera on this nice automated platform is going to go around. You can put your phone on it, and it'll take a circular selfie video of you doing something crazy. Share it with your friends, share it with your children, tell them you're still a kid, and also, if you'd like, share it with us so that we can post it on our social media platforms. All right? So enjoy your meal, share your thoughts about 5R instead of 3R, connect and appreciate with the lawmakers in the House, visit the art exhibition and appreciate and inspire some of the artists there. We will reconvene exactly at 3 p.m. for our next session, which is going to be very, very interesting, at least for me, because I am a technology geek or nerd or whatever you call it. And this is all about leveraging technology towards a circular economy. I'm sure somebody's going to talk about AI, right? Okay, see you at 3 p.m.
We've been on board from the get-go, transferring knowledge, capacity, leadership into the organization. So for us, this is 4 years of partnership, basically, with KEPRO and DI. And every year we keep innovating. So something I'm particularly proud of this year is the Innovation Hub. So we agreed that to grow sustainable recycling, we need to think about innovation and design. There are so many great SMEs in Kenya that can contribute in this field. So for this year, we did an Innovation Hub. We invited in for a cohort now of, I believe we have 11 companies, and we train them in design thinking, investor readiness, and business modeling, so that they actually become competitive and can survive on the real market. The other part is about the job creation angle, because we keep saying that what we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. In the absence of EPR guidelines and more formal structures, there are so many SMEs dealing in this space with recycling, upcycling, collection, creating jobs. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. So that's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, a worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits. This industry we call sustainable waste management or packaging, because by embedding technology, we can then weigh recycled materials. We can make sure that collectors get paid if we collaborate with M-Pesa mechanisms, for example. We can work with design, 3D printing, etc. And on financing, I'm also excited we have the topic this year, because this is an industry that's bankable. We've proven there's a business model in waste management, and that's why a lot of investors are now getting attracted to this field. And that will again contribute to creating jobs in Kenya. KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization in Kenya. And it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members. This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon that will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management. To the waste collectors, again, this is a job creation opportunity. Waste collection has been stigmatized earlier as a dirty job. We're changing that narrative by also creating these formal jobs. Instead of people walking around Dandora, we want to get them into proper factories working with recycling, where they work 40 hours a week as per the labor code, and they get proper treatment, proper wages. We think it's possible. We've already proven it. We see some of the KEPRO members, just as Mr. Green. Africa, good example, creating massive jobs where people have just the same working conditions as people working in other industries.
The challenge of waste management is ever present. Streets overflow with waste, a reflection of the growing environmental strain.
The biggest challenge we face as waste managers in terms of sorting and recycling is the mixture of waste. You find at household level, waste is mixed. Food waste, plastic waste, cardboard, they're all mixed in one dustbin.
Most of these community members hawajaelewa the benefits haswa ya kusegregate. Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste, ama mahali organic, ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya. Ambapo kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming, na pia inaharibu the value of the waste which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
But amidst these challenges, KEPRO is working hand in hand with local communities to
an organization that seeks to try and find a balance between profit and planet, where we're ensuring that producers and manufacturers are taking care of the environmental consequences of their products.
Through our collaboration with grassroots organizations, we are addressing the challenge of waste in various counties by implementing local, community-driven strategies. During our sensitization forums, we've provided personal protective equipment and introduced participants to KEPRO's Waste Collectors Toolkit, an essential resource.
Kwa KEPRO ikamthuru, KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moba tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection. Sisi tulikuwa na waste collection tukiingia neno unapata kwa YouTube educated kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu walikuwa wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidia. Ukitia unajua nini unaenda. Ndio unafundisha watu unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
What we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. That's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living.
KEPRO has successfully implemented initiatives in diverse counties, including the coastal region and Kisumu, ensuring that these communities across Kenya benefit from its comprehensive approaches.
We believe that our technology is a solution that advances circular economy, both from the component of connecting people, but also from the component of the data. The data once analyzed, we are looking at it as a way to revolutionize the recycling space, attract more investment, and build better the businesses and enterprises already in recycling. Since beginning, we've educated over 6,000 members of the community. We've trained over 300 waste workers who are agents, and we intend to just build their capacity so the community can understand that there is a lot of value in waste. As a resource, they have options of better managing their waste. They are able to segregate their waste at source, so that then it's really a clean resource for the waste workers who look at this as a source of income.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organizations like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Pepsi kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
While our efforts in the counties focus on immediate waste solutions, KEPRO is also investing in the future, starting with our schools.
So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated.
We are working to raise a generation that understands their role in safeguarding the environment. Through dynamic programs, we teach students the value of recycling, reducing waste, and taking charge of their environmental impact.
KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste.
KEPRO fosters a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility. These initiatives bring together various stakeholders to address waste management challenges effectively. Participants learn best practices and gain valuable insights into sustainable waste management strategies.
Recognizing that even as we talk about product stewardship, the ultimate determinant of how successful a product stewardship program would be successful is the aspect of design. So we saw it needful to be able to bring in a few of our members, equip them with the knowledge around what are the fundamental principles around design for recyclability, what is the business case for you to be able to transition, or rather the convincing reason from a circular business model point of view. I mean, what is the business case? Because the reality is businesses exist for profit, and that transition towards the circular economy must also be incentivized in this regard.
Our approach mainly targets behavior change, and the core of it has been educating the community members and building the capacity to understand that waste is a resource, it's a valuable resource, and also just capacitating waste workers involved in the recycling value chain to be able to benefit better from these resources.
One of the highlighting sessions, I think, of the lessons is where we had these cards that we could actually plan around and map out our business model. We were able to adjust around it and actually come up with a solution on where we offer composting as a service for B2B fresh produce organizations and upper class homesteads.
We are able to evaluate our model, opportunities in the market. We also been able to look at our wastage, especially now that we are using plastic as a means of packaging. We've been able to understand what KEPRO does, and we have been able to collaborate with them to manage our waste.
KEPRO is driving meaningful change by equipping communities with knowledge, tools, and resources. We are building a cleaner future where everyone plays their part in protecting the environment.
Packaging producer responsibility organization. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon that will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme, recyclers are receiving a subsidy, but by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management.
To date, we've been able to convert around 20,000 metric tons, that is in terms of collection and conversion. And up to September 2024, we are currently managing compliance solutions for around 850 companies. Here you're talking about the manufacturers, packaging users, brand owners, as well as some of the largest retailers in the country.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema.
Saa hii vile mtuletea hii container imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi, na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hao wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu Initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambut muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart juu ya KEPRO.
Bottle Logistics is a glass waste management company that recovers glass waste for both recycling and reuse. Bottle Logistics was founded in the year 2019 and has been in operation for the last 5 years. Currently, we have employed 150 people, of which 67% are women and 76% are youth. We've partnered with community-based organizations as well as collection agents who are based in various parts of the countries, such as Machakos, Nairobi, Kitui, Mombasa, as well as Meru. We crush the glass waste into highly refined glass cullet, a raw material that is used by the glass manufacturing companies in the manufacture of new glass bottles and glass jars. Currently, we recover up to 600 tons of glass waste in a month for both recycling and reuse. However, our recycling capacity is approximately 900 tons a month. We therefore have a gap of 300 tons a month. In order to increase our collection of glass waste, we plan to recover this glass waste close to source, such as from bars, restaurants, hotels, as well as residential homes. Recycling of glass waste has positive environmental and social impacts. We divert glass waste from the environment, ensuring clean and sustainable cities. It also leads to reduced mining of virgin materials, reduced CO2 emissions, as well as creating green jobs. Currently, Bottle Logistics is only recycling hollow glass from the food and beverage glass bottles and glass jars.
We have 2 business units. We have our stock control team, and their role is to receive the bottles and also ensuring the quality of bottles that we are receiving is up to par. After that, it will be received into the storage yard and stored by respective brands. Once the bottles are received in the store, we'll issue them to the washing staff, who will do an overnight soaking. After the overnight soaking, they'll start the washing process. After that, they'll take it through the 2-stage rinsing, ensuring the bottle is properly cleaned. After the rinsing, they'll turn the bottles upside down and dry them in crates, leaving them overnight to allow air drying. The following day, we have the quality control personnel who will come in and now check each and every bottle. They usually check for bottle conformity in terms of if the bottle is cracked, if there's any defects on the bottle. Once the conformed bottles have been confirmed by the quality control personnel, it will then be transferred to the packaging area. In the packaging area, we have palletizing staff who are now responsible to transfer the bottles into the trays, which is our final packaging for bottles to our respective manufacturers. At Bottle Logistics, we recycle glass waste into high-end recyclable products and reusable products, ensuring that we divert all the glass waste that is going to the landfills and also cutting off counterfeiters who have used the bottles for other activities. And finally, we support circular economy and also sustainable glass packaging.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees. KEPRO can further support us by ensuring proper segregation and recovery of glass waste at source, such as in the bars, in the restaurants, in the households, as well as creating awareness around glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. We'd also like to partner to identify new technologies that can enable us increase our production capacity as well as reduce contamination in our production process.
I was able to turn recyclable items into pieces of art.
manufacturing companies in the manufacture of new glass bottles and glass jars. Currently, we recover up to 600 tons of glass waste in a month for both recycling and reuse. However, our recycling capacity is approximately 900 tons a month. We therefore have a gap of 300 tons a month. In order to increase our collection of glass waste, we plan to recover this glass waste close to source, such as from bars, restaurants, hotels, as well as residential homes. Recycling of glass waste has positive environmental and social impacts. We divert glass waste from the environment, ensuring clean and sustainable cities. It also leads to reduced mining of virgin materials, reduced CO2 emissions, as well as creating green jobs. Currently, bottle logistics is only recycling hollow glass from the food and beverage glass bottles and glass jars.
We have two business units. We have our stock control team, and their role is to receive the bottles and also ensuring the quality of bottles that we are receiving is up to par. After that, it will be received into the storage yard and stored by respective brands. Once the bottles are received in the store, we'll issue them to the washing staff, who will do an overnight soaking. After the overnight soaking, they'll start the washing process. After that, they'll take it through the two-stage rinsing, ensuring the bottle is properly cleaned. After the rinsing, they'll turn the bottles upside down and dry them in crates, leaving them overnight to allow air drying. The following day, we have the quality control personnel who will come in and now check each and every bottle. They usually check for bottle conformity in terms of if the bottle is cracked, if there is any defects on the bottle. Once the conformed bottles have been confirmed by the quality control personnel, it will then be transferred to the packaging area. In the packaging area, we have palletizing staff who are now responsible to transfer the bottles into the trays, which is our final packaging for bottles to our respective manufacturers. At Bottle Logistics, we recycle glass waste into high-end recyclable products and reusable products, ensuring that we divert all the glass waste that is going to the landfills, and also cutting off counterfeiters who will have used the bottles for other activities. And finally, we support circular economy and also sustainable glass packaging.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees. KEPRO can further support us by ensuring proper segregation and recovery of glass waste at source, such as in the bars, in the restaurants, in the households, as well as creating awareness around glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. We'd also like to partner to identify new technologies that can enable us increase our production capacity as well as reduce contamination in our production process.
Young students and also the people who go to the church on how to effectively segregate their waste. in partnership with KEPRO, we're able to support like other schools and institutions and also the churches like the Babadogo Sacred Heart School with bins and also like we set up a collection cage for them.
Effective waste collection creates job opportunity to the youth, because the process of taking it from the collection point to the holding point, there is an effort that is needed. So it acts as an employment opportunity, because after selling the waste, there are some, let me call it wages for the work we've done. Biggest challenge starts from the picking point. Find that at the picking point, there are few who still don't know how to do. They still mix the wet and the dry waste, so it gives us hard time.
And also issues of transportation, because we really need to impact like a huge population, but transportation is an issue because we'll not be able to move from different space to another.
Kutoka KEPRO ikamthuru, KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moba tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection. Sisi tulikuwa tunachukua tu tako. Waste collection toolkit imetusaidia, tukipitia ndani unapata unakuwa a little bit educated, kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu walikuwa wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidia. Ukipitia unajua ni nini unaenda. Hata ukienda pale unafundisha mtu unajua unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
Okay, what inspired our school first was when we teach these children during our science lessons, we try telling them on waste management and how to segregate it. So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated. You know, these kids are the society. When we impart waste management skills in them when they are young, they will never depart from them. They will be always practicing these skills even when they grow old. To KEPRO, what I can say, we are very grateful as a school for giving us the bins, together with what we had, are really assisting us, and the big one outside the school, where we put the recyclable.
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na ma overall magambo. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart juu ya KEPRO.
The biggest challenge we face as waste managers in terms of sorting and recycling is the mixture of waste. You find at household level, waste is mixed. Food waste, plastic waste, cardboard, they're all mixed in one dustbin.
Most of these community members hawajaelewa the benefits haswa ya kusegregate. Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste, ama mahali organic, ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya. Ambapo kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming, na pia inaharibu the value of the waste which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
Another problem is the type of material. You'll find some types of plastics are really hard to recycle, and it's hard to even find a recycler who offtakes it for recycling. We are left stuck with some of these types of plastic, and this is the problem we face.
So the idea of Rafiki Peps ikaanza hapo. So we went further, coaching, mentorship, na master classes, tukaregister as a company Rafiki Peps ambao we mainly focus with waste segregation at source.
We go to the client, we equip them with tools such as bin liners and sacks, gunias, simple tools to help them segregate. We also train them regularly, door to door, about how to segregate their waste, that is, plastic waste, recyclables, non-recyclables, and food waste, which is also organic waste. We then pick their waste and channel this waste to recyclers. The organic waste goes to a recycler, and the recyclables are stored right here in our yard before the recycler offtakes it. Only the non-recyclable waste is what ends up in the dump site.
We also hold them in schools. We educate kids on waste management and waste segregation and plastic pollution, not only through Rafiki Peps, but in partnership with other organizations like KEPRO and Kenya Girl Guides Association. We have educational materials that we give our customers now and then to continue reminding them on the importance of waste segregation and the benefit it brings to our environment.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organization like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Peps kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
We started managing the waste through Health Club. Then later on, through Girl Guide, started collecting bottles. Thereafter is when this organization of yours came in, and it's not only the plastics, but the entire waste is being collected in one particular area, but there is sorting now. So I can say, since you came in, the school is clean, the waste is disposed at the right place, and it is put into use through your advice.
So as we were going to schools to educate, Maweni was one of the beneficiaries, and the girls were taught on how to dispose waste and also the effects of plastic in the environment. And Rafiki Peps with the KEPRO managed to bring a cage where girls could be disposing plastics and cardboards in the school. So that's where the inspiration began.
In fact, imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi hapa machupa ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela holela, makaratasi ilikuwa inatupwa kiholela holela, lakini saa hii vile mtuletea hii container, tumeweza kuwaonyesha wanafunzi wetu kwamba machupa inatakana iwekwe upande huu, makaratasi mengine inatakana iwekwe upande huu. So kuanzia wakati huo mtuletee hii, imetufaa sana na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hawa wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
I want to thank KEPRO for the opportunity they have given unto us, particularly to participate and work together with them during the coastal sensitization drives, the continuous training that they continue to give us as waste managers, and the PPEs they provided for us that are very essential in our waste collection processes, ensuring our safety and the safety of our employees also, and also the community.
They have really assisted us. Before the KEPRO came in, we had a problem of dumping site. So at present, the waste is put in a particular area and the compound can remain clean.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema. Thank you very much, the KEPRO and Rafiki Peps. May you please keep it up.
The challenge of waste management is ever present. Streets overflow with waste, a reflection of the growing environmental strain.
The biggest challenge we face as waste managers in terms of sorting and recycling is the mixture of waste. You find at household level, waste is mixed. Food waste, plastic waste, cardboard, they're all mixed in one dustbin.
Most of these community members hawajaelewa the benefits haswa ya kusegregate. Utapata hiyo mahali ya kwamba aweke kama ni recyclables, ameka hazardous waste, ama mahali organic, ameka recyclable, yani wanachanganya, ambapo kwamba inatupatia mtihani ya kwamba inabidi tuanze kuchagua tena pale, which is time consuming, na pia inaharibu the value of the waste which ambazo zingekuwa ziko na value nzuri ikiwa hazikuwa zimechanganyikana.
But amidst these challenges, KEPRO is working hand in hand with local communities to find solution, turning waste into opportunity.
We came in and the idea was to try and support businesses to undertake product stewardship programs and other policy approaches as far as environmental stewardship is concerned. We are primarily an organization that seeks to try and find a balance between profit and planet, where we're ensuring that producers and manufacturers are taking care of the environmental consequences of their products.
Through our collaboration with grassroots organizations, we are addressing the challenge of waste in various counties by implementing local, community-driven strategies. During our sensitization forums, we've provided personal protective equipment and introduced participants to KEPRO's Waste Collectors Toolkit, an essential resource for managing waste efficiently.
Kutoka KEPRO ikam through KEPRO imetusaidia kwa sababu kuna vitu moba tuko tunajua kama hizo data collection, sisi tulikuwa tunachukua tu tako. Waste collection toolkit imetusaidia, tukipitia ndani unapata unakuwa a little bit educated kwa sababu kuna zile vitu watu walikuwa wanajua. Kama watu walikuwa wanaona hizo bin, unaona bin ya black, green na yellow, hujui kazi yake ni gani. Lakini unapata ile kitabu inasaidia. Ukipitia unajua ni nini unaenda. Hata ukienda pale unafundisha mtu unajua unamfundisha nini.
The toolkit has really been helpful in empowering me and also building capacity for me to understand the different processes of waste management, different stakeholders, and also how to handle the waste, and also make sure that we can be able to know the categories. It has also made my work easier when it comes to educating the community and also the institution on how to effectively handle their waste and promote circular economy.
KEPRO has been helping providing the PPEs, the means of transporting the waste from the point, and also the recycling bin and the storage facilities.
What we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. That's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, a worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living.
KEPRO has successfully implemented initiatives in diverse counties, including the coastal region and Kisumu, ensuring that these communities across Kenya benefit from its comprehensive approaches.
We believe that our technology is a solution that advances circular economy, both from the component of connecting people, but also from the component of the data. The data, once analyzed, we are looking at it as a way to revolutionize the recycling space, attract more investment, and build better the businesses and enterprises already in recycling. Since beginning, we've educated over 6,000 members of the community. We've trained over 300 waste workers who are agents, and we intend to just build their capacity so the community can understand that there is a lot of value in waste. As a resource, they have options of better managing their waste. They're able to segregate their waste at source, so that then it's really a clean resource for the waste workers who look at this as a source of income.
Ya kwanza nitasema ni ile program tuko nayo ambayo inaitwa Mombasa Cage for Change, ambapo tumepartner na organizations like KEPRO, where we deliver cages to learning institutions, wanafunzi waweze ku throw in the plastic waste na cardboards pale ili kwamba facilitate the environment. Kwa hivyo hiyo ni moja kati ya zile innovations ambazo tunajaribu kuzileta katika sisi organization yetu kama Rafiki Pepsi kusaidia jamii waweze ku manage waste vizuri.
While our efforts in the counties focus on immediate waste solutions, KEPRO is also investing in the future, starting with our schools.
So when KEPRO called us, we found it a golden opportunity for them to come at least and teach our children on waste management and segregation. We have champions who are in every class, they represent every class, who ensure that every day, at least the waste that is collected from class is segregated.
We are working to raise a generation that understands their role in safeguarding the environment. Through dynamic programs, we teach students the value of recycling, reducing waste, and taking charge of their environmental impact.
KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste.
KEPRO fosters a culture of collaboration and shared responsibility. These initiatives bring together various stakeholders to address waste management challenges effectively. Participants learn best practices and gain valuable insights into sustainable waste management strategies.
Recognizing that even as we talk about product stewardship, the ultimate determinant of how successful a product stewardship program would be successful is the aspect of design. So we saw it needful to be able to bring in a few of our members, equip them with the knowledge around what are the fundamental principles around design for recyclability, what is the business case for you to be able to transition, or rather the convincing reason from a circular business model point of view. I mean, what is the business case? Because the reality is businesses exist for profit, and that transition towards a circular economy must also be incentivized in this regard.
Our approach mainly targets behavior change, and the core of it has been educating the community members and building the capacity to understand that waste is a resource, it's a valuable resource, and also just capacitating waste workers involved in the recycling value chain to be able to benefit better from these resources.
One of the highlighting sessions, I think, of the lessons is where we had these cards that we could actually plan around and map out our business model. We were able to adjust around it and actually come up with a solution on where we offer composting as a service for B2B fresh produce organizations and upper class homesteads.
We are able to evaluate our model, opportunities in the market. We also been able to look at our wastage, especially now that we are using plastic as a means of packaging. We've been able to understand what KEPRO does and we have been able to collaborate with them to manage our waste.
KEPRO is driving meaningful change by equipping communities with knowledge, tools, and resources. We are building a cleaner future where everyone plays their part in protecting the environment.
KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization in Kenya, and it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members. This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon that will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management.
To date, we've been able to convert around 20,000 metric tons, that is in terms of collection and conversion. And up to September 2024, we are currently managing compliance solutions for around 850 companies. Here you're talking about the manufacturers, packaging users, brand owners, as well as some of the largest retailers in the country.
It was a noble cause that KEPRO brought together all the industry giants, such as glass manufacturing companies, the food and beverage companies, recyclers, as well as glass aggregators, to put their minds together in order to ensure the highest rate of glass recovery, recycling, and reuse. Through the KEPRO support, we want to increase our recovery of glass waste, increase our production capacity, as well as ensure a better working environment for all our employees.
According to vile nimeona kwa huu mradi, watoto wamekuwa wakizingatia sheria na wamejaribu sana kuweka mazingira katika hali njema.
Saa hii vile mtuletea hii container imefanya hii shule imekuwa ni shule ambayo iko na usafi, na pia imekuwa funzo kwa hao wanafunzi wetu hata huko nyumbani kwao.
Sisi kama Mtu Wangu Initiative tunasema shukran sana kwa kutushikilia na kwa kutusupport vile mnaweza na matools na overall magambut. Muendelee tu na hiyo roho. Sasa unaona tumepiga overall. Watu wako poa, watu wako smart dia KEPRO.
My name is Bilha, the patron of Environmental Club in Kianda School. I'm very passionate about the environment and matters to do with climate change and climate action. The Environmental Club started in 2022, towards the end. We thought about it and asked ourselves, how can we bring change to the environment? What can we do differently? And we decided to start with what was within our means and what we could do very well, and that was waste segregation. So we started addressing the issue, and in the process, KEPRO came in handy and was able to help us walk the journey through awareness creation, educating the students, even as far as partnering with the Danish industry to donate the green bins for us. And now we are able to segregate our waste into wet waste and dry waste, or basically recyclable and non-recyclable waste. We do this on assembly most of the time, and we do share photos and or images of how poor waste management is affecting the society. Then we task the students to take it upon them to be the agents of this message and to empower other students. We also demonstrate how to segregate waste, because again, when we just say recyclable and unrecyclable, not everyone is able to really tell what can be recycled and what cannot be recycled. Someone might look at a certain type of waste and consider it trash, but in real sense, it can actually be reused. In terms of systems and innovations, it is still work in progress. We can't really say that we have really transformed our systems, but there is a policy that we use in the school where we encourage students and staff to carry their own water bottle, so that we reduce on the amount of plastic water bottles that go into the bin. We've participated in 2 recycling challenges so far. So one was organized by KEPRO, where they gather waste in school, at home, or wherever they are, and then they recycle the waste as much as possible. They make some artifacts from it, and then just for decoration. So we use that as a platform to sensitize them. So before they throw away the waste, they think, but I can use this waste for something else. There's been a bit of behavior change, I could say that. And we are really hoping that once this message gets to many of them, we'll be able to have total behavior change in terms of waste disposal. The very first step is to do education or awareness creation to the students and the staff. And you realize that students, the young people are actually very good at relaying the message and driving change. So for the schools that are willing to be part of this and to start waste management program, they should start immediately. It is actually long overdue because waste is a big problem, especially in urban centers like Nairobi. I would like to thank KEPRO very much for walking the journey with us. They've actually helped us to bring the desired change. And we are really hoping that in the coming days, we'll partner with KEPRO in many other projects so that we drive the sustainability agenda together.
We've been on board from the get-go, transferring knowledge, capacity, leadership into the organization. So for us, this is 4 years of partnership, basically, with KEPRO and DI. And every year we keep innovating. So something I'm particularly proud of this year is the Innovation Hub. So we agreed that to grow sustainable recycling, we need to think about innovation and design. There are so many great SMEs in Kenya that can contribute in this field. So for this year, we did an Innovation Hub. We invited in for a cohort now of, I believe we have 11 companies, and we train them in design thinking, investor readiness, and business modeling, so that they actually become competitive and can survive on the real market. The other part is about the job creation angle, because we keep saying that what we're doing with KEPRO has massive potential for job creation. In the absence of EPR guidelines and more formal structures, there are so many SMEs dealing in this space with recycling, upcycling, collection, creating jobs. We want the jobs to be formalized. We want to protect the workers that are involved in this. So that's why we launched the Waste Collectors Toolkit last year together with KEPRO. And that toolkit is about how do you get involved, whether you are an employee, worker, or a CBO, but also about how do we make sure they are decent jobs where workers are protected and they get benefits, they get social protection, and they earn a decent living. In 2 weeks, we have the annual packaging conference for KEPRO. What's new this year is maybe the focus on two things: financing and also technology. Technology will play a huge factor in developing this industry we call sustainable waste management or packaging. Because by embedding technology, we can then weigh recycled materials. We can make sure that collectors get paid. If we collaborate with M-Pesa mechanisms, for example, we can work with design, 3D printing, etc.
Please, let's wrap up. Get inside the hall.
We have the topic this year, because this is an industry that's bankable. We've proven there's a business model in waste management, and that's why a lot of investors are now getting attracted to this field. And that will again contribute to creating jobs in Kenya. KEPRO is the first packaging producer responsibility organization
3 minutes remaining, 3 minutes.
And it's also the largest. Right now, 850 paying members. This we can keep growing. We know we'll get the EPR guidelines from the government very soon. That will create a legal foundation to expand this field. Producers are already paying into this scheme. Recyclers are receiving a subsidy. But by getting the EPR guidelines, I'm convinced that the brand of KEPRO will be much stronger and we'll have more players contributing to sustainable waste management. To the waste collectors, again, this is a job creation opportunity. Waste collection has been stigmatized earlier as a dirty job. We're changing that narrative by also creating these formal jobs. Instead of people walking around Dandora, we want to get them into proper factories working with recycling, where they work 40 hours a week as per the labor code, and they get proper treatment, proper wages. We think it's possible. We've already proven it. We see some of the KEPRO members, just as Mr. Green. Africa, good example. creating massive jobs where people have just the same working conditions as people working in other
Lunch
industries.
is over. Let's go back so you can finish the conference quickly. Am I even loud enough? Hi guys, lunch is over. Let's go back so you can wrap up. You can carry your juice. You can carry whatever is left.
Cardboards and some papers. Not some things he collected in the slums, like cardboards and also some Colgate papers to create this amazing painting. This is another painting of my colleague who created this using cardboards and strings to show the good side of the slums. This is amazing created using bottle tops and papers that you can get using actually at the house or anywhere. So don't them. We can do it there.
Lunch
This is
is
another
over.
amazing painting. This is our last
Guys,
painting.
let's get back.
This guy used fonts create this texture and also some sand and also some sand. So for more information, you find us outside here. So we'll talk one-on-one with the artist, and artist will tell you more. And thank you very much, KEPRO. Thank you very much. And see you outside. Thank you very much. And see you outside.
Hi everyone, lunch is over.
Thank you very much. My name is
So we can all get into the hall so that we can continue with our session.
Through art and recycling materials. So right now I present my painting for my colleague. So this painting is used by different materials of papers and also ropes. So we'll go to the next painting. The next painting is
lunch is over.
gunia or materials paper. That's materials collected from the slums and created this as a guy carrying things to sell. So this is a great painting. This is a great painting of my colleague. So he did a cardboard.
Kindly everyone, let's go back in.
This is my friend. This is another painting. Created of bottle tops and the bottle top of African woman. This is another painting of another colleague created with
Hi everyone, lunch break is over. Kindly let's get back to the conference hall so we can finish quickly.
Talk one-on-one with our colleagues, and our colleagues will tell you more about the painting. So thank you very much, and you're welcome.
Come here.
Thank you very much. My name is Duncan Chibuki. Thank you, KEPRO and Tiafan, for giving this opportunity to share our talent through art and recycling materials. So right now I present my painting for my colleague. So this painting is used by different materials of papers and also ropes. So we'll go to the next painting. The next painting is gunia, most of them gunia, materials paper. Materials paper collected from the slums and created this as a guy carrying things to sell. So it's a great painting. This is another painting of my colleague. So he did a cardboard or he did a screen to show the slums how it looks like. This is my friend, Circularity. It's another painting.
Guys, kindly let's get back to the conference hall.
This is another painting of another colleague created with
Kindly let's adhere to time.
And created this wonderful painting. And we'll tell you more after this because
Karibu. Karibu. Lunch break is over. Lunch is over. Kindly let's get back to the conference hall. Kindly let's wrap up.
Different materials of papers and so we'll go to the next painting. The next painting is
Kindly let's get back to the conference hall.
from the slums and created this amazing as a guy carrying to sell. So
You can carry your drink to the conference hall so we can wrap up quickly as we anticipate for our conference gala dinner. Yeah?
created with materials of using fonts and created this wonderful painting. And we'll tell you more after this because we'll be outside here. So we'll talk one-on-one with our colleagues, and our colleagues will tell you more about the painting. So thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you very much. My name is Duncan Chibuki. Thank you, KEPRO and Tiafan, for giving this opportunity to share our talent through art and recycling materials. So right now I present my painting for my
Guys, let's wrap up kindly.
different materials of papers and
the speakers are inside.
So we'll go to the next painting. The next painting is called gunia. Most of them call gunia or materials paper.
Okay. This is the most challenging part of any event. It's called the graveyard shift. Because the audience has got one foot in the grave and the other foot in the conference. And you're looking for a pillow. Is that right? How many of you are feeling like, now is a good time to have a triple espresso so you can feel like you're back in the room? So, we've got two things. One is the usual drill, ripple effect, but we're going to do it differently this time. It's not going to be the front row going to the back or the back row coming to the front.
So this painting, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Bilha Esago from Kianda School.
The room will start clapping, and then we will end in the middle. So I can see we have kind of like three sort of sections. We've got the right side to my right, to my left, and then these two sections here in the middle. So imagine this is Team Tamara. All right? Everybody sitting on this side is Team Tamara. Why Tamara? These two tables, these two sections in the middle, we'll call it Team Joseph Nyongesa. All right? Because Joseph is right here in the front. Joseph leads the Institute of Packaging Professionals of Kenya. If you want to learn anything about packaging and packaging systems and why circularity and packaging go hand in hand, he's the guru. All right? So we've got Team Joseph, we've got Team Tamara. And then this one here, okay, I was going to say Team Ombudsman, but Steve has come here. Yeah. So Steve is our board chair of KEPRO. All right. He also heads sustainability across sub-Saharan Africa for BAT. So this is Team Steve. So you guys all need to think about how powerful do you want your team to be. All right. Do you want Team Steve to win? Do you want Team Joseph to win? Or do you want Team Tamara to win? And by win, I mean how loud you are. Okay. Are we together? All right. Okay, get your clapping hands ready. All right? So I'm going to start with Team Steve. Then I'm going to ask Team Tamara to clap. And then finally, you have to wait for it, Joseph. Otherwise, we won't be able to tell which one is louder. And so that, and also to make sure that I'm not conflicted, I'm going to volunteer my friend here, Klaus, to be the judge. So Klaus, come up here. You need to be the, what do you call it, the decibel meter. Yeah, you need to tell us which team was the loudest. All right, are we ready? Team Steve, get the ripple going. Clap, 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 clap. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. Team Tamara, Team Tamara. Team Tamara, Team Joseph, Team Joseph, Team Joseph. All right, all right, all right, okay. Okay.
Wow, very close race. But Ombudsman Steve, you're out. It's going to be between these two parties over here. Wow, close, Joseph, but I think we have a winner over here. Yeah.
Team Tamara is the winner. You bring the energy in the room. And all of you are creating that ripple effect that we've been talking about since morning, right? It is the energy of our individual commitment, our time and effort that we volunteer, our businesses that put money into making the circular economy go round. Without this energy that we are bouncing off each other, there is no way that everything that we are talking about today and whatever we're going to talk about later can come to reality, right? Talk can only go so far. It has to be followed with action. And action can only come from energy. So let's keep the ripple going. I'm going to ask Tamara to come up on stage. And as I told you, we have a surprise that is not on the agenda. So Tamara, please. As Tamara is coming up, please give her a round of applause. So Tamara is a high school student. She will tell you about her school. And we had the pleasure at KEPRO and DI at an event that is funded by Tier Fund. And I believe Bestseller Foundation as well, right? And who else? Of course, DI is always, remember, DI is the seed that planted the Jack and the Beanstalk and the Danish Plastic Federation. So Tier Fund, Bestseller Foundation, and Danish Plastic Federation and DI helped KEPRO to put together an innovation incubator. Tamara is one of the participants in that innovation incubator. There was quite a few, but we found her story to be the most compelling. By the way, if you want to learn how to be a storyteller, get lessons from this young lady. Okay? Yeah, I'm putting a lot of pressure on you. Okay, so is Tier Fund in the house? Yes, please. Oscar, please stand up. Stay standing. Is Bestseller Foundation in the house? Is Danish Plastic Federation represented? And of course, DI is in the house. So anybody from DI, including Klaus, please stand up. Give all of them a big round of applause for supporting innovation. All right? Thank you. Without innovation, we are not going to find our way to circularity. Why? Because what got us here, right, since the Industrial Revolution, linear economy, what got us here is not what is going to get us there. That we all agree, right? So we have to think differently. To achieve a different outcome, we have to think differently. Tamara, over to you. Please introduce yourself, and the mic is yours.
Thank you all so much for this opportunity. Hi, everyone. My name is Tamara Mutuku. I think I'm actually the youngest person in the room right now. But I think my story with KEPRO comes from like a different point of view, I guess. So I'm a student in Kianda School, and I had the opportunity to be able to participate in a competition, and a KEPRO art competition, if you must. So in the competition, we were asked to do, basically, turn trash to art. So I sat down with my partner and we were like, okay, what can we do that we can be able to make trash into art? So our project is based on a story that I would like to tell you all. My story involves art and our environment, trying to weave them together. So our story is based out on an astronaut, a Kenyan astronaut, who travels from Earth and roams the galaxies. So his helmet is actually made out of recyclable materials such as plastic containers, cardboard, and bottle tops. So he's supposed to incline the youth to be able to spite out for innovation, to reach out of their comfort zones and to spread out. So when he travels the galaxies, he comes back home and he paints his memories, which I did here. So as you guys can see, these are actually envelopes. You know, like the old envelopes that you have in your house that you don't basically ever use. So I thought of turning my old envelopes into art. So I decided to use them as a canvas to show you his journey throughout the galaxies. This is what I was able to create. So my story and our story in general is able to see potential in the ordinary things. Looking at something ordinary and saying that I can make something extraordinary. We are just like my canvas here. We're ordinary people, but if we're able to tap into our potential, we can become extraordinary beings for our country. This is also to implore you, always want to encourage you and to inspire you to know that we can be able to take care of our environment by turning the recyclable things into art that we can display in our homes, things that you're proud to show. I would like to thank my mom, gratefully. She's actually at the front row over there. I don't know if you can see her. Mom, please stand. She has been a really big supporter in my art journey. Even the envelopes that I have here, I normally tell my mom, don't throw out the envelopes because I think I can make something from it. And she's always looking at me like, Tamara, really? But it's just seeing the potential. And she even brought me here. I would also like to thank my teacher, Miss Kipkorir. She's sitting at the back there. I wouldn't have been able, thank you. I wouldn't be able to be here right now if I didn't know about the competition. So I hope that my art was able to inspire you to see the possibilities in our ordinary that can change our world and your world for the better. Thank you so much.
Just stay here. I'd like to ask Jaina to come up. The teacher who made an impact on Tamara, please come up. Oscar and Klaus, please come up. We'll take a photo. I'm sure this is a moment to remember and celebrate. All right, photographers. Oh, you can just swipe the camera icon on that, Priyan. You don't need his password. All right, this is the dream team that makes the magic happen. Fantastic. What I really like about Tamara's story of inspiration is that there are many ways to skin a cat, right? You can go down this direction of creating a PRO, which collects EPR fees, and that EPR fees become a subsidy for waste collection and sorting and recycling, and that becomes a monetary incentive. And human beings, of course, can be motivated by money, but as we have seen with Tamara's example, they can also be motivated by art. So let's bring the energy in anything that incentivizes people to see value in the waste that our industry produces. Okay. Let's get to the next panel. Are you ready for the next panel? Or you'd rather have like a 20-minute power nap? Yeah? 20-minute power nap? How many wants to do that? No? Okay, I see two brave hands there. All right, let's try to see if we can.
From Zambia, where I had another event to present another kind of excellent, I would say, business model that we invested on. And second thing is, I've been in Kenya about 10 years ago, but I was wearing a different hat. I was the impact manager for the Africa Enterprise Challenge Fund. I don't know if any of you have heard about that. It was an initiative where basically we partnered with different multinationals or other businesses to implement projects to achieve proper outcomes. So we are very excited to be here today. And as I was saying, there is a small presentation coming. So what I want to do is to tell you a bit about us and why I am here and why Thierry is here. So I prepare a few slides about that.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, next slide, yeah. Perfect.
Next slide, please.
Okay. So you are managing it. Good. Okay, so. Yeah. Great. So this is Africa Rise. What do you get from this map? Tell me, what do you see there? How would you describe Africa Rise by looking at this map? Tell me. Hey, I tried to wake you up. Yes? Oh, yeah, so let's blame EU. Because EU said, Africa Rise, so we are a facility, you work in 25 countries. Yes, and these kind of bullet points that we have should represent 25 countries, but you also work, you can invest in initiatives which work across countries or across regions. So you are talking about EAC, I'm also talking about COMESA, I'm also talking about IOC, that's Indian Ocean Commission, and I'm also talking about SADC. So we are a facility funded by EU delegation, European Union, and we implement initiatives in 25 countries in Africa. And what we offer, what was our offer, was basically technical assistance. So we are offering technical assistance. We are not giving grants or matching grants. So this was our offer. We were not designed to be sector specific. So we are very much demand driven. So we responded to different, let's say, interests from different stakeholders. And what we've seen, it's not working.
I don't know if the feedback, maybe if we can keep the mic like this.
Maybe it's better. So what we've seen, yeah, this is much better. So what we've seen kind of by responding to different requests, we've seen that about a third of our investment went into climate and energy. So this is what the market was saying. This is where you, Africa Rise, should invest your money, in climate and energy. And based on that, you have this map. So you'll see different initiatives, country initiatives, and some countries being very, very active on requesting for assistance, such as Mozambique, Zambia, Angola, and other countries such as Kenya, no requests related to circular economy or dealing with climate and energy. However, we had regional initiatives where Kenya, so your country, was included. So I listed them up there as regional initiatives. So there is one that is coming soon in this country, is the switch to circular economy. This is a program that is going to be funded by European Union. The headquarters in Zambia, and they included 8 countries, and Kenya is in that pool of countries. And I can send you more information about that because it's very useful. They are using a matching grant mechanism. So any type of initiatives or innovations, to pick your word, could be funded under that program. And it's a 5-year program. So it's coming from 2025. So that's good for you to know. We have also, as I was saying, initiatives across countries and try to partner with stakeholders where these initiatives could move forward. And in this country, we have amazing team of KEPRO. So we had James, and we've invested in one initiative that Thierry is going to speak about soon. I think that's, yeah, next slide, yes, next slide. Okay. So I want to give you a few examples of initiatives that we've invested on. And as I mentioned before, I'm coming from Zambia. So in Zambia, I was a bit like you, Kurt, maybe, or we were more like you. So we put the seeds, planted the seeds and kind of gambled on a PRO. So we tried to pilot the PRO EPR proof of concept by energizing producers to come with us, but also government to look into the EPR regulation. We piloted this, we started in August. We are still kind of going with the pilot. We started with, from the very, very bottom with waste pickers, so had waste pickers involved and looking at how to segregate waste at source. We've put infrastructure in place. We've selected 3 areas. So one was University of Lusaka, 8,000 students. If students are not the change makers, then who are the change makers? And the campus was like a little town, you know, with canteens, shops, everything. There are different services. Then we also picked a residential area in Lusaka where we had households, yes, with issues with waste collection. And also pick a commercial side, Ministry of Green Economy and some businesses around that. We piloted that. We had partners, multinationals, basically joining forces. Had a PRO model, so PRO kind of dealing with everything. We looked at a costing model for a PRO EPR system in Zambia. Then we presented the results last week. Amazing uptake and actions. So what can I say? I was heartbroken, but very thankful for this kind of results. So the PRO EPR continues beyond us. So we've just invested a bit of money, but the action and the kind of vibe from participants, we have to continue. So that's one example. And why did I put ShopRite? Because, you know, we talked about sensitizing about segregation, awareness training. We've done that in different ways. So we've done the usual sensitization, fine, but we also try to run a competition. So in the residential area where we've seen there is big issues with segregation, even if we raise awareness, we partnered with ShopRite, they are also part of our PRO, and run a competition which house is the best cleaned and use the rules of segregating waste. So this, we've started the competition yesterday. It's going to run for 3 days, and then will be a awarding ceremony. But the trick is that ShopRite decided to award all the households, you know, so kind of incentivize them to continue what they do good or not very good. So that's one thing. The other thing that we've done in Zambia, if we talk about digital, we've also set up a EPR platform where we have the PRO, we have the producers reporting on production, annual production of waste. And we also linked this platform with ZIMA, which is the legislator, like your NIMA here, to do the compliance. So this is also a pilot, a digital platform, see how we are going. We tested it, and if everything goes well, then we have, as I mentioned before, we have the Regional Circular Economy Project, and hopefully these models are going to be scale up in other countries as well, depend on the design, on the demand. So yeah, I think that's about this one. In Mozambique is quite similar, but more on environmental tax on packaging, a digital platform. And we also have another digital product which is looking into cleaning tax, because in Mozambique, households need to pay a tax for waste to be collected. And we want to digitalize that and kind of link everyone together. So that's the kind of the digital aspect of our work. And the last one is, is this partnership that we have here in Kenya with KEPRO, but we've started a partnership in Mozambique to implement a digital platform for waste recovery about 2 years ago, Thierry. Very successful first phase. So have the recyclers, we have the AMOR, which is the Mozambique Association of Recyclers, but we also had and still have waste pickers. How many waste pickers, Thierry?
7,000.
In that model. So what we try to do, improve a bit on this model, and also have Kenya as one of the countries to implement this digital platform. So I think that's about all from my side, and I want now Thierry, which is our amazing expert that we've been working with for, I don't know, more than 2 years in many countries, to tell you more about the amazing platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michaela.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just going to stand over there. I'm used to walking around when I'm talking. Otherwise, I can't think. So, especially after lunch, you know, it helps all the ugali sink a little bit. So, thank you, Michaela, for those kind words. Mumo, could you turn the slide? The screen. I want to talk to you about building a tech-enabled PRO. And the reason why I chose this title is because I stole it. I stole it from Priyan and from James. They were always talking about the tech-enabled PRO. So, oh, Akshay. Oh, you see, and who did you steal it from? Circular. Okay, we are circulating ideas. So the tech-enabled PRO, how can we make that work? And one of the questions which I found a little bit irritating before lunch from Akshay was whether we're going to talk about AI. And I can guarantee you I'm not going to talk to you about alien intelligence. AI, basically, the formal definition means that the code can rewrite itself. Okay, so it means that the computer systems can create their own goals and their own outcomes even with us not interfering. I'm not going to talk about that, but yes, I'm going to talk to you about machine learning, which is safer. Okay, so one thing I really liked about something I heard this morning was that the tech-enabled PRO is lean, transparent, and auditable. And I put it in the slides just before coming on stage, because I thought that is exactly what KEPRO wants to be, and what should be exactly the goal of every PRO. They shouldn't become fat, opaque, and intransparent. That is the opposite of what we're trying to achieve. So, building a tech-enabled PRO is like building a piping system through Nairobi. And ideally, we want to build a circular piping system. This one is linear because otherwise my screen will be full. So we have NEMA at one end, we have KEPRO reporting to NEMA, we have recyclers that are reporting to KEPRO, we have trucks delivering to recyclers. I'm using slightly different words than you maybe. I'm calling them aggregators, but some people are talking about MRFs. So what's missing here? Anyone? What's at the beginning of the pipe? Waste. No, that's in the pipe. Consumers. Ah, yeah, that's the pipe over there on that side. But just before this pipe, collectors, exactly, the waste pickers. So the waste pickers are very critical to this process. And if we look at the KEPRO model today, it is advanced. It's advanced internally. They have great systems. They have a great tech team. But that's KEPRO. It's in the building. So to bring KEPRO to the next level, so that means that KEPRO is receiving documents, as you can see, going up the top into KEPRO. And then everything is being verified and approved, and usually around 30 days later, maybe earlier, maybe later, the money, subsidies, flow to the recyclers. Now, so the assumption behind this whole model is trickle-down economics. And that is actually the problem of most of us in this room, is we were educated at university, and university professors love to talk about trickle-down economics. But at the end of the day, I don't think that is the right model, because trickle-down economics expects that the subsidies will go from the recyclers all the way down the chain to the waste pickers, which will happen for things like PET and HDPE, or aluminium, cardboard, things which are very big commodities in this market. But trickle-down economics doesn't always work. So now, this is how I see the tech-enabled PRO. So I'm not talking about trickle-down economics, but this is leapfrog economics. It's a term I came up with myself. It just means that you are leapfrogging parties in the supply chain. So you're able to transfer cash payments, not through your recycler, but directly into the pocket of waste pickers. And in terms of advancement and development of countries, Kenya was the #1 country in the world in terms of payment provision. M-Pesa became the hottest news around the world. Everyone was looking at this M-Pesa. What a wonder, what an amazing tool that you have in this country. So you have M-Pesa, but also there are ways of getting cash to waste pickers, all the way from the office in Nairobi at KEPRO. And you don't have to look far for that. You can go to your SACCOs, you can go to your microfinance institutions. They know exactly how to get money to people that have no bank accounts and no mobile phones. So I used to work for, I was the founder of one of the largest microfinance institutions in Indonesia. We were an online microfinance institution, and we would get money all the way to people with no bank accounts, no mobile phones, many islands away. So I thought, okay, we need to use the same logic to work with waste pickers. So my message here is the subsidies don't have to go all to the recyclers. We also need to transfer it to the MRFs and the waste pickers. And technology can do this. Now, the other thing is, if everyone has phones, and you don't all need to have phones, we can transfer the data through central portals, dashboards, so that KEPRO and the recyclers can see everything real time. Now, why do we need this leapfrog economics? Why do we need to bypass intermediaries in the supply chain? And you see it here. So you see aluminium cans at the top. The market value is by far the highest of all the recyclable materials. PET, HDPE, it's also very common. Everyone knows what the market price is. But then you get into cardboard, which is a way cheaper, way less value. And I brought from my bin this morning, from my hotel, this milk carton. Waste pickers really don't like picking up this milk carton because it leaks, it's got milk in it, maggots, flies, everything. And no one really knows for sure if you can recycle it. It is recyclable, but very few recyclers know how to do it. And so I was asked by Tetra Pak, this company in Vietnam, how can we stop paying money to recyclers because they are not picking up our material? We need to get this material picked up by waste pickers, and we need to pay the money into their hands. So that is exactly what I want to show you here. Okay, so we have Grace. She is in Maputo in Mozambique, and she's a waste picker. All of you probably know there's about 20 million waste pickers. They pick up 60% of all the recyclables in the world. In Kenya, it is going to be higher. They will be responsible for more than 60% of the recyclables. And her earnings, my estimation from having seen waste pickers in many countries is she's probably doing about 30 kilos a day. She's earning about 20 Kenyan shillings per kilo. 20, yeah. And so that's 14,000 a month, which would be about 95% of minimum wage. However, her income is very unstable. As you know, the fossil fuel companies are pumping oil not into petrol, but into plastics now. So that means the price of PET and HDPE is dropping, and Grace's income is also very volatile. So her goals are to get more stable earnings, higher earnings. She doesn't want formalization, at least not in the countries I've been to. She definitely doesn't want to pay VAT. Why should she be paying VAT if the government is charging VAT from the end product? Why do you double tax VAT before and after recycling? So this is a big problem in many countries. So waste pickers need to be VAT free as they are in some countries. Then she wants PPE, so equipment, big bags, carts, hopefully health insurance. So this is her world. Now, how can we engage with her through technology? So Mary has no mobile phone. This is her colleague, and she has no bank account. So you see here a man holding a tablet, and he's taking a face recognition shot. So let's see. So when he is using our app, Collect, when he's taking this picture, Mary has sold a bag of PET or HDPE. She's been paid cash for it. And now we know all this information about the transaction. And you know it in real time. So KEPRO can be sitting in Nairobi at a desk and seeing Mary's transaction in real time. And at the very bottom, you see that she has been issued points. And those points can be transferred out of the app through M-Pesa. So 1 point, let's say it's 10 Kenyan shilling. So Mary can do two things. She can transfer the points to the MRF, aggregator, recycler, and get cash in return for it. So she gets 1 point, 10 shilling. Or if she does have an M-Pesa account, she can transfer it to her M-Pesa account, which is integrated into the app, and then she can cash it out. Now, what I would love to see, and this is something I'm going to work to for the next year, is that she can save her points. So she has savings, interest, she can get a health insurance from her savings, and she can get a loan to buy a car or a mobile phone. Okay, so Mumo, can we have the video? So I was hosted here by James and Priya and by KEPRO, and I was introduced to the waste
Raffia
to the recyclers.
PP. From Raffia PP, we get PP pellets, then we supply to another recycling company. At December Waste, we do recycling. We receive LDPE material. Then from LDPE material, we process it to pellets. Then from pellets, we also do the constructions material as our end product. Another example is Raffia PP. From Raffia PP, we get PP pellets, then we supply to another recycling company who does, or who from the pellets come up with the basin.
My name is Thomas Otieno Olo. I'm the truck driver in December Waste Services.
Hello, my name is William Chiang. Hello, my name is Wycliffe Okello. I'm the co-driver in December Waste Service.
I'm Derek Ogalo, the site supervisor. This truck has just arrived, and we are here with the driver, Thomas. We are going to register it on the Collect app. Now we can open and see what's inside. This truck has carried approximately 2,000 kgs of Raffia PP, and these are some of the examples of the Raffia PP. So Thomas has come with the plastic flexi, PP flexibles, baled, approximately 2,000 kgs, 30 bob per kg. Do you agree with the price and the weight?
Yes, I agree.
In this case, Thomas doesn't have a phone. Now we are going to use face recognition to register him. Done. Register. Thomas, last name?
Otieno.
Otieno. We have just successfully registered Thomas into our Collect app.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So Derek was very
December
nervous
Waste,
for this
we
video.
do
He said, "I've never
recycling.
been
We
on
receive
TV or in front of a
LDPE
camera."
material.
And look at him doing this very smoothly. So yes, he does deserve an applause. Whoops. Let's see. Just quickly scroll forwards. Okay, so what's really interesting about that transaction is not just that it was face recognition. So the waste picker, in this case, was the truck driver. didn't have a phone. And so the question is then, how does he interact with an app if he has no phone? So most of us, at least many waste pickers that I know, will not take their phone with them while working. But they will know family and friends that do have a smartphone, and they can download the Collect app onto that phone, and then they can log in, and you probably can't read it very well, but the second green bar at the bottom there says, no smartphone, log in here. So you press that button, and then you take a face shot of yourself, and you press login, and it will recognize with 98% certainty that it's you, and you will then take over the phone of the Collect app of the owner of that phone. So in this case, Thierry N, as it says at the top, has sort of taken over the app of the owner of the phone, and is now looking at his own data. And from here, in the middle screen, you can see transfer points for cash. So you press that button, and then you can transfer these points to anyone who will give you cash for them. So we have a system in the app where you have cashiers, people that we trust, will give you cash for your points, which could be KEPRO, it could be recyclers, MRFs, whatever. But you can also do M-Pesa. Okay, now, the key to getting waste pickers into a technology like this is the aggregators, the MRFs, because they are interacting with the waste pickers on a daily basis, and if waste pickers don't have a phone, which many of them don't, the aggregators usually do, and they will be able to onboard the waste picker by taking their picture, their name, into the app. So then after that, the waste picker, all he has to do is log in with their face, and they'll have access to their account. Okay, so the challenge here is, why should an aggregator want to use this technology? Because they're doing everything fine, cash basis, writing on paper. So it's just a bit of a hassle for them. So at the end of the day, money talks. So what we have designed is a point split or a payment split system. And the recyclers in the room here will not like this, but KEPRO can actually decide, okay, we'll transfer 50% of our subsidy to the recycler, and we'll transfer the other 50% to the aggregator. And so the way we've set it up in Mozambique is that aggregators will not receive any subsidy unless they have built up stock by buying from waste pickers in the Collect app. So if the waste pickers have sold to the aggregator using Collect app, then every kilo is accounted for. Everything they have not bought with the Collect app, they can't sell. They can't get subsidies from KEPRO. And then when they sell to the recycler, they will receive their points and subsidy. So this is not the way that KEPRO has decided to do anything. I'm just painting a picture on how it can be, and this is the way that it works in some other countries. Okay, so here's the example, 10 Kenyan shilling per kg, which is a realistic number. Going from KEPRO to the recycler, there's 5 shilling. 5 shilling going to the aggregator, and then the aggregator keeps 2, and then we have 3 going to the waste picker. Okay, so I had the fabulous opportunity, thanks to KEPRO, to meet December Waste and Mohammed from Suzika, who's here. And we are now trialing the system. And the goal essentially for the recycler is to understand better what is coming in and when, and to get the bosses of the recyclers want to see what is happening in their facilities, because they're not always there. Also, it gives KEPRO easy access to the data. You saw the data when we were registering Mary. And in Mozambique, the largest PET and HDPE recycler there, which does about 4,000 tons of each plastic a year, they discovered that their truck drivers were cheating on them because they started using Collect. They could see that they were underpaying their suppliers and they were pocketing the difference of the money. So as a consequence of this app, it's created all this transparency, which not everyone likes, especially not in Holland. There's many corrupt people in Holland as well, where I come from. Okay, so what does December Waste get and KEPRO? They have a dashboard. They can follow the number of registered users. This is the stats of December Waste since last week when they started. And here you can see the transaction details. Yeah, unfortunately the screen is not sharp enough. But you can see all the details in real time, and you can also see Thomas Otieno, the truck driver, registered here with his picture. And we can also have a map across the city of Nairobi. We can see where all the transactions took place, where the users are, and that then converts to a total reporting sheet where you can see how much each truck driver is buying, how much is being bought at the gate, and you can see how much is being bought externally, but you can also trade internally. So the truck driver is selling to the gate is selling to the extruder is selling to a client. So you have purchases coming in. If you sell internally, it's an internal transfer, and then you can sell it outside. So, in the last couple of months, KEPRO and Africa Rise worked together to basically find a way to improve the efficiency and try a very new way of interacting with the supply chain. So I'm calling this jobs, but what it is, in fact, is a kind of EPR collection campaign. And this is paid for by the European Union. This project's being done with KEPRO and Collect, and I'm more in Mozambique. But basically, a corporation, consumer goods company, or a PRO here in Kenya, you can grow your own collections using this. You can create like a Google ad on the platform, and you can say, which I will show in a minute, then you can also get to know your collector network. You can track your deliveries in real time. You can do a direct payment to unbanked waste pickers. And at the end of the day, you can have it all certified or audited. So the way it works is a couple of steps. You create a job, which is like an ad campaign. You have to fund it, of course. You need to advertise it, or we can do it. You monitor it, and then at the end of the year, you can audit and certify all the data. So to create a job, this you definitely cannot see. Basically, we want to know what do you want to collect. So is it HDPE, PET, PVC? What quantity, how many tons, for how long, what condition? Who should be the end destination? Should it be Suzica, or should it be December Waste, or T3, or whoever? So that means the waste pickers and the aggregators will see this ad, because at the end of the ad, it tells you how much the subsidy is per kilo that you will receive. Okay, so when you bring something to a recycler, they're paying maybe 30 bob, as Derek was saying, but you can also receive a subsidy on top of it, which could be maybe 5 shilling or 8 shilling. Yeah, KEPRO, exactly, yeah. So this is a very different way of working, and it's not something you want to do instantly. It's something you want to do in a managed way. So you create a job, you then have a dashboard where you can see which assignments have been given, and you can follow the progress, the deliveries to the recycler, and you can see how much money is being spent. And at the end of the day, you need to reach out to waste pickers, to your MRFs, your aggregators across the country. So we can generate banners from this. So you create your ad to pay, and from that comes an ad which goes to social media, WhatsApp, but many waste pickers don't have that, so it can go onto a radio campaign, and also in the Collect app. Okay, so our next steps in this project is the recyclers are getting used to the application. They have to first do this within the facility, then they interact with the truck drivers, and finally with the aggregators. Then the next step is to start sharing the data with KEPRO. KEPRO wants to check whether the data is correct. And then once that is working, we'll start posting the jobs, which are the ad campaigns, which I just showed you. After that is working fully, we'll open up the cash out function. So in other words, how can a waste picker get money out of this system, cash or M-Pesa? And once that is open, we can start subsidizing waste pickers directly. And we will be doing this project simultaneously in Mozambique, where we can share learnings. And I hope this could be a very useful tool to make KEPRO a tech-enabled PRO and make it lean, because we're doing things more efficiently, to make it transparent. And for your members, the consumer goods companies, to make this auditable, and especially that we don't pay lots of audit fees to auditors. So let's make the work easier for them with this kind of electronic data. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. And like I said, this will be a very interactive session. So as we wait for the queue to the questions on Mentimeter, I'd like to see if there's any government representatives. Yes, if NEMA is in the room, by show of hands, or any government representative. I saw a couple in the morning. Just raise your hand, or, yeah? Okay. Yes.
So
this is just for Q&A.
So we couldn't run the Mentimeter because we wanted Thierry's presentation to stay on the screen.
Right.
And when we run the Mentimeter, the screen goes away.
Okay.
So we will take questions from people in the room.
Yeah.
But Momo, you can put the Mentimeter back up so that at least, because I didn't want to disturb your presentation and take away the slides. Yeah. So the Mentimeter can come back on, but let's start with questions in the room. And before that, you specifically wanted something from the government.
Yes, a particular question. And mine was just to ask, how do you think such a platform will enable the implementation of the EPR system in the country?
I think the question is for NEMA. This is NEMA. Where's NEMA? There's no NEMA here. NEC is here. They are the environmental ombudsman.
That's okay.
Would you like an answer from them?
Yes, please.
Okay, you'll have to repeat the question.
County government. Okay.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. My question is, how do you think such a platform, like the Collect app that was just presented, can improve the implementation of the EPR system in the country?
Thank you very much. Of course, we do not have the NEMA people here. I come from National Environmental Complaints Committee, which is basically an ombudsman that investigates NEMA itself if it doesn't do its work as expected. So I think personally, in a very general way, very happy to learn about this very, very important system that balances environmental protection as well as development needs of our country. And I think technology, probably as a government, we could be a bit, we have got a lot to do to catch up with the private sector, because technology plays a very key role in terms of enabling our people to be able to participate in a circular economy, which I'm sure is where we are all headed to, and is part of the many processes that Kenya is partaking at a very international level. And I know that NEMA, together with the other green agencies, as we call them, is putting everything in place. And one of the things that I've actually observed as we, engage in these particular sessions is that we have a governing or a governance framework in terms of the law that has been put there. And one of the laws that has been mentioned was Sustainable Waste Management Act, which I'm sure requires a lot from all the agencies to be able to work together to put in place regulatory framework. Without, laws can be very much broad-based, without regulatory frameworks being put in place. And this is a place where I'm sure technology and the PR system should be able to come in, because that is how we'd be able to monitor and see that the actors in these processes should be able to carry out their mandate. So basically, I feel it is important. I agree, because it's a system that help us to access both as from from your own presentations, from the collectors, from the consumers, all the way to the aggregators. It's important that this system is adapted to enable these people to benefit from the circular economy.
All right, thank you so much for your response. I think there are hands in the audience.
There was a question, okay, there's 3 questions now.
Oh, okay.
But maybe you can have a look at the questions that are on the Mentimeter while we
Yeah,
take another question from the audience.
Okay.
I'm going to give the privilege to Oscar, since he's paying us a lot of money for the innovation incubator. See, that's what happens when you give money to KEPRO.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. My name is Oscar, I work for Tier Fund. I just wanted to share that I actually spend a lot of time annually in Mozambique. So I'm very familiar with AMO, I've worked with them. I've been to the Ministry of Environment. I've seen they've embedded an NGO, Annabelle, who are working there. I'm sure you're quite aware. And just to share with you that we are trying to do something similar in Nigeria with ILO. And the biggest barrier, I would say, to creating these digital platforms is ownership of the data. Where does that database sit? Mm-hmm. How will it work? Will it work well if it sits in KEPRO? Will tomorrow the ministry in charge of environment say this should have been our tool? Will it be the Ministry of Labor who will say that this is a workers' tool and it should sit with us? So maybe you can tell us a little bit about your approach in terms of building ownership within the country and how best can the tool be used? Thanks.
Thank you. That's a very good question. To give you a straight answer, the servers are on Amazon Web Services, servers in Europe. They were in Singapore, and sometimes, depending on the speed, we'll shift it to other countries to get the speed faster. So for Mozambique in Europe, it works well because we have a big group there, and Brazil as well. So that means the data is not sitting in the country. It's sitting outside the country. And also for if you would have had sharper images, you wouldn't be able to see the phone numbers of the people that are registered. You can see the first digits and the last digits, but the rest are masked. And we will never share the data as a, how do you say, downloaded database with phone numbers, or we don't even use email. So, because we know that many of the parties that we work with would love to spam or use it for other purposes, but they can't. They can analyze the data, and they can be sure that these are real people and real phone numbers, etc., but they cannot use it for, let's say, commercial purposes, and we definitely don't. Yeah. But that's something that I say, that's something that's on our website and policies and that kind of thing. And I know certain countries are very demanding about databases, so this system was actually built in Indonesia. That's why it's got that strange spelling, K-O-L-E-K-T. But the Indonesian government says anything that's financial, medical, needs to have databases in the country. Everything else can be outside. So, yeah, I think the Kenyan government's also quite strict on data security. So we have an agreement with KEPRO on that. Yeah. Okay. Can someone walk with the microphone through? There was a question here, meanwhile, on financial institutions. Yes, invoice finance or receivables finance. So one of the biggest problems and one of the reasons why I'm very eager on seeing this leapfrog approach of payments is, for example, the recycler in Mozambique, Topak, receives their payments from Coca-Cola 120 days after they have spent the cash. So they have to wait 120 days to get their money. Now, they're okay with it because they're quite a big company, but once you get to the level of an aggregator and MRF, then they are on cash basis. They maybe have 1 week's cash in their pockets. Recyclers as well don't have that kind of reserves. So we need to stop this post-payment approach in the circular economy. It has to be instant payment or prepayment. Unless they've proven that they've done something wrong, then they won't get the next payments. So I believe we should go to instant payment because it can be done, or prepayment. And if you're bad, then you don't get any follow-on payments. But let's consider the supply chain to be innocent until proven guilty, rather than guilty until proven innocent. Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. First of all, I'm really happy to see this app in action. I myself was actually designing a similar app that will actually cater for the waste management system. But I have these two questions for you. How is the individual privacy information actually handled within the app in the team? And secondly, where does the consumer, where are the consumer placed, consumers within this particular setup of the app? Because those are the people who actually generate the waste.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, your first question.
My first question was, how is the individual privacy data actually handled?
The individual privacy, yeah, I
Yes,
kind of answered the question before.
Yes, that is partly. I just want to understand how you, as Connect, actually handle the specific informations, because like you've already mentioned that there's a point that you'll be doing advertisement, especially on your system. So I know this, especially on the advertisement setup, is actually very tricky. So that is why I have to ask. My name is Sarimingoni Muga. I'm a co-founder at Youthpreneur, and I'm also a media and film practitioner. Thank you.
Yeah, so what is kind of tricky, you saw here the truck driver who did a face recognition registration of the transaction. You see his face. And let's say the recycler and KEPRO can actually see those faces. So that, I think, is a privacy issue. So we need to figure out, we haven't dealt with it yet, I'll be honest with you. And we actually have the most resistance from waste pickers that don't have phones. They don't like it to have their picture taken, but they need to sell their products. So that is a sort of coercion situation. Yeah, and I don't have an answer to you, but this is the best way to do it, to make sure they get their money. And you will see, as you see now at the airports in the US, China, the Netherlands, you don't need a passport anymore. You just have face recognition and you're into the country. So everything is going towards face recognition. We are also facing problems with SMSs and OTPs, also in Kenya. So face recognition is far more reliable than your SMS system. So that's one. Then consumers. When I started developing the app 3.5 years ago, the idea was Uber for waste. So consumers, apartment buildings are very good because they have a manager. They like to segregate at the bottom of the apartment and they can earn extra income besides their salary, selling the aluminium, the PET, cardboard, whatever. So they are great sorters, the managers of apartment buildings. So we started off using it as a pickup service, but we soon realized it's actually more valuable to recyclers who want to know what's going on in their supply chain. So it does do it. We have an offer system. So the consumers, waste generators can say, hey, I have 500 kilos of aluminium, and everyone in Kenya can then see it and go and pick it up and get paid for it. Yeah. But it's not used that much.
All right. Any question from this side? Yes. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Martin Dibores Sodera. I'm a waste services entrepreneur with Duke Waste Management Services in Kisumu. I'm the Secretary General to the Kisumu Waste Actors Network Association and the regional representative of Kenya Association of Waste Recyclers in the Western region. Now, in my 22 years of experience in waste collection, I started off as a waste picker. There's a model that you shared from the video with December Waste, where one of the team members is actually registered and paid for the delivery. My experience shows that that delivery was not a one-man team. Was not a one-man team. I'm 100% sure that there were more waste pickers who made that delivery.
Oh, yeah.
So how are the rest of that team catered for in terms of payment and incentives? That is question number one. Question number two, you said you leapfrog within the circular chain. We are struggling with that here in Kenya because we need to incentivize the entire value chain in order to appreciate circularity 100%. So how is the app or the project going to cater for these value chain actors who are skipped within that chain? And to my final question, we are struggling with the percentage of incentives for the value chain players, from the waste pickers all the way to the recyclers. With the model within your app, how have you streamlined that? What are the values? What are the percentages of incentives within the chain? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Very good question. So just to calm your nerves, we have not started the payment side. That's why in the next steps, payments and subsidies are something of later. I mean, KEPRO is growing and is doing a fantastic job. Going all the way, as I described, is something which will take quite a long time and steps. So to your first question, yes, the video was actually of a truck delivering from an aggregator. So they are generally delivering 2,000, well, let's say anywhere between 500 and 3,000 kilos. And therefore, yes, the aggregator is buying it from many waste pickers. So what I would love to see is that these subsidies, EPR subsidies, are transferred to the end of the chain, because I've lived and worked and enjoyed a lot of time with waste pickers, and I feel they need to deserve more. Yeah.
Mic is.
So I just want to try and answer this question. I think for KEPRO, since its inception, we have always envisioned a day where we can remit money to the person who's doing the most amount of work, which is the collection. Okay, and it's been a challenge. This is a trial that we're doing. It's a test, and it's closing that gap that we've always had. And since the very beginning, day one, and I think every KEPRO board member and secretariat can attest to this, that we have always worked towards giving money to the waste picker and the people doing that hard work. Unfortunately, our hands have been bound, and we've always had to work through the recycler. This is one of the first times through a trial that we've been able to just test. And we're only testing it for a short period through 2 recyclers. And the idea is to work through anybody and everybody through that value chain, from the consumer to the waste picker to the CBO to the aggregator to the MRF and through to the recycler. And the most important thing is, like Akshay has said many, many times to us, is that, you know, we are a tech-enabled platform that is auditable, that is lean, and this allows us to do all of that in one shot. Okay, it's not the only solution. There are others, and we're aware of them, but this is just one that we are testing as KEPRO. Okay, so I just want that to be clear, that we're not affiliated completely with Collect. This is a trial, and this is something that we're just testing. Maybe there's a day where we will be affiliated, but this is something that we see many positive things behind. Okay?
Thank you. Wow. Thank you so much. And you guys are actually making this as interactive as possible. Now I am spoiled for choice. This side has 2 hands. I'll go over to this side as well. Any questions? But so far from this side. Oh, the guy, sorry. Yes.
First and foremost, thank you for the presentation. My name is Kelvin Morania from Nairobi City County Environment Department. Apologies, I wouldn't stand because you are searching for NEMA. So now I'm going to talk on behalf of...
Thank you.
I'm going to talk on behalf of Nairobi City County. So one thing I can answer is, yes, personally I love the app, but it's going to assist in also tracking. But the other thing is our organizations need first to be able to give us that information of how much have they produced. Because at the end of the day, we need to know if you have produced a certain amount of plastics and we have collected a certain amount of plastics, how are they going to be able to tally together? That is the first thing. The other thing, I was looking at the app. I've actually been fast to be able to interact with it so that I can be able to know one thing. And I'm seeing that, and I'm sorry companies, I know some of you might kill me because of this, but when it comes to the price per kg, it means I'm the one who's offering the price. We need to know which people are going to give us competitive prices, because we don't want to manipulate the waste pickers, we don't want to manipulate the CBOs, because at the end of the day, because I want to offload these plastics, I might give a cheaper price. But we need to know T3 is going to take at 30 shillings. Mr. Green is going to take at 28 shillings. Takataka Solution is going to take at maybe 20 shillings. So which one should I go for? Because what we are looking at is economic development of these people who are down here and are doing the most work. But thank you for the application, and I think most of the people have learned something new. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I trust. Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Azipora. I'll talk on behalf of producers. Being there, my question goes to CAM, NEMA, and also to Nairobi County as a producer. The first question is, what is the government planning to do when it comes to PROs? Because I understand that some of us, we have been in the list of NEMA now and then, and not all the companies who are under PROs. The second one goes to the KEPRO. What is the plan you are having to protect your companies when it comes to NEMA? Because we are there every now and then. I think as producers, we also pay Nairobi County when it comes to the waste. Where are we when it comes to Nairobi County? Who is going to protect the producers? Because we are ready to comply. But for sure, it's only producers. Where is the manufacturers of this plastic? Where are the consumers of these products? Does it mean that the government is ready to kill the producers? Because we are carrying heavily manufacturers and also the consumers. I understand that we have very few companies when it comes to plastic in Kenya. Why can't we have the levy down there to make sure that each and every one caters for this? Because when I go outside, even those sugar guys right now, they sell using those plastic papers. Where are they when it comes to this? And what is the plan to protect the producers? That is my question.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Maybe I can try and respond. I know she's a member of KEPRO. So I'll try my best. So remember, Akshay mentioned quite a number of the various strategic initiatives that we are trying to focus on. And one of them, the overriding theme is that we want to be a member-obsessed producer responsibility organization. And the idea is that even as we are focusing on your compliance, we are trying to focus on other issues, what we'd call value adds. So issues around advocacy and the so-called protection of our members. So understandably, and we totally understand your frustrations, we've met severally on these forums. NEMA has taken an ad hoc approach that is really more of a deviation of what would be the primary focus of a producer responsibility organization. We've mentioned this to them severally, but we understand that even for them, their hands are technically tied. They have no regulations to try and implement the Sustainable Waste Management Act as far as the provisions are concerned. So that is why sometimes they choose to go the ad hoc way. So in terms of how we are trying to be able to support you as far as protection of the producers are concerned, from an advocacy point of view, we are very deliberate on continuous engagement with the National Environment Management Authority to first try and agree on a more long-term approach. We know the idea of listing on issuing you with the environmental restoration orders might not necessarily be a sustainable approach. The other day we were cleaning up Ngong River. 2 days later, I was called and we were told, James, what did you guys do? The site is back to default. So first is, of course, continuous engagement and with NEMA and telling them, really, the approach you're taking is not sustainable. The other bit is, of course, continuous advocacy and trying to push for the gazettement of the EPR regulations. You were in the room when we were promised the other week that the EPR regulations would have already been gazetted. That is the same boat we are sailing in. And of course, now ultimately is now continuous engagement with the members. So once you're issued with the environmental restoration order, we have been very deliberate on hand-holding our producers, ensuring that you comply with the orders. Being a collective compliance scheme, we ensure that you are adhering to their provisions as far as submission of the EPR. EPR plans are concerned, the cleanup of the rivers and the sites that have been identified. Yes, we know it is not a long-term approach, but really, we cannot also sit back and say, NEMA has issued you with a restoration order, but there's nothing we can do because it's not as sustainable. We have to act based on the instructions given that the EROs are legal documents. So we are trying our best from an advocacy point of view, but also from our strategic pillar around being a member-obsessed PRO and holding you to comply with the EROs, guiding you in terms of the submission of the EPR plans. And of course, all other interventions. We are talking about the waste collectors app. We've been in meetings with them where they want us to pay directly to the waste pickers. But one comment that has come in is the challenge we are dealing with there, as far as issues on the regulation from a financial standpoint, so KRA audit requirements and the likes. That makes it very hard for us to try and work with the waste pickers directly. But now through these interventions, and of course, the intention for us, when we talk about tech-enabled PRO, leveraging tech and innovation that is disruptive to try and get more long-term solution, more sustainable solution that is beneficial to our members as far as the KEPRO DNA is concerned. I hope I've tried answering your question. Thank you. Do you want to add on to something?
All right. If there are more questions, I'm really sorry. We can't take any more because we are really out of time. So let's keep the thing going. I'm sure the panelists are going to be available after we end the conference part and before we get into the awards dinner. And then, of course, you know, we are, the whole KEPRO team is here to also engage with you and see if we can answer your questions. I think these are, so as I give my takeaways, and I'll try to respond to some of these challenges that we are getting from NEMA, I'd like to just invite Nelly and Jackie. Nelly and Jackie, these are two other members of the KEPRO Secretariat or the management team, as some of you might understand it. Remember, we started off with one person, Isaiah Mumo. Now we have a much bigger team. Nelly and Jackie and Winnie are the three newest members of the team. So please welcome them with a round of applause. Jackie leads communications for KEPRO. Nelly leads finance, admin, supports the admin and governance committee. And Winnie has just joined us recently. And she's supporting Jackie on comms, right? So if you can please do the honors, find someone you'd like to give the gift bag to, and then take a photo with them. All right. So while they're doing that, I have only two takeaways from this extremely interactive panel. Well, actually, three takeaways. So the first, I think, we've all seen from Thierry's presentation that technology enables trust, all right? I think that's one big key takeaway that I got out of this. Because when you make the flow of money and information transparent, people can trust what you're doing. The regulator can trust what you're doing. The producers who are giving the EPR fee can trust what you're doing. So let's kind of keep that in mind as we think about how to resolve some of the issues that we get from the regulator. The second takeaway is around agility. Priyan, you mentioned that this is an experiment that we're trying with a couple of recyclers and see if EPR fees can actually trickle down to all the way to the waste picker. Now, I don't know if this was really emphasized as much, but imagine you are a packaging user and you're giving KEPRO hundreds of thousands of shillings or even millions of shillings. And this money is finding its way as an EPR subsidy to a waste picker or an informal collector or aggregator who cannot give us an ETR, right? An electronic tax receipt. But now you want accountability from KEPRO about where your money went. We cannot say that we gave that money by M-Pesa. And here's a list of people, because your next question is, who are these people, right? Are they related to you? Yeah? Like, how do we know that this is going to the people who are actually supposed to be getting that money? So there's a need for accountability in terms of money flow. The other thing is also, we know that this area of informal waste as an industry tends to exploit people. The most vulnerable in our community tend to get exploited. Women and children are basically working in the dump sites, probably being paid 1 or 2 shillings per kilo to work in that mess without any PPE, probably working on needles and stuff. And we have no idea how to manage that situation. So there is a need to formalize that informal environment and put money into the hands of people. This is part of that just transition that I think one of the previous panels talked about. So the last takeaway for me is, in as much as we have pains today, all right? Right now, today, I'm sure many of the packaging users, producers, various companies which are either members of KEPRO or not members of KEPRO are feeling the pain. Right? And we can certainly feel your pain, the last lady who was asking some very, very relevant and tough questions. But this is a paradigm shift that we are embarking on, right? It's a massive paradigm shift. And I think we have to focus on playing the long game, right? We have to focus on the long game. Of course, the role of KEPRO is to make sure that we try to fix as much as we can immediately in the present, but it may not be a permanent fix. It might be a bit of a patchwork or a Band-Aid, but we are also keeping our eye on the true north, on the long game. And that means creating an environment that is supported by legislation, that is supported by transparency through a non-profit PRO, that is supported by willing people who pay the EPR subsidies, the EPR fees, who are willing to pay it, who are proud to pay it, and are able to see the impact that it has in a very, very direct, transparent, auditable manner. Because then I think everybody, including the regulator, will start understanding that this is actually doing the right thing, okay? So, yes, we're gonna have pains, right? Like nobody climbs a mountain without any pain. Sometimes you stumble, you fumble, you run out of oxygen, but we have to keep going on this track. And we can only do it together as one community who believes in circular economy and circular packaging. So those are my takeaways. All right, so as we come to the last few moments of our event, we have another surprise for you. Do you guys all like art so far? Yeah? I think that young lady, Tamara, really inspired you about art. Do you want to hear from some more artists? Yes? All right, let's bring the artists on. Where are the artists? Give them a big round of applause. Oh, and by the way, my dear panel, you may please come down. I forgot about you.
Yes.
All right. So we're going to give a few minutes to our artists. Please introduce yourself. What do you do? How does it relate to circular packaging or circular economy?
Okay, hi everyone. My name is Sirali. I'm a full-time artist. And so just to talk about circular economy and what we did, we're a group of artists. We did a project with Tier Fund where we were taken to Babadogo in an informal settlement. And we also, sorry. So we went to Babadogo, an informal settlement, where we met a couple of garbage collectors there. We told them to collect for us specific garbage that we will use on the on the project, yeah. So the initiative was pretty much to show guys that trash can be transformed into cash or something of value. So here is what we created. Our details are here. We are here. You can talk to us. And also, when we happen to sell these paintings, half of the cost goes to the guys that helped us to collect the garbage, yeah. And also, we are open to working with more organizations. As I had mentioned, we are full-time artists, and we also try to inspire the upcoming generation like Tamara that you had met earlier. Yes. Let me just go through this real quick, yeah? This is mine, and an example here is I used bottle tops, as you can see, and then covered with mesh bags. Mesh bags, the bags that you buy groceries in, like onions and all that. We have broken plastic utensils in the crown here. So pretty much the way you can work on yourself, you know, you go from healing your wounds and everything, and you wear it as something that has built you, yeah? So more of a woman empowerment piece over here. And then this is Dan's work. It's your work, you can talk about.
So my name is Duncan. So this is my art piece that I tried to create. These are some of the slums that maybe you guys know or don't know. So I tried to capture the good side of the slums. So my slums here is actually cardboards. So these are real cardboards that I tried to show people their value. Don't throw them away. And then these are ropes. I've tried to capture Kenya Power, how they like sambaza the steamer in the ghetto. And if you are noticing, my slums is actually clean. So, I mean, put it up, kidogo. So my art piece is clean because we at Tier Fund, we try to clean the slums and to show people there's a good side of the slums. Not only bad things happening to the slums, but also if you go to the slums, there's good part of the slums. And actually slums can be clean. With your help, guys, slums can be clean and better. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I'm Batuk. This is my piece. It's called Reclaimed Heritage. And like trash, I've reclaimed trash here and made it valuable. The same way, the theme is African. So it's basically going back, reclaiming our heritage, our spirituality, our culture. Yeah, that's it. That's basically the idea. Thank you.
So yes, hello. My name is Halil. This is my piece, KEPRO's Treasure. For my piece, I focused on the phrase, one man's trash is another man's treasure. So KEPRO goes around with his gunia, which is the sack he's carrying, in which inside the trash waste area, he picks up some valuables for his daily necessities. So you can see like some Colgate for your morning teeth. I mean to brush your teeth in the morning. There's some Omo in case you wanted to wash your clothes. Some food wrappers, ugali or chapati for cooking. So within the waste area, he usually finds a lot of things which he deems to be his treasure.
All right, so just to, as I finish up, one of us was not able to make it, but we do have his piece, his artwork here. So his name is Victor, and I think since I'm not the one who created it, I think I'll just talk of what I'm seeing here. I think he went more with tech stuff. You can see mem cards, chips, stuff from electronic equipments, yeah? I can say it's self-explanatory, yeah. So you're free to take photos. They're out there. Feel free to tag us. You can take our numbers. You can follow us on socials. If you ever hear somebody who needs an artist to do ABCD, we are a phone call away. I also sell painting kits. You can take home for your kids or yourself. They're outside there. And yeah, thank you.
This is perfect. Great. Thank you. So we continue to be inspired by EPR fees and waste to art. And some of us are inspired by EPR subsidies, right? All right, great. So before I ask our board chair of KEPRO to give the closing speech, we have someone very, very special who has just come in, Dr. Pamela Olet, chair of the Nairobi River Commission. Some of you are probably wondering, wow, how is the chair of the Nairobi River Commission, which has created some controversy that we were just talking about earlier, how did she manage to come right here at the right time? This is the magic of what happens when we all send our energy out in the universe, and it comes back and gives us the chair of the Nairobi River Commission. Dr. Pamela, please come up, share with us a few minutes, and tell us why we should not be concerned or why we should be concerned, and what is Nairobi River Commission going to do to help us to move towards a circular economy.
To the organizers of the conference, the participants, good evening. I bring you greetings from Nairobi Rivers Commission. And as a commission, when we sit here to discuss packaging, green packaging, for those of you who are conversant with the river basin, you know what is in that river. It is the containers, it is the packets, it is the gunias, it is everything that we use to package what we consume or the products that we manufacture from the industries. So that means your role as KEPRO becomes very, very, very critical in the river regeneration. I want to believe that what we are trying to do is to create awareness among us of what we need to do to save humanity. What we are discussing today is a service to humanity, and what our activities are. What are we contributing to the environment? So we are discussing how we can make our companies do better things in service to humanity. And if you have time, those of you who live in this country, there is the climate works that is going on. Just take time to go and see the debris that is being removed from the river. Then you realize how important what you are discussing here today is. In fact, to an extent that because some of them do not know what to do with what they have collected, we are burning plastic now along the river. We are burning so many things that we do not know what they are causing to the environment. So I was asking myself last week when I visited the river basin, that is there a way KEPRO can come in and bring in stakeholders to integrate with the climate works going on now? Because I'm seeing like there's a possibility even to integrate segregation at source, all these things we are removing from the river, so that we can help this country and help ourselves in service to humanity. Just take time and visit the climate works and see what is going on in the river basin now. You will appreciate more what we are doing here today. And as a Nairobi Rivers Commission, we believe that awareness needs to be created among us as we regulate. Actually, probably it is the culture change that we need. It's not even the regulation. Because sometimes I ask myself, the same people, same Kenyans, when they're in Amsterdam, they don't behave the same way. So there must be something that we need to do to ourselves to change the way we think, the way we do things, so that we have an environment, we have an ecosystem that we can live for the future generation. Otherwise, as a Nairobi Commission, Rivers Commission, we are with you, where you think, of course, I think the MC was saying sometimes the hill may be too steep to climb. But if we all work together, we shall climb it together to save the future of the earth. I want to thank you very much, MC.
Thank you.
We are with you as a commission, and awareness and bringing people together will be our major activity. This is why we are here, so that we can bring more people together to share the aspirations of KEPRO and the participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Pamela. All right, so as I ask our board chair of KEPRO, Mr. Stephen Muli, to come up on stage to give a few closing remarks and some more thank yous. We don't get tired of saying thank you. I think it's very important for us to recognize what Dr. Pamela Olet has said. Right? Nairobi Rivers Commission ultimately wants to do the right thing. But they can't do it by simply forcing people to clean up, because they have to also, they have to do that now, but they also have to look at where is this waste coming from. So I hear what you're saying about banning certain materials that are harming the river ecosystem, not to come near the river. But I also hear what you're saying about segregating waste at source, which will probably stop the tap that is overflowing and causing all this waste to come in the environment, right? And again, if you look at what the Sustainable Waste Management Act is doing, when it gets implemented, when MRFs are in place, then we might actually see that the value of waste actually has a home, right? And then people will not be interested in allowing this waste to stay in the rivers, in the environment, in the ocean, in the lakes, but actually they'll take it to an MRF where they can actually get paid for this waste. So that's the long game that we're talking about. All right, Stephen, please, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Akshay, the MC. I think I should give you kudos. I didn't know you had this skill of being an MC. I think well executed, yeah, and it's really animated the whole session. I think this is one session. I don't know whether you'll join me. I never felt like going to sleep. You know, I was waiting. What is the next thing? You know, what is the next thing on the agenda? Until this hour, you know, probably it's what, 5? It's already past 5. So I think for me, I want to give you really a hearty thank you in terms of making your time, closing your schedule. I know today it's like a Monday for most of you. You've been on a long weekend, and most people today will just go straight to the office. So going to a conference is like almost, why would I do that? You know, have to go to your office first. But for me, it tells you where you have placed sustainability in your operation. It means it's something that you say, it's front and center. You know, where I work from, we say sustainability sits at the front and center of all that we do. So what it means is that before we make any decision, we have to look at how sustainable is that decision. So for me on this conference, I think it's been an eye-opener. Any conference I go to, I must say I must have some takeaways. So I hope you also have made some takeaways. So for me, I wrote some things which I think I had for the first time, yeah, from the panelists that were here. I think the first one was profit responsibly. I think that one really hit a chord that it has never hit before. You know, when you talk about looking at profits, how do you balance profits and the environment? How do you balance profits and your business? Where does sustainability sit in? So that one was a really fantastic, unpacking of financing and, how do you run the business profitably, as well as taking care of sustainability. The other one that really touched me was somebody said there, one of the panelists, does it make you feel good by taking care of the environment? You know, he gave an example of Denmark. You know, somebody driving 20 kilometers just to go and put his waste and segregate it. And you ask, why do they have to do it? It's because it makes them feel good. That's the question I will ask you again. Does it feel good when you're in your house and you're segregating the waste? Does it feel good? You know, sometimes I can ask, when you drive, you see people driving cars, you see somebody tossing something out. How do you think that person is feeling? I always say, I wish I can have an opportunity to stop the vehicle and ask him, does it feel good throwing away that can or that plastic out? So those are some of the things which are really going through my mind and which have really made this an eye-opener and quite insightful. The other thing that I've heard of that was really fantastic is transition to circular economy has to be a just one. So which means you have to look at the whole chain from the waste pickers all the way. Because at the moment now, there is a feeling that there's one part which sort of is benefiting, but there's another part which really has not been looked into in detail. Are they getting what is fair share of what they're doing? We are talking of the collectors. I know somebody from the county spoke about that. How do you get this money to these people? How do you make sure this team also gets recognized? I think it's a very fair comment. And I think that's one thing which we're trying to do. And I think somebody also prepared something, the tool that we're looking at. How do we get to these people? How do we make it practical for them, to get that bit? Really fantastic. I think the other one, which I think was mentioned, I think on the last, is the instant payment on Circularity. I think that is also a key thing. They don't have to wait for 120 days. They don't have that cash outlay to wait, keep on holding. So very important to see how we can make that happen instantaneously. So as I end, for me, I will want to say that there's one proverb I love that says that if you want to go fast, you go alone. But if you want to go far, we go together. So key is, what are you taking home today? What are you going to do differently after this conference? Will it be just another, oh, I attended, tick it off, and we move on? Or did you pick something that you can actually do? I always say, when you live in a conference, just select, even if there are 2 things, maximum 3 of what you will intend to do. Don't go beyond 3, and monitor yourself. Getting better with time is saying, I've done 1 or I've done 2 out of that conference. Because what we're looking at as KEPRO is that making this a repeatable thing. We're going to do it next year. We did it last year. We did a conference last year. We've done another one this year. So how are you going to build? How are you going to tell your story? We talked about telling our story. Where are we on that journey? Are we also able to tell our story? Because that, for me, is one of the key things that will drive the awareness. Right now, if I look at it, awareness on EPR, PRO, what is happening on that space, when you talk of circularity, very few people can connect the dots and understand what are you trying to bring to the picture. So my ask is, let's look at what we can do, because if I'm talking now, I know I'm speaking to the converted, yeah, the ones who are here, I can say are more or less the converted ones. So how many others can you speak to? How many can you convert into this space of circularity, yeah, and sustainability? I love the initiatives of the art, you know, turning trash into art. Really fantastic, Tamara. Really appreciated for that. So as I wind up, I know I won't add more words to this. I will want, first of all, to thank our key partners and sponsors who have been with us on this journey. I know when we started this pre in 2019, I never thought we would get to this point. But I can tell you, you know, we are shooting, you know, beyond the stars, punching above our weight. Yeah. I will want to really thank DI East Africa. Yeah, really a lot of kudos from KEPRO. Africa Rise, where are you? I think we're working hand in hand. Great work from you. ALN as well. IOPPK, Joseph, really fantastic. Yeah, this partnership, I know we're going places, we're going far. As we said, we're going together. Kara, we saw the CEO here, really a fantastic panel in terms of what you're doing as residents. We're also looking at KAWR, Richard Kainika, he was here, was part of KEPRO as we started, really hand-holding us in terms of what is happening at the recycler points. KEBS, I won't forget you. Yeah, really fantastic, giving us the science-based information. I know there's a lot of emotions when you talk about sustainability. When people hear, oh, this paper is biodegradable, we just think biodegradable means it is okay, it's good for everybody, and you rush to it. But you don't know the science base around it. So very good in terms of unpacking what is biodegradable, what is compostable, what are the difference, and what does it mean. Also, I will look at NECC, the chair of Bundsban. They're all here. Really appreciate your presence and giving us that support that, you know, we have you with you as we progress on this journey. The county governments represented. I know there was Muranga, there's Nairobi. I think it's great having you here, and the knowledge that you are sharing are very impactful for us in terms of moving forward. Yeah. Sorry, let me just. And of course, the people who joined online, we had another PRO called Iwasa from South Africa. I think was a very great presentation, just sharing the knowledge, cross-pollinating of ideas, getting to know what people are doing with stuff like polystyrene, which probably we have a challenge here, but we don't have a solution. But as of today, we now have a solution. We know somebody who's doing it. So for me, that is, you know, 80% of the journey has been done. Now it's just tapping to that. So for me, I want to say thanks a lot. And we'd also like to thank you, yeah, probably no one has said you, the participant, our members. Can we give ourselves a big clap for being here? So I think to wind up, I will hand over to the MC, probably to give the last vote of thanks. Yep.
All right. It's coming to a close, believe me. I like how Steve said that, he's been fully engaged, wasn't feeling bored, but I'll tell you the secret. Well, two things. Number one, this is the first time I'm actually emceeing an event. All right? So you are coming along the ride, bumbling and fumbling around with me. And number two, I keep telling you it's almost at the end. All right, great. So I'd like to call the entire KEPRO team, past and current board members who are in the room, to please come on stage. And while that is happening, we will have the Mentimeter back on the screen again. So we have, get your phones out, because this is now the last bit of feedback that we want from you. 41546986, right? You can just go to menti.com and then type in 41546986, or you can scan the QR code. So while that is happening, KEPRO team, James, and your entire team, please come on the stage. Past and current board members of KEPRO, please come on the stage. Priyan, I'm looking at you. Steve, is Mumbi in the room? She had to leave, okay. All right. This team is what is powering KEPRO. All right, so you've heard a lot today about what KEPRO is doing, but ultimately no organization is just algorithms. There are people behind the scenes, in front of the scenes, who are making the vision and the dream happen. I should also be standing here because I'm also part of the team. So please give this team a big round of applause. Great, thank you. Yesterday was a public holiday. How many of you are working on the holiday for today's event? That's the spirit, right? That's the energy. Yes. Thank you very much. You may go down, back to your seats. So the questions, where are the questions? On menti.com. What are the key takeaways or new insights from today's conference? Please take a moment to share that. You can also add one more thing here, besides your takeaways and insights. Picking up on what Steve was saying, is there one or two things that you are committing to do differently than what you were doing before? Either in your personal space or in your organization space. What will you do differently, having invested your time today? Maybe there's one step you can take, one small step for what is it? One small step for humanity and a big step for mankind and for the earth. So let's see how many responses we're able to get. We are at 6. When we started the event in the morning, we had, I think, almost 27 or 30 responses. Even the people online, I hope you are contributing. And let's see how fast we can get there. All right, it's moving very fast. Brilliant. Profit responsibly. Promote KEPRO's work. Does it feel good to take care of the environment? Circularity is possible with everyone playing their part. We need to invest heavily. Yeah, I love the zero waste society. Imagine that, living in a society that has zero waste. That's something I think our children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be proud of. Some of them might actually say asante for what you did. All right, let's see how many we are. We are at 25, 26. We'll stop at 30, but you can continue to contribute. But at least let's get to 30. Circular economy requires teamwork. Yes. All right, great. Let's move to the final question. The final question on Mentimeter is the first question that we started with today morning. Do we have that here, Momo? Yes. So we know what you had answered in the morning. Let's see if you are answering differently now. So what is circular packaging? And then what we might do is convert your responses from the morning and your responses from now into two separate word clouds. And then we might post them up on our KEPRO social media page. Then you can compare. What was the impact of spending all these hours together, before and after? So let's see how many responses we can get here. What is circular packaging? Oh, I like edible packaging. Packaging that remains in the value chain as long as possible. Brilliant. Packaging that takes care of the environment as it generates money. Definitely. A closed loop economy. A closed loop industry. Responsible profiteering. That's a nice one. I think that's definitely going to stick with us. Responsible, what was it? Profit responsibly. Profit responsibly. We are going to copy paste that. When a good idea is copied, it's always a sign of, recognition to the person who came up with the idea. You all know that Samsung gives a lot of recognition to Apple, right? For copying their phone. All right. We got 30 responses. Fantastic. So, my final 2 acts as the MC is to invite Faith Mukali, Program Officer at KEPRO. Please come on stage. Faith will be giving the final vote of thanks. And then after that, I will have my final words. I promise you no more after that.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to thank all of us for our patience from morning up to now until we have run the program up to the end. Thank you so much for your patience. So I'd like to first thank all our partners and sponsors. Most of them have been mentioned. So we have IOPPK, CARA, KAWR, KEBS, NECC, UASA from South Africa, all the county governments represented, EU, Africa Rise, ALN, Kenya, and of course, Danish Industries East Africa. I also would like to thank our panelists for all the sessions and also the moderators. You did a good job in all the sessions. We also like to thank TIA Fund, Bestseller Foundation, and Danish Plastics Federation for the support with the Innovation Incubator. And we've all seen from the artists' work, they have done a good job. We also like to thank the artists and also Tamara for creating impact in the art industry. We also like to thank delegates who joined us physically, that is you. Clap for yourselves, please. Thank you for your time to be here today, and also virtually. Those who joined us virtually, thank you so much. We also like to thank all the service providers and everyone behind the scenes working to make the event a success. I'd also like to thank the MC, Mr. Akshay. I think he deserves a better clap. He really did a brilliant job. He made us be on time. He guided the event very well. And for that, I think you should add that to your CV. I'd also like to thank the KEPRO Secretariat for the good work of putting in the event together. And last but not least, I'd like to thank God, because without him, we'd not be here. Thank you so much. So thank you for your time, but this is not goodbye from us. We still have the KEPRO Sustainable Packaging and Circular Economy Awards, which is next after this event. So please stay around, stay with us, because we're going to have a very eventful evening. Remember to take your photos. Outside, we have so many photo places. So please take a photo or two and put it out there in social media. Let them know where you are today. Last but not least, we have transportation bus that we used in the morning. For those of us who used it, it's right outside the parking, so feel free. Thank you so much and have a good evening.
Thank you. Faith McQualley, Program Officer at KEPRO. All right, like I said, promise you no more. This is the last of it, okay? So what is the program now? We have about an hour between now and 6:30 p.m. when the dinner event, the evening part of today's session is going to start. The highlight of that event is going to be the SPICE Awards dinner. And this is basically recognizing some innovators in the circular economy and circular packaging space. Very, very inspirational, I promise you. Between now and then, what do we do? And as Faith mentioned, there's a couple of funky photo opportunities. There's something called the cowboy photo booth. Have you ever tried the cowboy photo booth? Well, today is the day you can try it out, all right? And then there's also the circular video booth. You saw Mumo doing his dance moves there. So if you've got some moves that you want to show the world, that's the place to go to. Get onto the circular video booth, have some fun, and like I said, tell the Gen Zs that you can also dance and you got the moves. So, what do you think is the last thing we're going to do? Oh, there was one other thing I forgot to say. During this 1 hour, the bar is open. So I'm definitely making a beeline for the bar after this and finding myself a cold sand trap. So, what is the final thing? By now, you should all know. What is the final thing? The ripple effect. Exactly, the ripple effect. So the last ripple effect was the outside in, right? From the two sides, the left and the right. And then we make it louder in the middle. This time it's not going to be a competition. And by the way, talking of competition, I'm guessing during the SPICE Awards dinner evening, we're going to announce the winner on social media, right? Who's been spreading the message and singing the gospel and making the ripple happen. So how are we going to do the last ripple of today? Or maybe James might actually copy the ripple for the evening. I don't know. So we're going to start with these two sort of sections here in the middle. Right? So let's call it Team Klaus. Right? So Team Klaus are these two sections here in the middle. You guys will start the ripple. And then we have Team Pamela, Team Dr. Pamela. All right, that's Dr. Pamela's team here. And then we have, let me pick someone else, Team Edgar. All right, Edgar sitting here in the front. So we'll have Edgar's team. So are you ready for the ripple? Yeah? This time, this is your last chance. You have to make it as loud and as exciting as you can imagine. You don't have to be only seated and clapping. Clapping can happen even while you're standing, even while you're jumping, even while you're doing whatever crazy things you want to do. And as soon as you're done with the ripple, I will basically say, okay, I unleash the forces. And then you can go out and network, drink, take photos, have fun. All right, so ready? All right, Team Klaus, get started. All right, louder, louder, louder. Team Dr. Pamela, get started. All right, okay. Team Edgar. All right, unleash the force.
My name is Ayub Macharia. I work at NEMA, the National Environment Management Authority, as a director in charge of environmental enforcement. The main challenges we faced were like the issue of dump sites. There was a lot of open dumping. And so even when government could propose that they want a proper waste management facility anywhere in Kenya, the public would refuse. The other challenge, of course, is infrastructure. Like when we talk of landfills, I think currently we only have two landfills, one in Murang'a and another one in Thika. Material recovery facilities, we also don't have them. That's also another major challenge. The same with the collection points. The third challenge is public awareness. We need more public awareness for the people on how to manage waste. We have put it as an obligation to the producers so that they create awareness about how their waste should be managed. We thank KEPRO because they started operating even when the law was not there. We are supporting them through enforcement to make sure that all producers join at least a producer responsibility organization such as KEPRO. KEPRO was part of us when we were developing the laws on extended producer responsibility. Through their experience when the law was not there, we tapped into it when we were making the law. And it was very useful to us because they could tell us, don't propose this law like this, do it like this because of the experience they had before. As an incentive, we have made sure that a producer who is a member of a producer responsibility organization has very few areas to report on because the bulk of the responses will be given by the producer responsibility organization. The producers need to take advantage of this space and make sure that they only trade with the products that are safe, that can easily be recycled, that can easily be reused, products that are not harmful to the environment.